It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Stop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone, wherever you are. Thank you. And once again, thank you for joining us for our 11th National Virtual Career Expo. It is really, really exciting to be here with all of you. So I'm just waiting for my host to, okay, if that's the case, what I'm going to do is I am going to share the slide so that, there you go. So thank you all for joining us this morning. And we are really, really happy to see all of you joining us for today's opening presentation. My name is Shaw Kwan. Okay, so my name is Shaw Kwan. I'm the Vice President of Global Outreach and the Senior Employment Consultant with G-TAC. And my co-host, Caitlin Tesler, she will be joining. She's experiences just a slight little bit of a delay on her laptop, but she'll be joining us very, very, very soon. So it could be any minute now. So thank you once again for joining us today. Today we have an extremely packed lineup of webinars. Today is obviously is the first day of our 11th National Virtual Expo. It will start at 9 a.m. sharp, but I see that some of you have already made it to the hall. Okay, for those of you that's joining us for the first time, G-TAC, which stands for Global Talent Alliance Canada, we are here to help newcomers or skilled workers with their settlement and employment needs across Canada. At the same time, we also help Canadian businesses expanding their reach by hiring the best talent they could to help them grow their business. So and anything in between with job related tips, training, all the referrals, networking, upskill training, everything we can help. The newcomers. So here's just a brief background. As you can see from this slide here, we have been hosting these national online job fairs since November 21st, 2016. I know because I was there on the first one. I'm still here on the 11th one, and I hopefully continue to host this because this is a great event. And the participation rate has gone up exponentially since our first one. The humble beginning, we're only 304 registrants. So we are expecting over 10,000 again this time. Thank you all for joining us today. So as you know, the reason why we call it a Virtual Career Expo is while you're doing job search in the main hall, you can also listen to a series of webinars that's presented concurrently during the next 2 days. And we will hear from partners from across the regions, partners from across Canada, and also various different type of career options that you'll see over the next 2 days. As mentioned earlier, is we also provide a variety of upskill trainings for people that are in need to, they want to fast track their career and then get to work as soon as possible. So we do have several courses that are available. And this is, especially this one, this is something that we've been running for over 11 years now. It's talk about accounting. How, if you already have an accounting background, and if you want to improve your accounting skills here in Canada, you can fast track by joining this 10-week program. We also have business analysis training, as well as cybersecurity fundamental training. So these are all very, very relevant information. If you need more information, please come to the G-TAC booth in the main hall, and we'll be happy to assist you. As well as we also host a series of live webinars on a weekly basis. As you probably know, probably some of you already joined us already. Every Thursday, we have Meet the Employer webinar. Everything you need to know about employment, job readiness, resume clinic, interview, LinkedIn profile, how to set up your LinkedIn profile, how to find the hidden job market, more about labor market information. And next Thursday, we will have Cancel, an employer from BC, will be joining us. And the week after that, we will have another employee. So keep an eye on our website for the latest event poster. So we're very honored, extremely honored and excited to have OMB, Opportunity New Brunswick, or Opportunity Nouveau Brunswick, joining us as a partner for this hosting this 11th National Virtual Career Expo. And New Brunswick, Opportunity New Brunswick will be the first presenter come 9 o'clock sharp. So they will be doing a presentation. So the first day we have a lineup, and we call it the Career Discover Canada, and the second day is called Career Forum. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But over the next 2 days, not only that, you're going to learn all about some of the jobs that's available across Canada. You're also going to learn about the labor market information across Canada, as well as you're going to get a great opportunity to network with people, employers from all across Canada. So you really need to take advantage over the next 2 days and try to talk to people. Now, I will give you a little bit of etiquette about what to say or what not to say when you do network with employers on our platform. So over the next 2 days, if you go to our auditorium or the live channels, you'll see that there's going to be a series of webinars. First day is called Discover Canada, and it will feature all the various regions from across Canada, London, Moncton, Langley, so literally from coast to coast, and to give you a little bit more information about the lifestyle, what are the jobs in demand in those areas, so that you can make a better informed decision. And the next day, that's tomorrow, we will have Career Corner or Career Forum, where you will hear people talk about various career options, such as construction industry, such as CPA BC, how to become a CPA. There will be also, for those of you that's thinking about immigrating to Canada, there will be a certified immigration consultant that will be coming and talk about anything and everything you need to know about immigrating to Canada or moving to Canada. So for a complete listing, please go to our website, G-TAC-expo.com, and you will see the list. And of course, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Opportunity New Brunswick will doing a presentation about life in New Brunswick, except it will be done in French. So today at 9 o'clock Eastern time, it will be presented in English. And tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, it will be presented in French. All our presentations are, except for the one tomorrow morning, will be done in English. So if you guys have any questions, by all means, trying to answer them and put your questions in the Q&A section or the chat box. I see the chat box is full, as well as because the capacity in the Zoom, those of you that's joining us, we are already at full capacity right now. So if any of you are leaving now, you cannot come back. Okay. So and then of course this is also a broadcast directly on YouTube in G-TAC's YouTube channel live right now. So for those of you, if you have any friends or families, friends that couldn't log on, ask them to go to YouTube. Just type in a Global Talent Alliance Canada, and then you'll see a channel. Then they can see this broadcast live, and they can also ask questions there because we do have people monitoring that. Okay, so just keep in mind that if you leave, you cannot come back because we are at full capacity. So for those of you that's going to join us for the job fair that's on the main hall, which is going to open very, very shortly, is you really need to go to several steps. Is before you do talk to anyone, I would strongly suggest that you search for the jobs that's posted by the company, either on the company's website or on our platform in the vacancy session, and then also get to know the company, and then also check on the chat representative's time. Okay, you have to take advantage of the time when the chat representative is in their booth. Okay, just keep that in mind. So you really want to go to the room when there are representatives there. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, please bear in mind, there are so many people that is gonna trying to get the employer's rep's attention. So you need to be very mindful, is try not to say things that's that's not relevant to jobs. Remember, employer is here to look for the best talent available. So if you are looking for a job, try not to say things that's gonna be just I would say just making the employer don't want to talk to you anymore. Okay, just keep that in mind. Now, I do need to remind everyone is tomorrow afternoon in our career forum series of webinars at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern time, G-TAC will do a presentation on some of the jobs that our employer partners are looking for, and they're willing to sponsor. So this is particular of interest to people, skilled professionals outside of Canada that's thinking about coming to Canada, first on the work permit, and then later on turning to a permanent residence application. Okay, so we do have many jobs that employers are ready to sponsor. Okay, so please mark that down. Tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday, April the 6th at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Listen to the G-TAC. I will be one of the presenters to talk about some of the jobs that are in desperate need in Canada and the employers are willing to sponsor. Okay, so this is a great opportunity, and this is really hidden job. So please tune into our presentation at 1 p.m. Wednesday, April the 6th. Now let's get back to the part is when you do meet with a employer representative, please, when you're in the chat box, do not, I repeat, do not type "I need a job." Okay, employers are there to try to find the best talent. The fact that you're already physically in the chat room, that means say you're looking for a job. So there's absolutely no need to waste a valuable time to state the obvious. I need a job. Okay, of course you need a job. That's why you're in the job fair. Number two, do not let employer know that I need sponsorship. If you're really good, if you're exactly what the company wants, they will do anything and everything they can to bring you to Canada. Okay, so they need to find out what you can do for them first. Okay, it's not because because you need sponsorship, I'm going to hire you. You probably won't do that yourself, right? So if it's something that you will not do, why do you expect other people will accept that? So keep that in mind. Do not ask people, what does your company do? Imagine you go to IBM booth and you say, hey, what do you guys do? Right? That's why I said earlier is make sure you do some research on the company before you go talk to them. And of course, you do the search on the career opening jobs in the career section to see what jobs are available, right? So it's always nice to talk to people on the jobs that they need, they're looking for, and you know the company and the culture. Don't ask people how much they pay. You haven't got hired yet. But one thing for sure is in Canada, it's very well regulated. You know, you will be paid according to your skill set, okay, in general. If you're already holding a senior level position in your home country and you would like to continue that, chances are it's not going to be that easy. So sometimes you have to take a couple of steps backward before you take a few steps forward. So there's no need to tell people I only want senior level jobs, positions. Your main priority is establish network with these reps and then continue conversation afterwards, okay? As the rep or as the company get to know you better, they will determine what level of position that you best fit for their various open positions. Good morning, Kaylin. Okay, so and then in Canada, because of the privacy issue, you do not, when you do talk to employers, you don't need to let people know your age, and you don't need to list that in your resume. There's no need to put your age, your gender, your marital status, your date of birth, your national ID number, your religion, your religious belief. There's absolutely no need to reveal that when you do chat with reps or when you do send your resume, okay? So please, there's absolutely no need for that. Don't tell recruiter that I know I'm good at everything, okay? I can tell you right now, if you tell people I'm good at everything, to them, they're gonna say you're not good at anything. So just keep that in mind. You're gonna have a reverse effect if you do that. And finally, you don't want to tell people I can learn quickly on a job. Employers are interested to bring a talented people to come to their company so they can contribute immediately. They're not really interested in bringing you on unless you're fresh grad from university, right? But they're not interested in you coming to their company and it takes 3 to 6 months to learn. Say, oh, I can learn Java easily when they are looking for a senior Java developer. Okay, just keep those in mind. So keep those in mind. These are not something, things that, you know, if you have any questions, by all means, come to G-TAC's booth. We'll be happy to offer you all kinds of advice on what, we can even give you some advice on what are the jobs, what employers are looking for. You tell us what you're good at, and we might even direct you to what an employer, what booth to talk to, okay? So to come to the G-TAC booth and let one of our team member to help you. And if you have any other questions regarding the fair, regarding the training, the upskill trainings, or any other questions regarding G-TAC, please, by all means, you can either scan this QR code or follow us on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and on Facebook or Meta, as well as you can send us an email at info@g-tac.ca. Again, thank you all for joining us today. We are extremely excited. It's going to be 2 long days, and we are extremely thankful for Opportunity New Brunswick or Opportunity New Brunswick as our partner co-hosting this event today. So I have my co-host Caitlin online here. So Caitlin, you want to do a little bit of an introduction to all the people out there?
My name is Caitlin. I'm the Vice President of Business Development. And I just wanted to thank everyone for joining us today. Welcome to the event. We have 2 fantastic days planned for you. I will be here the whole time introducing guests and running the Q&A sessions. So just a reminder, if you guys had any questions or you're having some technical difficulties, feel free to come to the Global Talent Alliance booth. There'll be people there to help you throughout the 2 days. And I really wish you best of luck in securing a job. Thank you again for being here.
Okay. Okay, then maybe you want to do a little bit of a quick French to let people, all our French listeners, about the events, your introduction.
Sure.
Yeah.
simplement, merci beaucoup pour nous joindre aujourd'hui. On est tellement content que vous êtes ici. Si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez nous joindre au kiosque Global Talent Alliance. Et si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez me contacter. Je serai ici pendant les 2 journées pour introduire les webinaires. Et si vous avez des autres questions, vous pouvez les mettre dans le chat. Alors, merci beaucoup encore pour être ici. On est super, on a hâte à commencer.
Okay, so thank you all for joining us. We will, well, there are so many questions here already. So we also have the opportunity, New Brunswick representative online already, which we're going to start shortly. We do have a few minutes. So what we're going to do is, well, we're going to see, okay, thank you all. Merci, tout le monde. We thank you all. Yes, please go to the, hall right now if you have to. It's open already, and I see that there are so many people in the hall. You guys are really fantastic, enthusiastic, energetic job seekers. So I can see that there are messages popping up. Oh my goodness. So thank you all. Again, if you have any questions, please come to G-TAC's booth, and then we'll be able to help you. In the meantime, please or send us an email at info@g-tac.ca. We will all be around, and if anybody's looking for me, please look for me. My name is Shaw in the in G-TAC rep. So I'm also gonna be on the hall online. So if you guys looking for me, please by all means go to G-TAC booth or ask someone in the booth to look for me, and I'm there to help you. So if anyone have any needs any last minute advice or what to say, what not to say, by all means try and look for me. I'll try to help you, or put your questions in the public chat box, and we'll be able to help you. Now, don't forget, mention Kayla and I, we will be hosting a G-TAC webinar on Wednesday, April the 6th at 1 p.m. Eastern time. 1 p.m. Eastern time. And we will talk about some of the jobs that employers are looking for that's not advertised, and the employers are ready to sponsor the right candidate to come to Canada if you need sponsorship. Okay. And sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we are going to probably just run some videos now, but the presentation from Opportunities New Brunswick will be starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time sharp. So we'll be here for that.
Okay, then in that case, I'm going to sign off now. So I will leave it to you now, Caitlin, and good luck. And I look forward to talk all the job seekers in the hall. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for presenting this one. Okay, seems like we're having some technical difficulties.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick.
I'm just gonna answer a question from the chat. There's a lot of people asking how to join the hall. I wonder if you specifically mean with the booths and to talk to employers. So the way that you're gonna wanna do that is you're gonna wanna log in at g-tac-expo.com in the same way that you did to get to this live channel. And then when you're on the main page, there's two halls. There's the main hall, and then there's a New Brunswick hall. So the live channel was the main doors in the middle, and then the hall is on the left, and the New Brunswick hall is on the right. So instead of going for those, you'll be able to see it once you go back into the system. Et pour les personnes en français qui veut parler aux employeurs, tout ce que vous devez faire, c'est entrer dans le système à g-tac.com et à gauche, il va y avoir une entrée pour les kiosques et à droite, il va y avoir une entrée pour les kiosques de New Brunswick. D'accord? Okay. We have 3 minutes left. I see that the New Brunswick PowerPoint is up. So Fatima, are you there?
Yeah,
Hi.
here.
Good morning, Fatima.
Morning, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I feel like you can hear in my voice, I'm still recovering. It's one of those, long-term post-viral. It just feels like I'm going to be living like this forever, but I'm doing really well. So thank you for asking. I have a little bit of an introduction for you. I may as well do that now because you'll be starting at 9, so we'll give you as much time as possible. And yeah, if you're comfortable, I'll go ahead and I'll do that.
Sure.
Okay. So Fatima is an immigration program officer for the province of New Brunswick. She is an expert in helping newcomers learn more about the beautiful province of New Brunswick and all the opportunities that are available therein. Today, she will be sharing on life in New Brunswick, some key sectors of employment in New Brunswick, provincial immigration pathways for newcomers, and immigrant serving agencies within New Brunswick. Fatima, thank you so much for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. In this presentation, I'm just going to talk a little bit about New Brunswick and talk about the immigration pathways that are available to candidates. So let's get started with the presentation. Okay, so today's agenda is discovering a little bit about New Brunswick and then the available immigration programs, and then we'll have the eligibility criteria for these programs and a Q&A to follow. So where is New Brunswick? It's on the eastern coast of Canada, borders the United States and the province of Nova Scotia to the east and province of Quebec to the west. The population is about 800,000. So a little bit about New Brunswick. Canada has two main languages, English and French, but New Brunswick is the only official bilingual province in Canada, with about 31.8% French speakers and 67.9% English speakers. And we're one of the key jobs of the provincial nominee program. We are increasing our Francophone bilingual population. So as you saw in the video, the shores and landscapes, so all over New Brunswick, there's rivers, oceans, and lots of different scenery views. There's a lot of outdoor activities, whale watching in St. Andrews to, great beaches. We have lots of bigger cities and smaller towns, and every city and town in New Brunswick has its unique attributes. So there's three main urban centers. St. John, which is the industrial hub, industrial engine of New Brunswick. It's Canada's oldest incorporated city, and Atlantic Canada's largest port is in St. John. And before the pandemic and now after, we see a lot of cruise ships coming into St. John. The other big urban center is Moncton, which is the commercial engine, lots of retail. It's a retail basically hub of New Brunswick. It's most culturally diverse area of the province and hosts the province's largest musical and cultural festivals. And Fredericton is the capital. It is split with the St. John River passing through between Fredericton North and Fredericton South. It's the hub for entrepreneurs and the tech sector. There's lots of medium-sized towns outside of the main centers. We have Edmondson in northern New Brunswick, Bathurst also in northern New Brunswick, Miramichi, Campbellton. And then we have smaller communities like Shediac, which is the lobster capital. We have St. Andrews, where we see the greatest whale watching opportunities. Woodstock, which is on the border of the Canada and US, and Caracat. And then we have smaller dynamic communities, St. Leonard, Kedgwick, and Veneer. As you can see from the pictures, beautiful, beautiful places to come and visit. So one of the main factors about New Brunswick is the quality of life. We have 40-hour work weeks, really short commutes to your work. So even if you don't live in one of the main city centers, you can live outside of the city but still have a very short commute with really low traffic. So you would be able to get to work in the city if you have a job in the city, but still live in a nice area with lots of space. There's a good network all over New Brunswick, so internet, all that is not a problem. So you can live outside of the city and still maintain a high lifestyle. The crime rate is really low all over New Brunswick, even if you're living in the main cities or outside of the main cities. And there's clean air and green spaces. So lots of outdoor activities in the winter and in the summers, with really low rates of pollution. Our housing is very affordable, whether you're living in the cities or in the smaller communities. So the housing costs around Canada, the average cost is $720,000, where in New Brunswick it's $291,000, 100,000. So it's a huge difference between the housing costs over in the bigger cities of Canada compared to New Brunswick. You can see in Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver, Calgary, the houses are much, much higher price than the housing in New Brunswick. And the main cities, Fredericton, you're seeing in the $250,000 range, Moncton, $300,000 to $350,000 range, and St. John, $250,000 to $300,000 range. For affordable, nice houses for you and your family. And if you go into the smaller communities or in northern New Brunswick, the housing prices is even lower. And this is sort of the average houses that you would get in the pricing range that we were just speaking about. Healthcare there's a basic provincial coverage for every permanent resident in New Brunswick. And then through your work, you're able to get additional coverage for your eye and dental care. So most employers do provide support for you to get into their group coverage. So not only do you have the provincial care, which covers, basic like going to the emergency room or if you're having a baby, but there's private coverage through your employer. We have a great education system. The public education is free between the ages of 5 and 18. So your children will be able to get access to the education that everybody has access to, and there's no additional cost to that education. There's bilingual learning. So if you are an English speaker, but you want your children to learn French, there is French immersion available from grade 1. And so your kids can learn French even though you may not be bilingual yourself. And if you are French, there are French schools from kindergarten all the way to grade 12. And then we have post-secondary education. We have 5 English universities and 1 French university. And we have professional trades and technical colleges available in both languages. The post-secondary education institutions are University of New Brunswick, and there's campuses in Fredericton and St. John. There's Mount Allison University. There's St. Thomas University also in Fredericton, University de Moncton with campuses in Moncton, Edmonton, and Shippagan. And then there's French and English community colleges around the province. Depending on the courses that you take, they're available in different cities. So some of the main industries and sectors we have in New Brunswick is forestry, mining, agriculture, fisheries, and manufacturing. And these are the sectors in demand. So information technology, transportation, healthcare, manufacturing, and food processing. And we have several healthcare related employers here today. They have booths, and we also have the Opportunities New Brunswick booth available to answer questions related to the employment or immigration. Some of the employers are Vitalite and Horizon, which are our bigger English and French health networks that have many jobs available. We have the Nursing Home Association and nursing homes here from New Brunswick who have jobs available. We also have Moltex Energy, which is a high-tech energy firm, also here with jobs. So we're going to get into now the immigration pathways available to candidates. So the available programs are the NB Skilled Worker Stream, the NB Express Entry Stream, and the Atlantic Immigration Program. So before we get into any of the programs, the most important is to have your documents ready and available. If you are completely ready, PR ready, as we call it on our website, we have documents available on our website, welcomenb.ca, that talk about PR readiness. And so some of these documents that you should have available before you're ready to dive into any of the immigration pathways are identity documents, such as your passport, up to date, birth certificate, national identity card, family record books, any of your identity documents, and they should be translated in English or French if they are not already in that language. Your education has to be assessed by one of the designated organizations by our IRCC, and you can find those designated organizations available on our website. So education that you have done outside of Canada, you must have it assessed by one of these organizations for it to be acceptable for any of the immigration programs. Your language, whether English or French or both, should be assessed by one of the organizations that do language assessments, such as IELTS or CELPIP for the English language. And there are French acceptable tests, which, like, the acceptable tests are available on our website. One of the most important also is your work experience. So any of the programs that we have available, you do have to have a certain work experience, and it needs to be validated with reference letters in our required format. So in our PR ready documents, you'll be able to see what is the format for all of the documents that we require, that you must have available and ready before you're ready to go into any of the programs. So I'm going to talk about first the New Brunswick Skilled Worker Stream. It is a point-based system. So you get points based on your age, language, education, work experience. The most important factor is, of course, to have a job offer from a New Brunswick eligible employer. New Brunswick, the Provincial NAMI program, has just updated our guide, which is available on our website under the Skilled Worker stream, which has criteria for your New Brunswick employer. So your employer must meet the criteria in our guide before they're able to support an immigration application. Some of the minimum criteria is that you have to be between the age of 19 and 55. You must have a CLB 4 or higher. You must have a minimum high school, which has to be assessed by or proven by an ECA. The job offer from the New Brunswick employer must be for a full-time permanent employment in a NOC OABC or some D occupations. You must have 1 year related relevant experience to the job offer. So if your job offer is in a NOC B, then your experience should be related to this job offer. At least 1 year of related experience. The more experience you have, the more points you would be able to receive. And the experience that you are providing to us is within the last 5 years. The most important, of course, is your commitment to live and work in New Brunswick. So you must make a commitment to live and work in New Brunswick before your PR is processed and after. And the minimum score requirement is 60 out of 100. So the process for applying for the skilled worker program, first of all, you must have the skilled work experience. So there's employers here today that have job offers, or there are jobs available on our website, nbjobs.ca. You must have the experience that is required for these jobs to be eligible for this program, because you need to have that related experience. Then you must have a job offer from an eligible New Brunswick employer. If you have this job offer and the job offer and the employer meet our program requirements, you can go ahead and create a profile on INB, which is Immigration New Brunswick online platform for applications. Your INB profile or your EOI can be created. If you and your employer meet our program requirements and you're able to get the 60 out of 100 points, you can receive an ITA, which is an invitation to submit a full application. Once you submit your full application with all of your PR-ready documents, an officer will assess your application. You must present a full application to have it processed in a timely manner. If there are missing documents, we may request the documents. The most important documents, of course, are all the PR-ready documents and your documents related to your job offer. If you do not provide documents from your employer, there are specific forms and contracts that you need to upload, including recruitment efforts made by your employer to hire you. If you do not provide these documents, it will create delays and application processing delays, and it could lead to the refusal of your application for not providing these necessary documents. If you are able to pass through the assessment and receive a nomination, you will then take the nomination and apply for PR to IRCC. With the skilled worker program, your employer also supports you for a work permit. So you are able to receive a work permit support letter from the province, which will allow you to apply for a work permit before you before you receive your PR. So you should be submitting your work permit and your PR application at the same time to IRCC so that you're able to come to New Brunswick and work before your PR is processed. And IRCC will assess your application for both of these work permit and PR, and they will also check your medical, security, and criminality background. You'll receive a decision for your work permit from a visa post as well as your PR application. If your work permit is accepted, you will receive a work permit and a visa to come to travel to Canada and start working for your New Brunswick employer before you receive your PR. And when you once your PR is processed, you'll be able to receive your permanent residency. So you can receive your permanent residency while living and working in New Brunswick. The second stream that we have is the New Brunswick PNP Express Entry stream. So the Express Entry New Brunswick Express Entry stream is connected to the Federal Express Entry stream. So you must meet the Federal Express Entry federal skilled worker criteria in order to meet the criteria for the provincial express entry stream. You must have a valid federal express entry profile. If you do not have a valid profile, we cannot accept your application to the New Brunswick express entry stream. Because they are connected, so they are both online applications. If you are able to go through the New Brunswick express entry stream, you receive additional points through your federal express entry profile, and you're invited by the federal government to submit an application. So the New Brunswick express entry stream also is a point-based system. You have to be between the ages of 22 and 55 to receive points. You must have a minimum CLB 7, so that's a Canadian language benchmark of 7, and that of course is assessed from your language test. The more, if you have English and French, the higher score you would have. You need to have a minimum high school, which is to be assessed by an ACA. You need to have 1 year continuous full-time experience in an eligible NOC of OAB in the last 10 years. So that means that you select one main NOC code which you would have the most experience in or that you want us to assess. And this NOC code is your main intended occupation. We will only consider work experience, which is either in the main NOC code or any of the related NOC codes to that. And in that main NOC code, you must have 1 year continuous experience. The express entry stream also requires that you have a minimum proof of funds The available amounts are available on IRCC's website, and they are available on in our program guide. They do change, so it is recommended that you always make sure that you have what is the current proof of funds. And of course, the most important, you have to make a commitment to live and work in New Brunswick. And you must score a 67 out of 100. So even though your application is eventually sent to the federal government, but you are a provincial nominee, so you must make the commitment to live and work in New Brunswick. Because the express entry stream is not connected to a job, you must arrive in New Brunswick and then look for a job afterwards. So you do have to make that commitment to move to New Brunswick and look for a job according to your skill level. So for the express entry stream, you must have an eligible connection to New Brunswick in order to submit an EOI. So it's not, a job offer is not mandatory, but it is one of the most important connections. So there's 3 main connections that we have to the express entry New Brunswick stream. It's the NB employment connection. So you have a current job in New Brunswick, or you have a job offer from an eligible New Brunswick employer, and the eligibility for the New Brunswick employer is listed in our guide. You are either a New Brunswick student. So for the student connection, you must be a student who is in an eligible post-secondary institution, and you are within 3 months of graduation. The rest of the criteria that you need to have in order to apply through this connection is also available on our website. The last connection is the NB occupations in demand. So there are certain occupations that are in demand according to our main sectors, such as healthcare, and we collect profiles for these occupations in demand, and we will send letters of interest in your federal profile. So the attendance of presentations or events such as the event today, this is not an eligible connection. These are the only 3 connections that you have. And the NB occupations in demand, this is not related to events. This is our own, we have platforms where we collect profiles, and we will send letters of interest to candidates whose profiles match what we are looking for, what our New Brunswick employers are looking for, our occupations in demand. Profiles that are strong, it could be that you have a family member, a close family member in New Brunswick. This could make your profile be viewed by a New Brunswick, but that does not mean that you will be invited. Your occupation or your main knock code, it should be in demand in New Brunswick, and employers should be looking for that occupation, have jobs available in that occupation for us to send you an invitation. If you do receive an invitation, you can go ahead and create an EOI in INB in our Immigration New Brunswick platform, and you may receive an ITA. There is no guarantee that you will receive an ITA. We view your federal express entry profile, and we'll view your EOI, and the profiles that match our requirements, the highest scores, that's who we are going to invite. So the process for express entry, like I said, you have to meet the connection requirements. You need to meet eligibility requirements. Then after you meet the connection requirements and you have met the eligibility requirements, you have a valid federal express entry profile, you can create an profile in INB and submit your EOI. If your profile, your EOI meets our requirements, we will send you an invitation to submit a full application. Your application will be assessed according to our eligibility criteria in the guide for express entry. If you have a complete application, then we will, you may be nominated from the province. The decision from the province is in your INB profile. You'll receive a nomination, and you will receive the 600 points in your Federal Express Entry profile. Once you receive these points, you may be drawn by IRCC. So receiving those 600 points will automatically put you at the top of the pool in IRCC's Express Entry pool, and you'll be then invited by IRCC to submit a full application to them for permanent residency. If you meet the connection requirement for a job in New Brunswick and your employer is willing to support your application for a work permit, you may be able to receive a work permit to come and work in New Brunswick before receiving your permanent residency, but it all depends on the type of job offer and the support received from your employer. So there are 3 main streams available through the NBPNP, so the New Brunswick Provincial Nominee Program. We spoke about the skilled worker and express entry. There is a stream for Francophone speakers, the strategic initiative. Our presentation tomorrow will include more information on the strategic initiative, which is only for Francophone speakers. So this slide just has some differences between the streams. There's different criteria for, the language and the minimum education, the experience that we require, the connection. So for the skilled worker, a job is necessary. For express entry, it is a strong connection, but not necessary to have a job offer from a New Brunswick employer. And strategic initiative, there are several different ways to have that connection to be able to apply for the strategic program. All 3 of these programs, the most important is that you make a commitment to work and live in New Brunswick. And for some of the programs like Express Entry, there is a settlement funds requirement. For strategic, there also is funds required, but not for the skilled worker stream, which is that employer stream. There is another pathway. It's the Atlantic Immigration Program. So there used to be the AIPP, which has ended now, and there is a permanent program, which is Atlantic Immigration Program. This is an employer-driven pathway, so the most important is that you have to have a job offer from a designated employer. The information regarding the employer designation is available on our website. We are not going to provide a list of the designated employers. So if you are able to receive a job offer from an employer, they may be designated and they may be willing to support your application through the AIP. That is up to the employer what immigration pathway they support you through. At this time, we are designating employers for this pathway, but we are not accepting endorsement applications. We will be in the very near future. There are certain sectors that the employer must be in, such as IT or healthcare. The sectors are listed and available on our website under AIP. So not all employers would be able to support applications through AIP. It is only certain employers in certain sectors. The AIP is connected to the federal government as the other programs. So once you receive a job offer and receive an endorsement from a New Brunswick employer, you would submit your work permit and PR application to IRCC. So some of the main eligibility criteria, which has changed from the AIPP, the pilot program. So the age requirement is that you're 19 and over. The language requirement, if you have a job offer in a NOC OA or B, it is CLB 5. And for a NOC C job, it is CLB 4, but you must be willing to, with your employer support, to increase your level to a CLB 5 upon arrival. The education, for a NOC O or A, you must have equivalent to a Canadian 1-year post-secondary certificate. And for NOC B or C, it should be Canadian secondary or high school equivalent. The only available NOCs for the AIP are NOC O, A, B, or C. There are no NOC D jobs available through the AIP. You must have 1-year full-time work experience in the last five years. The job offer must be at the same or higher skill level as your work experience. So, and there's no work experience required for qualifying Atlantic graduates, and there are certain requirements if you have graduated from Atlantic Canada, and those are available on will be available on our website, and more detailed information will be available once we are ready to accept endorsement applications. There is a settlement funds requirement, and then there's also a requirement to have a settlement plan through one of the designated organizations where you can create a settlement plan of how you are going to move to New Brunswick and settle in New Brunswick into the certain communities. And these are the immigration settlement agencies. We have over 17 agencies all over the province with services available in English or French. And they offer various services for information and orientation regarding settlement, social and family activities. There's language courses available and job search assistance available as well through these agencies. And like I had mentioned before, our nbjobs.ca is our provincial website for jobs available in New Brunswick at this time, and www.welcomenb.ca has all the information regarding the immigration pathways that we have available, as well as if you have questions, immigration@gnb.ca. If you have questions that are information that's already available in the guide, I recommend that you visit our website before sending off questions. And any questions related to attending events and meeting, that connection requirement, like I said before, this is attending events does not meet any of the connection requirements, so those questions would be unanswered.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we did have a few questions, and we don't have we had more than a few questions. We had tons of questions. Unfortunately, we don't have time to answer all the questions. And I also want to specify that, there will be a presentation in French on the same subject tomorrow. So we're really going to focus on answering questions in English today. Et juste pour vous dire que nous aurons une présentation sur le même sujet en français demain. Alors, on va vraiment concentrer sur les réponses et les questions anglais aujourd'hui. Okay. So a lot of these were answered, but the questions still came up a lot. So I'm just going to ask them so you can clarify for the people. The first one that I saw was a lot of people asking if their specific NOC code are in demand. So where can international job seekers find the NOC codes that are in demand in New Brunswick?
We don't have a list of NOC codes. So we talked about some of the sectors that are in demand. So if your NOC code is maybe in one of those sectors, and then it really is the employers, such as the employers that we have here today, related to healthcare or high energy or IT. So any of those NOC code would be in demand, but we don't have a specific list of that. These are the NOC codes. We have certain events where we promote NOC codes, and throughout the year, different NOC codes. So we don't actually have a list that's on our website for the NOC codes.
Mm-hmm. This one was, if we don't have a link with New Brunswick, what is the best course for us to immigrate to New Brunswick?
So it would be the job offer. That is the most recommended connection. There's employers here today, and there are employers around New Brunswick that are giving job offers to international candidates. So it's not necessary that you're within Canada to receive a job offer. So that would be the biggest connection.
And then a lot of people were asking about their resumes. So they were saying, can I give you my resume? Where can I give you my resume? And I also had one that said, should my resume be bilingual?
So
And also, I saw, just before, I saw people use CV as well. So if you're confused about resume, it means the same thing as CV.
the province is not collecting resumes, but the employers that are here in the booths today and tomorrow, they may be interested in your resume. If you are bilingual, then it's a good that it would be a good option for you to have your resume in both languages.
Great. And then this question was interesting. They asked, does it take longer to immigrate if I'm immigrating with my family?
No. I think PR applications or New Brunswick provincial program applications are assessed the same way, whether you are a single or you have a family of 10.
Great, thank you. I also have here, how can I contact an immigration agent?
I guess they'd have to be more specific on what they mean by an agent, because like I'm an immigration program officer, and we only have program officers that work in the New Brunswick, and we're not immigration representatives or agents. So I'm uncertain what they mean by this question.
Okay. Here's a question about New Brunswick. This person, Kareem, is asking, can we please have more information about the public transportations? Do you have metro, bus, tramway for the biggest cities like Moncton, St. John, and Fredericton?
So you would have to visit our website on, there's websites for the city of Fredericton, city of Moncton, and even the smaller communities to find out about the available transportation. But there are buses and transportation easily available.
Great. I already know the answer to this. I'm sure a lot of people know the answer, but it comes up a lot whenever you guys do webinars. So I'd just like to give you an opportunity to address it again. Can we use this session to submit a demand of interest for express entry in New Brunswick?
No. So sessions throughout the year or even in the past, we don't invite just based on you coming to this event.
Great. Let me just pull up my questions again. Just close them by accident. I already have a demand of interest. Following this presentation, should I remake it?
I don't think it would make any difference, because there's unless you have updated scores or received a higher education, if it's not changing anything, then no, you don't need to create another one.
Great. Emin is asking, how do I meet New Brunswick employers? And I'll probably just let you know that we do have a hall for New Brunswick employers. I mean, there's only 10 employers that are present today in that hall, but there are a lot of opportunities there. And then for the other employers, Fatima, how would they meet them for the ones that aren't present today?
So all the available jobs are available online, so through NB Jobs. So there's no place or online virtual platform where they can meet all employers, but the available jobs are listed on these websites such as Job Bank. So if you want to, if you think you meet the program or their criteria for the job offer, then send them your resume and complete an application.
Okay. Adele is asking, what is the average time for document processing in order to get an NOI by New Brunswick?
So I don't know what they mean by NOI, maybe a term more that the federal government uses.
I think maybe it's something of interest or
notification of interest. Well, there's no notification of interest that New Brunswick sends. If they're referring to the LOI, which is the letter of interest that you may receive in your federal profile. So there's no time limit, because like I said, attending this event is not going to get you a letter of interest or an NOI. So I'm not sure, I don't know what kind of time frame they're referring to, because this is not a connection requirement.
Gotcha. We also have a poll that we will be asking for all our viewers today. I think now would be a good time to share it. So if everyone who's participating in viewing, if you could just answer the questions, it really helps us understand your needs and be as detailed as possible in the short answer, because that we do read through all of them and it's useful for us. I would suggest against writing questions because they won't be answered, but if you give us feedback, that would be very useful. Is there a place, so I'll ask a few more questions. This one I found really interesting. Is there a place where they can get statistics about sectors and employment in New Brunswick?
It would be related to the job sites. So whatever available jobs are available, it's on those websites. I don't think that there's statistics.
So you went over the industries that are in demand, and you said healthcare, and you said tech, but this person is asking what occupations within those industries are specifically in demand.
So for healthcare, you know, there's lots of nursing homes here, and they're looking for support workers to come and work. And even if you're internationally educated nurse, you would be able to get a job offer maybe through a nursing home, and then be able to get through the licensing process to become a registered nurse here in New Brunswick. So that would, you know, if they're looking at healthcare, then that would be an occupation that's in demand, is nurses and personal support workers.
Great, thank you. This one from Hermine is, if I already have an express entry profile, can I still apply for the skilled worker program?
Yep. If you meet the criteria for the skilled worker program, and the #1 criteria, of course, would be a job offer from a New Brunswick eligible employer, you could still apply through this skilled worker stream. It wouldn't be related to your federal express entry profile. So you wouldn't get any points, and it would not be attached. So they're two separate programs.
Okay, great. Rachel wants to know, why is there such a big difference between housing costs in New Brunswick and the rest of Canada?
It's just a smaller province, and the housing costs are better.
Well, yeah. And I think I'm only going to ask a couple more questions because we'll probably take a break before the next presentation. But my next question from Sandra is, what is the most determining factor in receiving an invitation from the province?
Having an occupation in demand.
Let me choose a last question that I think is, again, I saw someone just ask this. This cannot be considered a link with New Brunswick. Webinars are not considered links. Okay, so Leonard wants to ask, I don't have an express entry. Am I qualified for the skilled stream if I have other requirements?
You would, if you meet all the eligibility and you have a job offer, then yes.
Okay, great. So I think that was the last question we're going to ask. Fatima, I know we have the two websites online. So is that really where you would recommend people who didn't have their questions answered go to find out more?
Yeah, the program guides have detailed information on the requirements, as well as just information right on our website. You know, there's different tabs available. There's an immigration programs tab where all the different programs and the information regarding these programs is listed. So that is definitely the best place to go to get your questions answered regarding program criteria.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Fatima, for joining us. What a really great and thorough presentation, and really great responses. And we got through a lot of questions. I'm sure everyone is really grateful. So on the chat, if you could just thank Fatima for her time. We will have a presentation at 10 a.m., so in about 15 minutes, with the London Economic Development Corporation. So stick around for that if you'd like to stick around. And thank you again, Fatima. Really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you, everyone. We're just going to run a few videos while we wait for our next guest to arrive. And then we have another great presentation for everyone on another economic region.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Stop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before, and just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hi, Robert. Nice to see you again.
Good morning, Caitlin. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
How have things been going?
They've been going really well. I mean, considering, I know we've all been kind of suffering, but things are going really well, I think. It's starting to get warmer, which is always positive.
So you see that we basically have recorded a presentation, right?
I believe so. It's going to be Jim that's taking care of the presentation, I guess. So you've recorded one. And you're just
yes. So basically, I don't know how you want to do this. If you want to say, if you want us to say anything before, or just go straight into our visitors.
Oh, I see that. Yes, it's a long. So what I'll do is I'll start by giving you an introduction, a bit more of a formal introduction, and then we'll play the video and we'll play the presentation. And from there, we'll just keep you around for a Q&A.
Correct. Yeah. And then, ask us any lively or impertinent questions that you like, right? Because the presentation we have isn't quite as isn't quite as much fun as we like to have sometimes. So what we want our personalities to shine through sort of more with afterwards. Now, are you doing the Q&A?
I will be moderating the questions, yes.
Okay, good.
That's fantastic. So we have about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I saw actually Ashley join earlier this morning.
Yeah, so she's gonna rejoin. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, great. I'll wait maybe about a minute and a half, and then I'll give you a nice presentation.
So you can go. So you can go straight into the presentation, right?
Okay, I can do that. Yes.
Yeah, if you go straight into it, just saying, we have Robert Collins and Ashley Conaham from they have prepared this presentation, and then they're going to be available afterwards for a dynamic Q&A. Get your questions ready.
Make sure to ask some exciting questions. Yeah, we'll definitely do that.
Do you want me to turn the camera off?
Okay, that sounds good. And how the presentation is.
It's probably about 22 minutes or something like that.
So we have a lot of time for questions. That's great.
Yes, so we can really sort of, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. You can go ahead and I'll see you back here when it's Q&A.
Yeah, I'll do both stop video and go to mute.
Okay, sounds good.
And I'll let Ashley know what we're doing.
So. Okay.
Good to see you.
You too. Okay. Well, knowing that, I may as well do an introduction now. So today we have the London Economic Development Corporation. We're going to be joined by Robert and Ashley. And Robert, who you just met, is the Director of Workforce Development. In his role, he leads, develops, and supports a number of initiatives designed to address current and anticipated labor market shortages and close the gaps between supply and demand of talent. Ashley is the Director of Marketing and Communications, and she is an accomplished Director of Marketing and Communications who is very passionate about her community and affecting positive change therein. In her role, she provides strong strategic support and customer service to businesses, including government and media relations, event and issue management, as well as communications and marketing. As the fastest growing metropolitan area in Ontario, London is located midway between Detroit and Toronto, with easy access by air, train, or bus to other established community hubs, such as Mississauga and Brampton. London offers safe and relatively affordable housing, top learning experience, and fast-growing jobs markets in tech, food processing, manufacturing, and financial services, and more. Whether you're looking to start a family, a business, or get an education, there's something for everyone in London. So that's the presentation. The floor is yours. Let's just press play on the video, Jim, and we will start the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
We're very excited to tell you all about London, Canada.
My name's Robert Collins, and I'm the Director of Workforce Development here at the London Economic Development Corporation.
And my name's Ashley Conaham, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications, also at the London Economic Development Corporation.
We help businesses grow and attract new businesses to London on behalf of the City of London. As we work with so many companies across growing industry sectors in London, it's natural we would know about a lot of job opportunities available. So today, you'll hear from us about these sectors and companies within them that are currently hiring. We will introduce you to our job portals and resources to see even more hiring companies, as there are only so many that we can cover today. LEDC itself is not currently hiring, but our job here today is to share with you who is hiring and share information about what it is like living and working here in London. So let's get started. London is the 6th largest city in Ontario and the fastest growing CMA. Due to our key location, great education institutions, quality of life, and dynamic opportunities. People are moving here from across Canada and overseas. London offers big city appeal with a small town charm and friendly neighborhoods. so you can get to know the city and people here very well while keeping busy with exciting job opportunities and entertainment year-round. As a four-season southern Canadian city, we enjoy a temperate climate where we don't experience extreme temperatures and you can be active outside year-round. Other areas like Ottawa and Hamilton see extreme snowfalls and rain due to their location. You should be prepared for winter here in London and cold temperatures, but know that it's never too extreme.
London is located midway between Detroit and Toronto, with easy access to other established community hubs such as Mississauga, Brampton, and Toronto. We're also close to many US states, including Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, with 5 border crossings within a 2-hour drive. It makes for easy day trips to other cities, whether for work or pleasure, as well as for business, with over 150 million consumers within an 8-hour drive. On the larger national scale, London is located right where that yellow star is, underneath Toronto. We are considered part of southwestern Ontario, which includes other cities like Kitchener, Guelph, Burlington, Brantford, Sarnia, Chatham, Windsor, and beautiful destinations along the way like Tobermory, Grand Bend, Port Stanley, and Kincardine. The City of London has around 422,000 residents, and the London Economic Region, which includes nearby towns and cities like Strathroy, Woodstock, and St. Thomas, puts our immediate area's population at over 717,000 people. We have over 305,000 people working in the London CMA, and our average unemployment rate in 2021 was 7.6, down from 8.8 in 2020 due to COVID impacts, but also still better than Ontario. We have a diverse economy in London, so those numbers you are seeing there represent the number of people employed in those industries. You can see the numbers are quite close, which means our economy is not reliant on one particular industry. So no matter what your skills are, you can find an exciting career here in London.
Let's talk about COVID for a moment. In London, we are currently under reducing guidelines. We have been vigilant in addressing a third wave and increasing number of variants. Vaccinations are rolling out from designated locations and pharmacies, and we've achieved a high vaccination rate. We're getting back to pre-COVID times.
People are very proud to call London home. Now, one of the top reasons London is growing so fast is because we are one of the most affordable places to buy a home in Canada. In 2021, the median cost of a home was just around $665,000. Rentals go for an average of just over $1,600 per month for a 2-bedroom apartment. Now, the market is competitive, meaning there are lots of offers going on houses, but in general, you'll get a larger home for a more affordable cost in London and can choose from wonderful neighborhoods with lots of walking trails and little shops. Childcare is also competitively priced at around $1,100 per month compared to $1,500 in nearby cities. Canada is introducing some new measures for childcare, which we are hoping will make it even more affordable in the next few years. We're also a very diverse city, with immigrants making up 22% of London's population, and 140 different languages are spoken here. They bring vibrant arts and culture, so there are lots of different ways to get connected to your own unique heritage right here in London. Finally, traveling within and outside of London is easy with our inner city buses and our outer city international airport, train system, and bus system. As you can see, London is very affordable if you're looking to buy a home compared to other popular cities. What we're seeing for Vancouver are homes in the millions. In Toronto, you're getting sometimes a third of the space for twice the price as you would here in London. So if you're interested in having a nicely sized home in a safe and welcoming neighborhood for a reasonable price, London has that for you. A great way to see how far your wage could go in London is with a tool called salaryexpert.com. Here you can compare salaries with different cities and better understand the cost of living in each city. On average, the total individual income in London is $46,000, while the average household income is $91,000. When you're living in London, there's lots of things to do. We know the current situation may not make it possible, but here's what you can look forward to once you can travel and play safely in our communities. One would be taking a walk on our biking and walking trails. We have over 330 kilometers of trails in London. We're also nicknamed the Forest City for our 7+ million trees. We have hosted several globally recognized artists in the past, including The Weeknd, Elton John, Rod Stewart, Ed Sheeran, and Tim McGraw. Many local artists and venues are putting on virtual concerts during COVID. If you're into sports, we have some of the best semi-professional sports teams in Canada, with the London Knights hockey team, London Majors baseball team, and the London Lightning basketball team. We have 4 malls throughout the city, in addition to a number of local shops in the downtown core, meaning you can shop and buy locally made products. Finally, community events occur all year long, offering non-stop fun, including 15+ festivals that occur every summer, such as Sunfest, Canada's 2nd largest outdoor festival.
Let's talk about some other opportunities. Learning. A lot of newcomers in London choose to move here because of our great post-secondary schools, Western University and its affiliates, and Fanshawe College. These schools attract thousands of students each year and have a lot of programs to choose from. They're offering both in-person and virtual learning options moving ahead. There are also several private career colleges that focus more on skilled trades or medical programs, which may better suit your needs. If you're moving here with children, London has 4 public school boards and 19 registered private schools. Our public schools are funded through tax dollars, so they're free to attend, whereas private schools you must pay for the child to attend there. We have a number of private schools geared to specific cultures and religions, including an Islamic school, a Hebrew and Christian school, a school for the deaf, and other ESL, English as a Second Language schools. Now let's get into working in London. London has around 14,500 businesses. You'll notice that many of our businesses are smaller to medium-sized companies, which is true. That's what it's like across Canada. These smaller employers offer a lot of great opportunities similar to a larger company. Great workplace culture, benefits, and ability to interact with the team quite closely. Our current age demographic is changing, and we have an aging population in London, like me. Hence, this is where you come in. We need talent to help with this shift. So let us tell you about London's fastest growing sectors and how you may be able to find employment in them.
Our agri-food sector is the fastest growing sector here in London. Pictured to your left is Nestlé Canada, who produces frozen desserts for grocery stores across the country. For those pizza lovers out there, Dr. Utker makes frozen pizzas and serves the North American market right here from London. You'll notice Labatt there as well. London has a growing craft beer scene, and Labatt was really the anchor brewer that kick-started that trend in London.
In our vibrant manufacturing sector, many of the companies are focused on automation, robotics, and the Internet of Things, as well as medical device manufacturing, clean water treatment technologies, and aircraft. When you look at some of the company names that are here, 3M Canada, national headquarters, and we coordinate 7 plants across the country and make sure that the materials being produced by 3M worldwide are distributed across our country. When you look at some of these companies we've attracted from around the world, Hyundai is making materials for the home building sector. Diamond Aircraft is making aircraft so that people can learn to fly. And those are predominantly being produced here in London, but distributed around the world. Trojan Technologies makes ultraviolet light water treatment facilities, which are purifying water not only in municipal settings, industrial settings, but also actually in ocean liners and in cargo ships to make sure that the water that they take on for ballast is then cleansed before it's released into different harbors. We're the home for General Dynamics land systems, making light armored vehicles which are serving NATO countries around the world.
Our digital media and tech sector. Companies in this sector, such as Northern Web Development, Race Roster, which is an event platform, and Carfax, Auto History, are recognized as some of our fastest growing companies in Canada. You may have interacted with London-made content and not even realized it. For instance, Digital Extremes produces the popular computer game Warframe. And prior to COVID, they began hosting a large conference called Tenacon to bring these fans together. Similarly, StarTech.com has offices around the world and creates many of the cords that help you and your computer stay connected.
And now to talk about our vital health sector. Our companies are experienced in biomedical, biotechnology, medical devices, clinical trials, and advanced robotic surgery. We're home to companies like Jones Packaging, who make packages for cold medicine, in addition to Trudell Medical, which makes life-saving devices for those with lung disease. We have a rich history of medical firsts in London, such as the discovery of insulin by Frederick Banting, and the first HIV vaccine for human trials by Western University's Dr. Chil Yong Kang. People from across Ontario come to London to access our healthcare services because the staff, researchers, and professors we have here are world leading. When I look at what's in front of you, when I think of the KGK Science and robots, which are coordinating clinical trials from around the world. We've recently attracted a company from Vietnam, a pharma company, and Lawson and some of the other great research that's happening here in London.
Employers in our professional services sector include Western University, Canada Life Insurance Company, and TD Canada Trust. You will find job opportunities at various banking, life insurance, government, real estate, and call centers here in London. This space sees a lot of crossover with our digital creative sector as companies are exploring the world of financial technologies and how they can make life easier for their customers.
Many of the companies here in London have a presence in other centres across Canada and the world. There are many opportunities at these companies in finance and accounting, skilled trades and customer service fields. There are just some examples out of the hundreds of opportunities available to you in London. And many of these companies are hiring for a variety of roles. For example, Digital Extremes is hiring customer service representatives, graphic artists, and game designers. When I look at that list there, so many of them are serving countries around the world. And so they value people who have international work experience and come from international backgrounds. That's where you fit in.
So where can you start discovering what jobs are available to you? The LEDC has lots of free, self-serve resources on our website to help you get started. If you're looking for a career in the tech or manufacturing industry, you'll want to visit our London Tech Jobs and London Manufacturing Jobs portals. Here you'll see hiring company logos where you can view their current positions right on our website with instructions on how to apply. You can search on our website for specific job titles and for companies. Additionally, our Guide to London is another great place to start. Here you'll find a number of resources, including our job portals, in addition to resources for much of what we've been discussing today. Housing, travel, healthcare, recreation, volunteering opportunities, and more. If you want to learn more about the types of companies that you can find in London and potentially work for, visit our business directory. You'll see the top 100 employers in the city, as well as companies in London's largest sectors that we've been discussed today: agri-food, digital media and tech, health, advanced manufacturing, film and television, and professional services.
We host job fairs twice annually in April and September. It's a great opportunity to connect with employers and discover their open careers. You can also check out those additional resource links that are listed here. These are job portals to help with your job search, and the last one, your pay. Please pay attention to it. There'll also be specific information here about immigrating to London if you're currently overseas. Now, what if you have a great business idea and want to start a business here in London? That's an option for you too. London is known as being a great place to start a business because of low business costs, access to skilled workers and resources, in addition to providing a long runway, so you have more time to fine-tune your business idea. There are many resources in London to help you start a business, including the Small Business Centre, Tech Alliance for tech or health ideas, and resources on campus if you're studying at Weston, the Morisset Centre, and Fanshawe Leap Junction. You can learn more about starting and growing a business here in London or on our YouTube channel, where you will find these videos.
We've shared a lot today with you. Thank you for your attention. To quickly recap, London is an affordable, exciting, and vibrant city to live and work in. There are a lot of job opportunities available across our key sectors and educational options to suit your interests. For more information about everything we discussed today, please visit our website at www.ledc.com. To get a sense of what it's really like to live, work, and play and learn in London, get social with us. You can find LEDC on all social media platforms by searching London EDC. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to our presentation about London, Canada today. We hope you will take some time to learn more about how this will be the right city for you. Please feel free to connect with us on LinkedIn. We'd be happy to answer any of your questions that you might have, and we'll turn it back to you.
Hi, Ashley.
Welcome and thank you. Oops.
Great. Oh, and there's a recap. This is a great presentation. I don't know why you were saying that was very stimulating. That was dynamic. Great job. So I did mark down some questions. I translated a lot of the ones that were in French as well, because there were quite a few that came in French. Yes. But I want to let everyone who's participating and viewing know that the questions will be answered in English. And I will not be translating them to French for this, for the Q&A session. Okay.
Well, Caitlin, that's a good question, because if people are French speakers, they might want to know that we have a very robust French community in London, a French community center. We have College Boreal. If you want your children to learn French, we have both full French classes within both our public and Catholic boards of education, and we have a French Catholic and a French public board operating in London, Ontario too. So the French language is alive and well in London, Ontario, and our employers are especially keen to have bilingual talent.
That's great. That's great. One of the questions I have here is, I know that the population in London was the fastest growing as per census. So how much does the population grow per year in London for the past?
Well, our population has grown 10% over between the last census periods, wow, which made it the largest growing CMA, census metropolitan area, in the province of Ontario, and actually the third largest in Canada. The other two were out west. Yeah. So that is a surprising fact to people who, and it's partly because we've got such interesting opportunities, that great educational opportunities, etc., and our affordability in comparison to some of the major centers.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but Robert mentioned in our presentation a website called salaryexpert.com. You can go on salaryexpert.com and check out what it would cost for your salary in different cities and make a comparison. And I wouldn't mention it if London didn't do pretty well.
Great. Salary experts, maybe we should share that in the chat. That'd be a good thing.
I will do that right now.
I'd like to check that out too. I've never been to that website. So this question was asked in French, but I'll just translate it because I think it is a good question for any language. This job seeker put in a file. I'm guessing they mean they put it into the province to immigrate. They haven't heard an answer, and it's been 2 months. So what is the average time to hear back when you're looking at immigrating or getting an express entry profile?
I think it depends if it's an express entry or if it's actually through the Ontario Immigration Nominee Program, which is saying actually I think their expectation is 2 to 3 months at the moment.
Okay.
So it may take a little while. And bear in mind, we've been a lot of immigration programs have really been challenged by COVID, by working remotely. Mm-hmm. And of course, then we've been supporting people coming from Ukraine into Canada, which have all put some pressures on our immigration systems to, and so some of those deadlines have been a little longer than we would wish for.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyways, because we get this question a lot, and I'm sure you've seen it pop up. they want to know if this webinar serves as an exploratory visit to submit an expression of interest.
I'm not quite sure what you mean behind that question. We're trying to portray. A lot of people only see the three major cities mainly when they think about Canada, and then unfamiliar with London, Ontario, its great geographic location and its range of supports. And one of the things that we're trying to encourage is all newcomers to look more completely at the opportunities across our great country. So I think this would help when you're talking to an immigration official or you're talking to an employer. You could demonstrate that you've been doing some of your homework about why Canada and why your specific location, why you're choosing London, Ontario.
Great. This is does the agri-food company, do they sponsor international candidates?
Yes, some of the internet sponsor is perhaps is always a tricky word in Canada. There are sponsorship programs specifically. Well, let me rephrase it. Our agri-food companies will bring in both temporary workers where they need them, and now I understand as of yesterday, some of the rules may change to up to 3 years. And then within that time period, somebody who's coming over as a temporary worker could then have got some Canadian experience and then apply for permanent residence. But yet again, some of our agri-food companies also have international presence. And so the ones who have international presence can bring people in under something called intra-company transfers. So you could actually chat to a major corporation, and I'll give a brand name like Cargill, which is owned offshore but has a major presence in London. They have immigration routes to be able to bring talent in more readily than applying through the publicly available immigration programs. So it'd be very worthwhile for somebody offshore to look to see if a particular company has an operation in their country, and then they could be able to, if they've been working for that company in their own country, then they can get an intercompany transfer to London, Ontario.
Great. We see a lot of not code questions. So here, what are some in-demand not codes, and where can they learn more about in-demand not codes for London?
Well, they can find the key positions as mentioned in our presentation at londonmanufacturingjobs.com, londontechjobs.ca, and something called the Local Jobs Hub. Now, here's the interesting thing for knock codes, everybody. Knock codes are going to change this year. And so stay tuned. So that's going to be an interesting process. And we are hoping that the alignment between job titles and knock codes will increase the flexibility for people who are currently not in Canada, to be able to come here and find great employment. So please, for some of you, as you know, immigration takes some time. For some of you, stay tuned for watching the change to the knock system.
And I just put the London Manufacturing Jobs and the London Tech Jobs URL in the chat.
Thank you. Let me just take a look at that. Yeah, perfect. I have a bad habit of putting things in the chat, but then actually just messaging someone. So I just want to make sure that not everyone shares that with me, bad habit. This is a question for the viewers today. do you know any specific employers that are open for applications from international candidates?
Yes, when you look at, yet again, please do go onto both of those websites that we mentioned, and you will see companies like Trojan Technologies, Trudell, all of our, and those are in our medical sciences area, or if you, and water treatment. But if you go over to our tech companies, and if you look at IHS Markit, Carfax, JD Power, and many more, you will find that they're all available and interested in bringing offshore talent. Now, they also, by the way, especially in the IT world, computer programs, software engineers, they have the ability to use a special program stream to hire you directly for them, and it's called Category B of the Global Talent Stream. They can recruit you and bring you in much more rapidly, and it does not require them to have done a labor market opinion before doing that. So many of those companies, and you can point that out, I'm eligible because I'm a computer programmer or software engineer. And so that makes you very attractive because they can bring you over quite quickly with your family members. And then and that's for an up to 2-year work permit. And of course, after 1 year of Canadian experience, then that will improve your overall scores for immigration. And you've got that magical 1 year of Canadian experience. So please do look at that very actively. Look at those companies, explain what your qualifications are. And by the way, it's good, often, by the way, good to have had your qualifications evaluated so that it's easy for the company to see what your skill sets are. And then, yes, companies are very keen to, because we have this high need, and that's what you can see from those job portals, just how frequently positions are being promoted and the quality of the kinds of jobs that are there.
Thank you, Robert. I have about 7 or 8 more questions, but we generally run a poll during the Q&A period. It kind of gives us a bit of feedback on the presentation, you know, how people are receiving the information. So Jim, if we could just run that poll now, and then we'll get to the rest of the questions after it's completed. Great. Yeah, so if everyone who's watching, I gave this little speech earlier today, but please give us some feedback in the comment section. Be as thorough as you'd like. Again, if there's questions, we will not be answering questions in that. Don't leave us your information in the feedback box. Please just try to give us feedback on this presentation, whether you thought the information was useful or not, and it helps us kind of learn and develop for you guys and to keep, excuse me. Okay, back to the question.
And Ashley, you can't fill this in on me, okay?
No, it says right there, host and panelists cannot vote.
This is a question that I saw once for an earlier presentation, but I think I'm going to ask it again because it is good for new viewers and people who are just thinking about immigrating to Canada. Is the immigration criteria for London, Ontario set by the province or the region?
Actually, it is set by the federal government overall, and then the province of Ontario negotiates with the federal government some specific criteria. So at the moment, London, Ontario, you can come to London, Ontario through both the federal criteria and the Ontario Immigration Nominee Program as it currently exists in Ontario. So there's those two major areas of information to look at if you're planning on immigrating to London, Ontario. At the moment, London, Ontario does not have any other separate criteria, but I would point out we're a very welcoming community with over 140 different nationalities represented here in our community.
Great. We spoke about French schools and the French population a little bit earlier. Someone was asking, what is the percentage of French-speaking people in London? And does London have a kind of program or associations for which to promote French?
The answer is yes. It's approximately 10%, I believe, of our population where French is the predominant language. That doesn't mean there aren't more of us who speak French. Like myself, I speak French comme un vache espagnol, which for those of you who are French speakers will know what that means. You see, in Caitlin, who does, is now chortling. Our Communauté francophone is a very welcoming and very successful community organization. We have, as I mentioned earlier, everything from childcare services in French, right through to College Boreal, having a campus here in London, through to the University of French at both the University of Western Ontario, and as I mentioned, the 4 school boards, all with French capacity. So a very active French community. There was as recently as this month, I've already attended a Francophone event here in London, Ontario. So.
Here's a question: are banking and financial sectors considered occupations in demand?
Yeah, I actually put, I don't know if everyone could see it, but I actually put a couple of specific job postings in the financial sector in the chat. There are a few financial positions open in the manufacturing sector. There's some controller positions, as well as London is known for banking. We are home to the largest TD headquarters outside of Toronto.
Well,
in addition to that, we're also a fintech hub. We have Canada's VersaBank, which is a major online banking system growing into the United States, and Paystone, founded actually by a newcomer, which is across the country, especially providing financial supports for small business. In addition to that, London was, when I first came here, the home of insurance. In fact, London Life Insurance, which is now Canada Life, is headquartered here.
Sorry, guys, just had to escape. Blow my nose there for a second.
Yes.
And here's a question I have. I don't really know if this is, and I'll just ask a question and you guys could answer it. We'll go there. This person would like to know, where can they send their CVs to recruiters? Where should they start? What's a good place they could go to?
Well, yet again, going to those job boards that we've mentioned and specifically picking companies that there is a fit, having done some homework, looking at the company's website, reading the job description very carefully, and then matching their cover letter and or resume to the job opportunity is the best way to draw their attention and expressing their interest in coming to London, Ontario. They've done that homework, is probably the best way to connect to employment.
Great. I have one more question. This person asked, they just asked on the chat, it's probably the newest question we have. I wish to know if professionals living outside Canada should apply for the advertised jobs today, or should we wait till tomorrow to apply? Thank you.
Well, today or tomorrow. Well, that's only a 24-hour choice. what I'm going to suggest is that it's really important to have done your research first about the company, to have looked at the company's website, to perhaps looked on LinkedIn to see what some of the key people are saying about working at their company. They actually even might want to use a website called Glassdoor to see how former employees are, what they're saying about the company. In other words, pre-qualify the company as being of interest. Make sure that you've read the job description and understand the priorities of the company and the language being used, and then apply. So I'm more of the opinion to apply tomorrow because you've done the work, your homework, than just fire off a resume and an application without having done that. I see too many job seekers who it's better to apply to a small number of employers that you've qualified than what some people call spray and pray, which is spread your resume out to hundreds of different employers without actually having done that homework. And I'll give you another tip about that. Many employers are using an applicant tracking system. And so if you apply once poorly, the system might say, oh, that person's already applied, we've looked at them. So that then may be a disservice to you if you've applied rapidly without actually having done that kind of homework, research, and customization.
Yeah, that's great advice. So that was the end of the questions. I think we should maybe finish with where can candidates, I know we've shared a lot of links, but with one final kind of information, where can candidates go to learn more about London, Ontario and opportunities within it?
So I would say our website is a great place to start. So it's ledc.com. We have a Why London portal and as well as a guide to London, which gives you lots of information. We also have a business directory where you can check out what kinds of employers are here, as well as how many people they employ and how large they are.
And I would just add to that, as Ashley mentioned earlier, you can also follow us. So that if you follow us on social media, you will see the announcements about new companies coming to London. And so really, it'll remind you of some of the great benefits of London by following us.
Great, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Ashley and Robert. We really appreciate you taking the time. It was a really fantastic presentation with a lot of great answers to the questions.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, and look forward to seeing everybody in London very soon.
Sounds good. Thank you. So Jim, maybe now would be a good time to run some videos. And for everyone watching, we will be back live at 11 a.m. with the city of Moncton. And they'll be talking about opportunities there. So if we could just, we'll run some videos and then we'll be back here at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Chat soon. Hey, I think now would be a good time to put some videos on.
Yeah, we switch the computer, so Hong will do that. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the last part.
We switch the computer, so Hong will do that. Yeah.
Oh, got you. Okay.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Stop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Stop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hi. Hi, Angelique. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good. Sorry, your name is incorrect. I'm not sure, for some reason it says Ching Hong. She's someone at work, so maybe
I'm gonna try to change that. Oh, there it is.
Great. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me here. I'm going to change my name.
We have a few minutes still. I mean, we're looking to start pretty much at 11 a.m. sharp. Yeah. So what's the weather like over there in Moncton?
Oh, it's really nice. Actually, so yeah, it's definitely warming up. So it's probably about 15 today, and it's beautiful, sunny, really, really nice. Yeah.
15? Oh, lucky you guys out there on the East Coast, eh?
So lucky. I'll tell everyone about it today. Yeah, no, it's great. And you're in Toronto, are you, or Ottawa?
I'm in Ottawa. I'm in Ottawa, so it's a little bit cleaner, but also a little bit more overcast than Toronto. It's always a little bit dark here.
Oh.
Gloomy Ottawa.
Yeah.
Well,
do I just sorry, do I just click through? You're going to give me the we're going to give you the screen. What I'll do first is I'll give you a bit of an introduction so that our viewers can learn a little bit more about you before you start presenting, and then I'll let you take over from there. I will be back to moderate the Q&A, so that you don't have to scroll through the chat and read all that. I'll be taking those notes while you're presenting. Okay, sounds great.
Great. Well, there's less than a minute left, so I may as well get into the presentation so you can start sharply at 11. I'll start by thanking everyone who's viewing for joining us today. Angelique, as the City of Moncton's Immigration Strategy Officer, is an experienced economic, immigration, and community development professional with a demonstrated history of working in government and the not-for-profit sector. In her role as Immigration Strategy Officer, she leads the City of Moncton's immigration strategy. Angelique develops projects to help with the recruitment and retention of immigrants and international students in the Greater Moncton area. We are very lucky to have her here today. The City of Moncton is a region with a booming economy surrounded by the natural beauty of the outdoors. You will enjoy short commutes to work, affordable housing, and community that is incredibly friendly, safe, and welcoming. You will feel welcome and at home. This energetic community is growing and they need skilled, talented workers like you. Thank you so much, Angelique, for being here. The floor is yours.
Great. Well, hello everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Alors, ma présentation va être plutôt en anglais, mais je suis disponible après la présentation pour répondre à vos questions en anglais ou français. Et toute la présentation, actuellement, c'est dans les deux langues aussi, alors sur les diapositives. Alors, so welcome everyone. Hello everyone. I was just saying that although my presentation I'll be mainly speaking in English for this event. The presentation slides are in English and in French, and I am available to speak in both languages after the event for any questions. So I will start my presentation here. I just want to make sure there we go. So I've had the opportunity to present at these events over the past few years, and I love connecting with individuals who are interested in moving to Greater Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada, which is on the east coast of Canada. And as I had started to say at the beginning, as we were just warming up, that it is beautiful here. So I'm sitting in my office at City Hall, and it is just gorgeous outside. So a lot of people want to know why move to Greater Moncton. So Greater Moncton is located in New Brunswick, like I said, which is on the east coast of Canada in the Atlantic provinces. And it is a very central location. We are oftentimes called the hub of Atlantic Canada because we have an international airport. We have rails that run through our community as well. So the train passes right through. We have buses and trucking, and actually logistics as a result of our strategic location is a major industry in our community. So if you could see here just by the map, I just wanted to show you a little bit of where we're located. So in the province of New Brunswick, like I had said, we're about a 2-hour flight to Boston and to New York, about an 1.5-hour flight to, for instance, to Montreal and Toronto, and very, very central in terms of Atlantic Canada. We're also 20 minutes away from the beach, and I'll get a little bit into that. So if the ocean is something that's important to you, we are very, very close to the ocean. So we're often called, like I said, the hub of Atlantic Canada, and we have extremely strong economy as a result of our strategic location within New Brunswick and within Atlantic Canada. So you could see here, I'm going to be referencing a lot Greater Moncton. So Greater Moncton is composed of Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe. So the city of Moncton, the town of Riverview, and the city of Dieppe, we work in close collaboration on immigration Greater Moncton. So when we speak to newcomers or international students that are interested in moving here or that are here, we collaborate on this shared brand and this kind of shared identity to show our partnership and how we work together. And so you could just see here from the map of New Brunswick as well. New Brunswick has some major cities and some smaller towns. And you could see where Moncton is located in relation to Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. But also what's important to note is when we say Greater Moncton, we're also surrounded by nature. We're surrounded by the ocean very, very close, and all sorts of beautiful national and provincial parks. So many of the communities that are around our region as well are absolutely gorgeous. And, you know, people can certainly choose to live within the urban area, which is Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, or you can move to more rural communities that are surrounding as well, and certainly benefit from so many great services and great experiences within Southeast New Brunswick. So I just wanted to also review, you know, the importance of our economy. So we're in full growth in the Greater Moncton area, and we're actually the 10th fastest growing census metropolitan area within Canada. And we're actually, the city of Moncton and the city of Dieppe are the 2 fastest growing cities in Atlantic Canada. So the Greater Moncton region is growing extremely quickly. And a lot of that has to do with so many immigrants, so many newcomers moving to our region from all around the world, as well as from across Canada. And so what that does is, with such tremendous growth of our region, so 14,000 people moving here over the last 5 years, it also spurs our economy as well. So we have record-breaking growth in terms of residential development. So lots of apartments going up, lots of new homes being built. And the wonderful thing about that as well is that we have, you know, more businesses that are opening, you know, a strong shopping districts, beautiful schools, because we're growing so quickly that, you know, there's a lot of new building going on. So the way I like to often see our region, it's the blank canvas. And when people are moving here, they're adding all of their ideas and all of their innovation to our region. So when you do decide to move here, know that you are moving to a very strong economy and a very fast growing region. And it's really the way we see it, it's an urban city surrounded by nature. So everything you need in a city, but really beautiful parks and completely surrounded by nature as well. So you won't get lost in the shuffle here. You will be welcomed and you will feel at home when you do arrive. So when you look at the different types of sectors, so one of the reasons why we have such tremendous growth is because of our strong economy. And our economy is strong because it's very diversified. So you can see here some of those key sectors. So for instance, like I had mentioned at the beginning, transportation, logistics, and supply chain. The fact that we're the hub of Atlantic Canada makes it so, with the rails passing through, excellent location in terms of trucking as well. There's a huge warehousing districts here. And those businesses are actually growing and expanding in our region. So trucking, logistics, and supply. If that's one of your key sectors of employment that you're interested in working in, know that there are a lot of opportunities here for you. Also construction, I had mentioned that large growth as well. And so with 14,000 people moving here over the past 5 years, our construction industry is absolutely booming and require a lot of skilled talent to be able to work in that sector. So certainly if you're in the construction field, there are, certainly tons of opportunities to be able to secure employment in that field. Healthcare, of course, as a result of COVID and even prior to that, healthcare in Canada and certainly in New Brunswick and in the greater Moncton area is obviously a very fast growing sector. Within the greater Moncton area too, we also have 2 hospitals that are all hiring, many special care facilities and specialized services that are hiring. So if you are also in the healthcare industry, that is something that is tremendously in growth. And actually, obviously with this event here today, we actually have 4 healthcare providers, and I'll get to that in a little bit. And I would certainly encourage you to go visit the New Brunswick employers that are here. Back office support, so finance, fintech, and insurance. Huge opportunities. So when we look at our region, we have, for instance, TD Bank that are here that have, well over, I believe, well over about 600 employees or more, are always recruiting, actively recruiting in the area. We have RBC, National Bank, Tangerine, Scotiabank, lots of different opportunities around finance. So if you have a background in finance, certainly this is a great region to be able to secure employment, fintech as well, and certainly insurance, very strong insurance industry here too. And so certainly those positions are a great opportunity to take advantage of with, thousands of people working in those sectors within the greater Moncton area. And also bilingualism. So New Brunswick is Canada's only official bilingual province, and the greater Moncton area is, a city of Moncton is an officially bilingual city. And about 47% of our workforce is bilingual, English and French. And certainly if you are French speaking, certainly New Brunswick is a great choice for you. The greater Moncton area is a great choice for you. And speaking both languages is a great opportunity. And also for children here too. So oftentimes people are deciding to move here with their families, and certainly within our school system, you'll have the opportunity to learn English and French. So oftentimes the children here speak both official languages, or at least have a solid understanding in them, even if you're in the English or French school districts. So it's certainly a great aspect from a cultural perspective, learning both languages in addition to your home languages as well, your mother tongue, and just know that there's lots of opportunity around that. So however, there are still positions available in English. So if you are English only speaker, certainly know that there are still positions within just one language as well. But if you speak both official languages or French, certainly Greater Moncton is an absolutely fantastic choice. Other key sectors of employment, education and post-secondary. So with so many people moving here and people obviously already living here, education is actively hiring. So a variety of different positions, obviously within our education system, as well as post-secondary. So we have a lot of post-secondary institutions, colleges and universities within the Greater Moncton area. They are also actively recruiting and is a very large sector in our region. Retail and tourism. So as I had mentioned at the beginning, we are 20 minutes away from the beach. The warmest salt waters in Canada is just 20 minutes a drive from here. We have great shopping. We have great tourism opportunities, lots of hotels in our region that are actively hiring all of the time. So certainly retail and tourism is a great sector within our region. Again, with everything opening back up in Canada and people being able to travel, certainly the retail and tourism sector is in high demand. In addition, it's also from a tourism perspective too, we have some great assets in terms of sports facilities within the Greater Moncton area and have even hosted the FIFA Women's World Cup here. And so certainly sporting events is something that brings in a lot of people to our region and a great opportunity to obviously take in some great sports, but that also brings in, a lot of people to the region. So that hotel industry is key to being able to welcome those individuals and certainly is hiring. IT and gaming, of course, IT, fast growing industry, advanced manufacturing. So as I had mentioned, in terms of our industrial parks, those are expanding. Lots of business opportunities, lots of employment opportunities within that sector. And of course, AI and robotics. So as our economy innovates and tech becomes more and more a huge component of our lives, the AI and robotics industry is also fast growing in our region. So as you can see from those sectors, they're diversified, but knowing that oftentimes people are moving here with their families. Of course, you have your principal applicant and then you have your spouse. Just know that there's a lot of different opportunities within each of those sectors, many employment opportunities for you to take advantage of. So oftentimes we tell people that, obviously we want that the principal applicant obviously to be able to secure employment within the region, but also knowing that their spouse, should they choose to work, will be well supported. And there's certainly a lot of employment opportunities for them as well. And again, when we're moving here with families, school and childcare is a major component, obviously. And so the fact that we are a bilingual province, we have a Francophone and Anglophone school district. However, within both school districts, your children will learn, to speak the other language. So if you're Francophone and obviously your children are going into the French school system, they will have the opportunity, obviously, to learn English, both in school, but also just in the neighborhood. Meeting with friends at the park and so on. They will interact with many other children and all in all their extracurricular activities too. So that's an important note. Also, our schools here go kindergarten to grade 12. And so oftentimes people will ask me, well, what's a good school to go to? All of our schools are good schools to go to. And that's an important point because the way it works here too is it doesn't matter what community you move to within the Greater Moncton area. If you choose the English school system or the French school system, if you live a certain distance away from school, a little over a kilometer, a school bus will actually pick up your child and bring them to school. So that's either English or French school, the school bus will pick them up. So it's all of our schools are great schools. All of our teachers are engaged. And oftentimes they're really nice facilities too, with a lot of different activities for the kids in terms of learning and education. So that's an important point, is that the school system within New Brunswick is very strong and very welcoming. When it comes to daycare, as well. We have English or French daycares as well. So depending on your language of choice, your language, you will be able to access English or French daycare or English or French after school care. So oftentimes both parents, for instance, will work and their children will, for instance, go to an after school program where a bus will pick up their child at school and bring them to a program while the other parent's working. And so we have all sorts of different types of after school care, everything from ballet to music to sports to just free play. So just know that there's a lot of different services out there should both partners be working. And so certainly a lot of opportunities here, even within those sectors. So the fact that our economy is growing so fast, so many young families, young individuals moving here, we require more and more daycare workers, more and more teachers, teacher assistants, for instance. So certainly that is something that's growing very fast, and an industry that's obviously in high demand, but also provides an excellent service to children within the community as well. And when we look at education, so obviously we have our English and French school system, but we also have a very strong post-secondary education system. So we have both public and private colleges within the Greater Moncton area. Those are just a few of the different post-secondary institutions we have. I'll share a website at the end of my presentation, but we do have a list of many post-secondaries that are also private institutions that are here. So you could see we have, for public, we have NBCC, which is a community college, and CCNB, c'est un collège communautaire, mais en français. On a Université de Moncton, alors c'est la plus grande université francophone à l'est de la ville de Québec. Alors, beaucoup de différents types de programmes qui sont là avec presque 1000 étudiants internationaux. So we have English and French post-secondary institutions. So Université de Moncton is the largest French university east of Quebec City, and we have well over around 800 international students, for instance, that go there. We also have private colleges like Mackenzie College, Olton's College, Crandall University as well, and of course a very flight college as well, which a lot of international students also go to. So certainly lots of opportunities if you move here as a family and your children are almost done high school, for instance, or secondary school, they can continue on their studies and you can remain as a family unit here as well, and with your kids going to a university or college while you're living within the Greater Moncton area. So certainly a lot of opportunities both for international students, but also with post-secondary, also with newcomers, so immigrants that are moving here too. In terms of healthcare, the fact that we are New Brunswick's largest city, so Moncton is New Brunswick's largest city, and the fastest growing, Moncton and Dieppe are the fastest growing cities. Our region is just, in high growth, lots of opportunities. And also in terms of healthcare, we have two large hospitals in Moncton. We have the Moncton Hospital and the George Dumont Hospital. The Moncton Hospital is run by the Horizon Health Network, which is an English health network. However, you can have services and it's bilingual, so it's English and French. In Vitalité Health Network, more on the Francophone side, however, services available in both English and French. And then we have the Atlantic Cancer Research Institute as well. So in terms of services, a lot of the services in terms of health is what you would access within the Greater Moncton area. So should you require, surgery or any of those types of things, normally it would be within the Greater Moncton area, you would be accessing those services. Also, though, in terms of employment, lots of opportunities with those two large hospitals. And of course, we have after, walk-in clinics and so on. So healthcare industry, both from a recruitment perspective, but also just access to services. It's not a far drive at all to be able to access a hospital should you require services. and certainly a great employer within our region. And they're actually, both of those health networks are actually here today recruiting at this very event. So I certainly would encourage you to go visit Horizon Health and go visit Vitalité Health Network. They have a wide variety of positions available. So in terms of housing costs, the average price of a 2-bedroom, for instance, apartment within the Greater Moncton area is about $1,042. Before you arrive, it's really important to take a look at the housing market across Canada. Certainly housing is in high demand. With our region being so fast growing, it's important to be prepared, of course, to do your research before you arrive, and also to plan to stay perhaps in an Airbnb or to try to secure an apartment before arriving. But no, there's also a lot of hotels too while you're looking. But that's something important to factor in. Our rental prices, they have increased because we are fast growing, because our region's in high demand. However, it is still much more affordable than a lot of big cities, Toronto, for instance, and Halifax. So certainly plan ahead and plan when you get here, but just know it is still affordable, and lots of opportunities with so many new buildings in the queue. But also planning ahead, like I had said, is extremely important. And I'll be sharing a website afterwards with how you can look at all the rental companies that are available to do some research prior to arrival. And so here too is a few different examples of homes that you would find within the Greater Moncton area. The average price of a home is about $320,000. Again, that's increased. However, in comparison to Halifax, which is around $460,000, or across Canada, the average home price is $800,000. The Greater Moncton area is extremely affordable. And again, it's great to plan ahead. Those are just a few photos of different types of housing and different types of neighborhoods that you would see here. But all of our neighborhoods within the area are close to parks. So if you're moving here with your children, having access to parks is really important. Walking trails, being a short commute to local theaters and shopping. It's all within, the Greater Moncton area. There's a lot of access to services, lots of things to do. So those are just a few examples of the houses that you would find here and the average home price in comparison to other Canadian cities. And certainly our region is known for events, and we're very excited that the world is now opening back up as well. So I just wanted to give you some examples of different types of festivals that you'll see in our region. So if you just to give an example, if you like cars, we have huge car shows with people that drive in from all over North America to show off their beautiful, vehicles, and it's a giant festival right downtown. We also have the Mosaic Festival, which is a multicultural festival. We have food from all around the world and beautiful performances from many immigrants that have either recently arrived or whose families have been established here for decades or very, very long time, that do beautiful performances. And certainly that's another great event to go to. Canada Day, of course, is a huge event here. We also have even kite flying shows in Dieppe, and we have a Riverview Carnival in the wintertime with hot chocolate and sliding and skating. So there's really something for all families, all individuals, and oftentimes downtown there's always a festival happening. So that's a really important note. On the weekend, sometimes there can be two, and you could take your choice of what you want to experience. So certainly taking advantage of everything as everything's kind of opening back up in Canada, which is really exciting. But certainly it's opening back up within the Greater Moncton area. And we hope that you'll have that opportunity to experience that as well. frozen. Oh, there we go. Unfroze. And so sports and recreation is actually a big aspect. So the great part about living in a medium-sized community, a medium-sized city, such as the city of Moncton, Greater Moncton, is that people, yes, absolutely, they work. I work full-time. I have a young family as well, and you have lots of opportunity to work, to partake in recreational activities, to go to the neighborhood parks, and to, you know, have a lot of fun as a family and really enjoy your life. You won't be stuck in traffic, right? You won't be waiting for a parking spot necessarily. That's just not a part of our culture here. That's just not what you will experience. You will experience short commute to work. You'll experience the opportunity to partake in different festivals, to you know, go into different programs, to put your children in sports, for instance, or different cultural activities like music, for instance, or dancing. And I just wanted to show you here a few different types of sporting activities that we would have, really something for everyone, different recreational activities for everyone, whether you want to do competitive, or if you want to do recreational just for fun. There's really something for everyone. So for instance, we have tennis, we have basketball, we have football, we have a fast growing cricket league here in Moncton. We have baseball, different forms of gymnastics. So floor gymnastics, which is rhythmic, or more like the bars and stuff, the other type of gymnastics. We have track and field, so athlétisme. We have also squash, for instance, table tennis. So you kind of name it. We have every activity. And the difference is you're going to have time for those activities. So if you move to a larger city, for instance, like Toronto, there's a lot of commute time. The average commute in Moncton is around 12 minutes. And just to give you an example, my commute is 5 minutes. So for me to get from my home to work is 5 minutes. So I can go home on my lunch breaks. I go home right after work and spend time with my family and bring my kids to their sports activities. They're, you know, what they're doing. And we're within the neighborhood park is a 2-minute walk. So lots of opportunities for you, and lots of opportunities to have that time to be able to partake in those activities. So those are just a few of the different activities that we would have here, the different types of sports. Those are their logos, but there's many, many more. And certainly you'll see that when you arrive. It's also a great way to meet friends, and a great way to either volunteer. So if you have those types of skill sets in any of those activities, they're always looking for volunteers. And it's a great way to grow your network. And so we always encourage people to volunteer when they move here, and also to participate in different types of programs and services. And those are just a few. And in terms of lots to do, there really is lots to do. So we have beautiful facilities. So all Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe have invested heavily within their recreational activities, within their parks. So you could see here the Uniplex, which is in Dieppe. It's a beautiful new hockey arena. Hockey is big here too, of course, in Canada. And so we have Uniplex that's there. We have a beautiful museum. We have a large facility called the Avenir Center, which puts on large concerts. We have a professional hockey team called the YMCAGTA. So you could go see all sorts of different concerts and events there. We have many different trails, indoor pools, outdoor pools. We have a zoo. And again, like I had mentioned, we're really close to the beach. So a lot of times your weekends will be spent at the neighborhood park, at a nature park, you know, or on the beach, or at one of our national or provincial parks. I like to go hiking, for instance, and camping. And so these are just a few different images of the parks that we have close. We're about a 45-minute drive from, or a half an hour drive from the highest tides in the world. So you could see here, the middle image is Hopewell Rocks. It's not far at all, and it's absolutely amazing to see. So the highest tides come in there in the world, and you can actually walk on the ocean floor. So those people there are actually walking on the ocean floor, and then just a few hours later, the tide goes up, and then all of that is completely submerged, and it's pretty spectacular to see. We are an urban area, as I said. Great theaters, great events, all sorts of things that you need, but we're completely surrounded by nature. And I think that has been something that's really important during COVID with having this pandemic, is the ability to experience nature and to get out, to go on walking trails, to see the beautiful landscapes that Canada has, and know that you will have that experience here, both within the cities. Lots of beautiful trees, but just surrounding our region is, some beautiful national and provincial parks if you want to go camping, hiking, swimming, kayaking, all sorts of activities. But it's a short commute. Those national parks are about 45 minutes to an hour away. So a great activity to do on the weekend as well, or on vacation, of course. Another important point is that when you move here, you're not just a number. You will be well connected to your community, and know that there's a lot of support services that are here to support you, to make sure that you have connections in the community, that you can make friends, that you can access the labor market, so secure employment. So I just wanted to talk just quickly about our partners that play a really important role. So we have settlement services. So they are funded by the federal and provincial government to provide settlement support to newcomers and international students. So MAGMA and CAFE. We have employment services as well. So Working New Brunswick, which is the provincial government, provides employment and training to newcomers when they arrive. So a great connection for you, to make sure that your resume is ready, to make sure that you have some great training on how to access employers. And so a lot of different opportunities there. And I would certainly encourage you, once you do arrive, to go to Working New Brunswick and to access their services. We also have networking and volunteering. So lots of different events to connect with like-minded individuals, to connect with people within your industry. And so certainly some of those organizations that do different types of networking events and training events, where you can meet different people within your professional network or wherever you're interested in spending some time. Some of those organizations are like the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Clubs, very active community, Young Professionals Club, so for individuals around 30 years and younger, Professional Women's Club, just to name a few. Also, in terms of volunteering, we have United Way and the volunteer centers. So volunteerism here is very important. Great way to get involved in your community, great way to meet people. So certainly volunteering is a great opportunity. You can also even volunteer with your local settlement agencies as well, like MAGMA and CAFE, those two organizations I had mentioned. Entrepreneurship as well. If you're looking to start a business, this is a great place to start a business. With our population growing by 14,000 people over 5 years in a mid-sized city like Moncton, like the greater Moncton area, certainly lots of opportunity for business growth. A lot of people retiring that are interested in selling their businesses, so an opportunity for succession. But also, if you have something that you're able to do in terms of the business landscape, lots of opportunity for growth, both in the tech sector, quality of lifestyle businesses, or also within some of the industries that we're targeting as a region as well. for New Brunswick overall. So some services that can help support you in that include 3+ Corporation. They provide entrepreneurship training to newcomers when they do arrive, and they provide an excellent service. We have the Chamber of Commerce, excellent connectivity there. The Chamber of Commerce in Greater Moncton has over 750 members, which is a huge network if you are looking to start a business. We have Ven Innovation, which is for tech entrepreneurs. They also have an incubator as well as obviously if you're going to be starting a business in one of our cities, the municipal economic development departments, which is where I work, have great opportunities for services for entrepreneurs, as well as the CBDCs for more rural, so the areas surrounding Greater Moncton. So lots of opportunities for you on the entrepreneurship side, as I said, around employment and training. So if you're looking for support services, our community is excited to meet with you. You won't be just a number. You're certainly going to be having access to all sorts of partners, because the way our community does see it is your success is our success. So if you're successful in terms of accessing employment, in terms of registering your kids in school and them being happy within their school, and also in terms of them being integrated into the community, overall, it's a success for all of us. Because we want you not only obviously to move here, we want you to stay here and build a life here. And so a lot of these organizations are here to help support you in building that life. We also have all of this information available that I had gone through because it's a lot to take in. I know that there's some great presentations here today. You can find a lot of this information though that I have reviewed today on our website. It is called Immigration Greater Moncton, immigrationgrandmoncton.ca. So you'll find information on living, working, and settling within the Greater Moncton area. So certainly go visit the website. You'll have access to all those programs and services that I reviewed. So certainly take a look at that, and certainly follow us on our newsletter too. These are just some of the components of what you'll find on that website. So for instance, information on housing, employment, settlement services, where to do your shopping. So with so many newcomers moving here, we have really specialty grocery stores from around the world. So if you're moving here from any continent, any country, likely you're going to find food from home here. And so that's a really important point. It's a great entrepreneurial opportunity for people when they're moving here. And so some communities had said, if it's not here, Moncton, Greater Moncton is a great place to start a business, because with, for instance, the Indian community is a very fast growing community here. At the beginning, there was no, for instance, only maybe 1 or 2 Indian restaurants. Now there's many. Same thing with the specialty grocery stores, lots of different opportunities. So you'll have a large list of different areas to shop, how to volunteer, where to find those services, childcare, education. You'll actually see the list of all of our post-secondary institutions. So you could take a look at those. So university and colleges, they're all listed there. If you are an international student or interested in moving here as an international student, you will also find all sorts of information on how to get a job, how to find housing, what to do in the community. So there's a special page just for international students. You'll learn about special events and education. And so those are just a few things that you'll find on the website. That image there is actually where I'm located here today at City Hall, Moncton City Hall. So certainly when you arrive, be happy to meet with you as well. And those services that you see listed on the website are all based within the Greater Moncton area and surrounding area. Also, with such a fast growing immigrant population within our region, we have well over 20 ethnocultural associations. So just to give you a few examples, l'Association Congolais de Kinshasa, Burundi, Brazzaville, We also have Haitian Association, Chinese Cultural Association, Korean Association, Indo-Canadian Association, Moroccan Association, all sorts of different ethnocultural associations. So a great way to connect with people who have lived here for a long time or people who have just arrived and make new friends. And also if English or French isn't your first language, meeting with people from your home country and being comfortable speaking your mother tongue, your first language, is also really important, and we recognize that. So we try our best to promote all of those ethnocultural associations, as it's a great way to connect with people, and they're all very active in the community too. You can also download our newcomer guide. So the newcomer guide is available on our on the immigration website, so you can download that. It's a PDF guide. Also, if you do come here on an exploratory visit, for instance, or if you're visiting, you can also pick one of those up at settlement agencies or City Hall, but it is available for download, so you could just download that guide. Yeah. And we also have employment fairs. So when you do arrive, we have regular employment fairs for newcomers and international students. So even on April 29th, for instance, we have an employment fair that is for tourism, customer service, and hospitality. And so when you do arrive, you will have access to regular employment fairs. And what the great part is about that is we filled close to over 450 positions through holding these regular employment fairs. Alors, les salons d'emploi, on fait les salons d'emploi pour les nouveaux arrivants, les étudiants internationaux, à peu près 5 fois par année. Maintenant, c'est tout virtuel, mais probablement dans les mois à venir, ça va être en personne, en direct. Alors, je vous encourage, dès que tu arrives, de vraiment prendre avantage de nos salons d'emploi. So certainly when you arrive, know that there are job fairs just for newcomers and international students, which really allow you to connect with employers. And we work with well over 60 employers from our region that are eagerly looking for talent like yourselves. So those job fairs have filled well over 450 positions, and you'll have access to those, and those are regular. So they're every few months, you'll see a job fair in the Greater Moncton area that's just for newly arrived newcomers arriving in our region. So certainly take advantage of those job fairs as well. And of course, we have different types of guides, all available on our immigration website, but also available in paper format. Again, just wanting you to connect. So to connect with services, to connect with people, and just know that all these things are to help you build a network when you get here. You'll have a lot of people working on your behalf to make sure that you're well supported. And so certainly our guides that our local immigration partnership have put together are a great way to access more services. And of course, you can follow us on social media as well. So on LinkedIn, we have Immigration Greater Moncton. So you could just look that up and follow us. We have also the Greater Moncton Local Immigration Partnership. And on Facebook, certainly follow the Greater Moncton Local Immigration Partnership. Alors, sur notre page Facebook. Sur Facebook, c'est actuellement notre partenariat local en matière d'immigration du Grand Moncton. Il y a beaucoup de différents types d'informations pour les nouveaux arrivants, pour les étudiants internationaux aussi. Alors, je vous encourage pour vraiment visiter et ajouter et suivre ces liens sur LinkedIn et aussi sur Facebook. In terms of participating employers today from our region, I would certainly encourage you to visit Villa Providence, Vitalité, Shanix, the New Brunswick Nursing Home Association, and Horizon Health. They all have a lot of employment opportunities available. A great way to connect with New Brunswick employers from the Greater Moncton area. Likely ONB has already reviewed the other employers from the rest of New Brunswick. All of New Brunswick is beautiful, and certainly the Greater Moncton area is ready and excited to connect with you in person, hopefully when you decide to move here, but also certainly virtually as well at this event. Also, you can follow me as well on LinkedIn. I have a very active LinkedIn account, and you can see a lot of different events coming up. Certainly visit our immigration website at immigrationgreatermoncton.ca, immigrationgrandmoncton.ca. Aussi, si tu as des questions, tu peux nous lancer un courriel à immigration@commercialmoncton.ca. Alors, je vous encourage pour visiter notre site web, pour engager à nos kiosques, à notre kiosque d'Immigration Grand Moncton. On va être ici aujourd'hui à notre kiosque et demain jusqu'à 16h. So we're going to be at our Atlantic time. We're going to be at our kiosk and excited to speak with you. So certainly come visit us today and tomorrow. We have several members from the Greater Moncton area, myself included, the Town Review, Dieppe, and some of our other partners at CAFE that will be there to answer questions that you might have on living, working, and settling. Certainly visit our employers from New Brunswick and from Greater Moncton, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Angelique. So for everyone viewing, we just put up a poll. If you could please fill that out. We are going to get to a Q&A period now, but I wanted to just take a couple seconds to get that poll filled out. That was a fantastic presentation, Angelique. It was very thorough. I don't know if you were looking at the chat, but we did have a lot of people saying, wow, love this presentation, want to move to Moncton, help me move to Moncton. We had a lot of those. We only have about 7 or 8 minutes left, so I'm just going to rapid fire you some of the questions, and let's see how many we can get through.
Sounds good.
Excuse me. So you had mentioned that the construction field is one of the in-demand sectors in Moncton. Does this include professions like engineers and architects?
So when it comes to engineers and architects, those are regulated sectors. So it's important for you to take a look at the associations that provide accreditation on those sectors. So certainly skilled laborers is in huge demand. And yes, when it comes to architects and engineers, however, it is really important when it comes to foreign credential recognition to do some homework before coming to Canada, just to make sure, and that's across Canada, just to make sure that you can practice within your field when you arrive. So, you know, architects, engineers, doctors, all of those are really important fields, you know, just to give a few examples that you should do some research prior to arrival. There could be, for instance, academic upgrading that you might need to do when you get here, but doing your research prior to arrival, I think, is really key on this.
Yeah. Okay, great. Do you know what employers in Moncton are offering sponsorships to international candidates?
So, you know, a great thing for you to do too, ONB Immigration is here. Obviously, they presented prior. They have a booth. They have a great team that are there to answer your immigration-related questions. Alors, je vais dire ça en français aussi. Alors, sur le côté d'immigration, je vous encourage vraiment pour visiter le kiosque de ONB Immigration. Ils ont une excellente équipe qui sont là, qui sont disponibles pour répondre à vos questions sur le côté de l'immigration. Aussi, la province du Nouveau-Brunswick est vraiment active sur le côté de l'attraction et de support des employeurs qui cherchent la main-d'œuvre. Alors, je vous encourage aussi de parler avec eux, avec des autres événements virtuels où ils supportent des employeurs qui cherchent la main-d'œuvre sur le côté d'international. So, please do on the side of immigration and connecting with employers. Certainly through ONB Immigration, they are very active at international recruitment. This is a great event to be able to connect with them and to connect with employers that are recruiting right now internationally or nationally. But certainly ONB Immigration is a great connector and is really tasked with international recruitment for the province of New Brunswick. So I would certainly take advantage of today to connect with their staff and to visit their website too. You can find lots of information at welcomenb.ca. Alors, bienvenue nb.ca. Tu peux aussi trouver beaucoup d'informations sur immigration, même leurs événements virtuels qui viennent sur ce site web-là. Alors, bienvenue nb, welcomenb.ca.
Great. This morning, as you know, we had ONB here, and they talked about the low cost of housing compared to the rest of Canada. So how does the cost of living in Moncton compare to the rest of New Brunswick?
So Moncton and Dieppe are the fastest growing cities in New Brunswick, biggest cities, Moncton, and fastest growing. So our housing market is growing extremely fast. We have a new builds like records in terms of apartment buildings right now. So many new units coming, because the great part about a fast growing population, predominantly through immigration, is also a lot of investment into residential. And so when it comes to housing costs, very comparable to the rest of the province, slightly more expensive, but not by much. But when it comes to accessibility and bus routes and availability of jobs, lots of opportunity there. All of New Brunswick is relatively affordable compared to most Canadian cities. So certainly, slightly more expensive in Moncton, but also our economy is really, really strong here too. So they kind of go hand in hand, fast growing population. So, but on our immigration website, you will see a full list rental companies, but also where you can even homes prior to arrival, just to see the types of homes and the costs that we have available here too.
Great, that's fantastic. This question is, okay, what is the legal minimum wage in Moncton?
So that's across New Brunswick. So it is, I believe it's around $11.50, $11.75. But most positions now, there's a large competition for talent. So most positions, you don't necessarily start at minimum wage. And so that is an important note too. If you want to take a look at all of the positions available in New Brunswick that are posted, you can also take a look at NB Jobs, so New Brunswick, nbjobs.ca. And you'll see all of the positions available, and oftentimes they'll advertise the average the salary for that position, the salary bracket. So that's something else to take a look at as well.
Yeah, they were mentioning earlier this morning to go on Glassdoor as well to compare salaries, because it's a strong comparison.
Absolutely, yes.
Now this question, we had it a bunch this morning. We have it again. It's a really simple answer. And we'll probably do it in French and English, but it's something that pops up quite a lot. And I'm sure you get it all the time. So in English is, can we count this webinar as a declaration of interest? And en français, c'est peut-on faire une demande d'intérêt à Nouveau-Brunswick suite à cette session?
The answer to that is no. So I work with municipal government as well. So that is local government. When it comes to immigration, again, ONB Immigration is who you want to connect with at their kiosk. Visit the welcomenb.ca website, but this presentation would not count as that. Our goal is to help provide you information on living, working, and settling in Greater Moncton, so you can make an informed choice. So, alors la réponse de ça, c'est non. Cette présentation, moi je travaille pour le gouvernement local. Alors, vraiment, notre objectif, c'est de vous informer sur les services d'établissement, les opportunités d'emploi, et vraiment pour vous donner des informations pour la région pour que tu peux faire un choix informé. Alors, on veut vraiment que tu décides de déménager ici, mais vraiment, pour les questions d'immigration, tu devrais visiter ONB Immigration. Il peut te donner beaucoup d'informations sur la procédure, le processus d'immigration au Nouveau-Brunswick.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's pretty much it for our time. But before we go, I wanted to give you a very warm and welcome. Thank you so much for coming today. That was a fantastic presentation. Before you go, give the people viewing one more time where they can go to learn more about Moncton and where they can see opportunities within it.
Great. Yeah, so we would certainly encourage you to come visit our booth, but visit immigrationgreatermoncton.ca. Alors, tu peux visiter notre site web immigrationgrandmoncton.ca pour beaucoup d'informations sur l'établissement, sur l'emploi, par exemple, sur les écoles dans notre région. So certainly visit our Immigration Greater Moncton website for information on settlement, working, even starting a business and going to school in Greater Moncton. So happy to connect with you at our kiosk later today and tomorrow, but certainly do follow us on LinkedIn and Facebook, Immigration Greater Moncton, or the local immigration partnership of Greater Moncton. Lots of opportunity to connect, and I look forward to chatting with you all this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
So there's only a few minutes left. Maybe we don't have too much time to run videos, so we could just tell me about where you guys are watching from on the chat. So Morocco, oh, lots of Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Kenya, oh, lots of Africa. Lots of African viewers today. Oh, I saw Haiti there. Pakistan. Wow. Must be the evening there, must be quite late. Thank you guys for staying up and watching these presentations. Okay. Okay, we're just waiting for Nasheen. Tunisia, Cote d'Ivoire, Russia, Benin, South Africa, Senegal. It's 7 p.m. in Kenya. Well, it is currently noon over here I'm based out of Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada. Okay, we're still waiting for our presenters. 4 p.m. in Morocco. Okay, I'm just going to turn my camera off. I'm just going to do a quick check-in on the presenters and make sure that they're not having any technical issues. So I will be right back, and hold tight as we wait for the presentation to start. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me know I was muted. So we're having a bit of a technical issue with our presenters. They just had a quick power outage. So while their internet and their power comes back on, maybe we could just play some videos in the meantime. I hope everyone has been enjoying the presentations today. And I thank you guys for your participation. Glad you made it. I can see you're there, but I can't hear or see you. Perhaps that's Gabrielle, not Nosheen. I think we're still just working through some. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Is there? Hi, how are you?
Good. Is that Nosheen or Gabrielle?
It's Gabrielle.
Hey, yeah,
Hi.
your name is set to Nosheen, so maybe we could just rename it. And if you're, yeah,
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think
that
we
would be
shared
good.
the link with the two of you. So
Okay, I'll just rename right now. And is there a reason why it says that I have control of the
yeah.
screen? Okay.
So I know that I think normally Nosheen was set to present.
Okay.
She did have a power outage in her house. So everything is turning back on, but it's taking a little bit of time, as you know.
Okay.
So I know you're joining the presentation. Would you be comfortable to start it, or would you prefer to wait for her?
I haven't attended any of Nosheen's presentations before. I'm just here for the translation. So
Okay,
there are probably a lot of things that I wouldn't be able to cover. So it might be better to wait for Nosheen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll keep playing some videos, I believe, for the time being, and we'll just wait for her to log in. I'll do another check-in with her and see what the progress is.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We'll just have to go back to some videos for the time being. I'm not sure who's on the line at G-TAC support, but if you could just go back to some promotional videos, that would be great. Thank you.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Desktop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hi, Nasheen.
Hi, can you hear me right, Katie?
Yeah, actually
Hello?
quite clearly. Yes.
Okay, awesome. I would not connect my video because that would just make things worse. So I
don't worry about that.
I just hope I stay audible.
Oh, we're super glad that you made it. I'm just going to jump right into an instruction. I have an introduction for you. So I'll jump right into that and then we'll just start with the presentation right away.
Sure.
So today we're joined by Nasheen. Nasheen is a human resource management expert by education. Nasheen is a certified workforce development specialist by the International Economic Development Council and is taking care of population growth and workforce development functions at Ignite Fredericton, the City of Fredericton's economic development agency. Hailing from Southeast Asia, Nasheen has postgraduate in education in business management sciences. She has over 12 years of experience working with multiple organizations in the tech industry. Since moving to New Brunswick, Canada, Nasheen has been engaged with Ignite Fredericton, where she is a part of the population growth pillar focusing on workforce, immigrant attraction, retention, and startup visa program management. She serves a diverse clientele, including skilled workers, entrepreneurs, and business owners, individuals in skilled trades, and local and international students. Fredericton is the capital city of New Brunswick, situated in the eastern part of the province, on the banks of the beautiful St. John River. Fredericton is a hub of tourism, government, higher education, and is known as a startup capital of Canada. Nasheen will dig deeper regarding everything that Fredericton has to offer its residents, newcomers to Fredericton, international students, businesses, and entrepreneurs looking for a top-notch support network. Nasheen, thank you again for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think I moved the slides involuntarily. I was just trying to make this work on my mobile device. Can you please go back to the first slide?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, thank you so much. Firstly, I apologize for being late. I'm traveling right now, and where I'm at, the electricity system can be very unreliable. So I was not prepared that we would face an outage at this time, but it happened. So, worst things happen at times when you don't expect them to happen. So I'm very, very sorry about that. I'm connected from my mobile device. Let's hope it lasts for as long as the presentation continues. If it doesn't, if I hop off at any time, please forgive me. And I will always be available for questions later. You can just send me an email and I will take them later. So that's a contingency plan. Now, starting to talk about Fredericton a bit, I will try to make this as quick as possible. Fredericton is, as you may know, the capital city of the province of New Brunswick. Last year, we were ranked as number 2 in Canada's top 25 communities to live and work remotely in 2021. And that is because, during the last couple of years, most of us experienced the ways of working from home, working remotely. And I'm sure you would agree that when you have to work remotely or from home, you need the kind of facility or infrastructure that would help you do your best while you're at home, surrounded with your family, sometimes children, and sometimes not in the best location to be able to do your work properly. However, keeping everything under consideration in Fredericton, we were ranked as the second top city for people who consider this as the most lucrative city to live and work remotely in, because number one, our city is very well connected with the best connections of internet. We are 5G powered now, and 2 of the operators in our city offer 5G networks, which are very, very reliable. Secondly, living in Fredericton, you can actually afford a bigger housing setting. So you could have a room, a separate room to make your office in. Whereas, a similar dwelling would not be affordable in any other city in Canada. So we normally boast this fact that we have one of the lowest housing market costs in New Brunswick, which is a huge advantage when you want to work from home or, just when you want to enjoy a better lifestyle. We have also been awarded the Smart 21 status for 2 years in a row. In fact, right now we are competing for the Smart 7, for a spot in the top Smart 7 cities in the world. And that is again because we're so well connected. All our information systems are real-time online. And whatever is happening in the city, you can have that information on your fingertips all the time. So this is one of the greater advantages that we have. I'm trying to move a slide. Yes, okay, it worked. In terms of our time zone, we're an hour ahead from the Eastern time zone. So if you normally follow the Toronto time zone, we're an hour ahead from that. And I would say that it's a pretty convenient time zone when you have to connect with your family members or your team members back at home. Because, while it's still your work day, the people back at home or back in other countries in the world would still have some daylight left to be able to connect with you or to talk to you. It is not like it would be an absurd time of the day for the people outside of Canada whom you want to connect with. So connecting with a global audience is relatively easier in terms of timelines. We also have an international airport, which has recently been renovated, and it's a beautiful and welcoming space. It is, a maximum of 2-hour flight away from a number of international airports around Canada and in North America and around the world, of course. So even travel is not an issue. And we're the capital city, so you would find the seat of the New Brunswick government here in Fredericton. Most of the government departments, like the Department of Education, of Health, even Public Safety, most of these provincial ministries have their offices here in Fredericton, so we're actually pretty high on public sector jobs. Okay, so let's talk about why we think Fredericton is a great place to live in. There are multiple reasons for that. One, we believe in innovation. Fredericton has been named as the innovation corridor for New Brunswick a lot of times, just because there's a lot of focus on research and development and innovation when you talk about the University of New Brunswick. Also, the lifestyle, that is another element that we like to boast about, and the services, the personal service, the one-on-one service that you receive here, which is actually unthinkable when you go to any other part of Canada, because of the sheer size of them, you don't really get a person to serve you when you call them or talk to them. But in terms of Fredericton, you can actually speak to a real person if you have a problem and if you want some sort of service. So we really like this fact that people always tell us that, oh, I was actually able to speak to a person when I called for this particular help. And because,
in any other place, you would just get to listen to an IVR talking to you. Okay, so if you know Fredericton at all, if you have seen our map, or if you have seen how the city works, you would notice that we have the University of New Brunswick right in the center of the city, and it is surrounded by the St. Thomas University and the New Brunswick Community College as well. We have, in our small city of 100,000 people, we actually have 4 universities, 7 training colleges, and most of our millennials who are coming out of university nowadays are bilingual. And 36% of these degree holders have STEM degrees, and STEM means science, technology, education, and mathematics. So you can imagine the level of the level of importance that we put on education. Most of the families have children in higher education institutions. We have a large number of graduates coming out each year to support our workforce. Sorry, I seem to be unable to control my screen. Is it moving or not? Can somebody tell me?
It's moving for me.
What?
I don't see it moving. Maybe if you want,
I can't.
If you want, I
seem to be able to move it.
Okay, maybe what would be best if you just let me know when you want to move to another slide. And
okay, can you move it, please?
I'm just gonna get, if you could just give me control of the screen. Oh, it just moved without me.
It just moved, yeah. Maybe it's because of my connection, because my connection can be spotty. Okay, so we really think that our people are our greatest strengths, and why is that? Our region, the Fredericton region, the central region in New Brunswick, attracts about 30% of all the immigrants that come into the region. And the median age of most of these people, not only immigrants, but all our workforce, all the people who are here, the median age is 38.7. So 38.7 is the kind of age that is very, very, workable when you want to be a part of the workforce. So, if you're coming in with the plans of getting yourself employed, or if you have a business and you want to hire people, you want to hire workforce, you can actually rest assured that there are not only opportunities available for you to engage in the workforce, but for you to be able to engage workforce for yourself, because there is such a huge supply of it. The student population is endless. We get about 10,000 students enrolled in our universities on an annual basis. The CFP Gagetown military base is just 20 hours drive away from us. So there are about 5,000 highly trained veterans there who are, ready to be part of the workforce. So this can be a great opportunity for people who want to engage with the workforce, or, get people hired. Can you move to another slide, please? Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, the University of New Brunswick invests heavily in research and development. You would find research happening in areas like, agriculture, biotechnology, air sciences and geosciences, things like plant-based foods, preservatives. So you name it, and University of New Brunswick has done some research around it. And not only UNB, we do have the organizations like the Research and Productivity Council and the National Research in Fredericton, working and supporting the students and research organizations engaged in UNB. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the most prevalent sectors in our economy are, of course, the IT sector, and I will elaborate more on that in just a bit. The other sectors that are doing really well in our economy include agricultural technology. There's a lot of focus on agriculture. In fact, the New Brunswick Community College has recently announced a micro-credentialing program in agriculture as well. So you can actually learn whatever you need to upskill yourself on, go to NBCC and be a part of this program. There is a lot of opportunity in forestry, as you may see, and New Brunswick is all green. It's a green economy. So there's a lot of research happening in our forestry sector. Engineering is another sector, mechanics, mechatronics, civil engineering. These are the fields that are doing really, really well. There is a lot of opportunity in biotechnology, and cybersecurity is another sector that is very fastly growing. And this sector only is expected to create about 500 jobs in the next 3 years in the Fredericton region. Next slide. Like I said, the information and communication technology field is the fastest growing and the most prevalent sector here. 50% of IT companies in all of New Brunswick are centered here in Fredericton. So we're very high, IT-centric location. There has been a lot of investment in IT-related startups, and some great exits have happened here. The area of Knowledge Park, where we have our Ignite offices, is a physical infrastructure that houses about 6 buildings. And these buildings are all resided by companies that work in the IT and cybersecurity sector. And this a building that we recently created, it's called the Cyber Center, and it is a world leader in cybersecurity infrastructure and is attracting some big names into the building who are coming in and creating their headquarters here. So, like I mentioned, we have been able to create a lot of jobs, and this is how we're doing it. Next slide. So all in all, we can say that the city of Fredericton in New Brunswick is actually growing in the right direction. We're attracting a lot of immigrants. We are a very, very diverse multicultural society. We welcome you with both arms, and you can actually come and enjoy and connect with your own community here. You would find people who speak your own language and practice your culture. There are places of worship here that you can go to. So it's a very, very welcoming city for newcomers. And our population growth rate in the past 5 years has been 11.3% higher than before that. Even the province of New Brunswick recently announced that our population has crossed 800,000 people, which is a very, very good sign. And you can rest assured that we're growing in the right direction. Moving on, I would like to talk about a few of the lifestyle elements here. Okay, so you already know that we have been named as Canada's best places to live and work in. We have received multiple accolades. I would not go into the list of that. You can always visit our website and the City of Fredericton's website to know about the various awards that we have received. The shelves in our office are full of those trophies. But the most important things, being an immigrant, which I know because I can connect with the situation, because I have been an immigrant myself. I moved to the city about 3.5 years ago. And to be honest, I never regretted the decision once. And why is that? Because it provides you a lifestyle that's second to none. You are actually in a Western economy, but you can practice your culture freely. Your kids are safe. You don't have to worry about street crimes. You don't have to worry about house break-ins or business break-ins. You don't have to worry about traffic accidents, actually, because the commute times are so low and there is hardly traffic jams here. The best thing that I consider the biggest advantage or the biggest blessing living in this town is the average commute time, wherever you live in the city, can be as low as 13 to 15 minutes. I live on the farthest end of the north side of the city, and my workplace is on the farthest end of the south side of the city, and it takes me 15 minutes to get to work and get back home from work without any traffic jams, even in rush hours, which I know a lot of you would find to be a blessing, because I can imagine the kind of traffic that you face on a daily basis in the big, huge cities that you live in. Next. The second biggest advantage is being able to afford a house. And I know that buying a house is a priority for a lot of cultures living around the world. Even when you're new here and you're looking for a rental space, you should be able to find a 2 to 3 bedroom apartment with an average rent of about $1,500 to $1,800. It may or may not include utilities, depending on the kind of dwelling that you have found for yourself, or the location of the apartments, or even the age of the apartments. So there could be a lot of factors, but finding a similar apartment in any other city of Canada, it would be double this amount. So, you end up saving quite a lot. Your savings, your hard-earned savings that you bring with you into this country. Even when you're looking to buy a house, and you can do that easily because the cost is actually very low. My family was able to buy a house within a year of moving to Canada, and it would not have been possible in any other part of Canada. And even in New Brunswick, if you look at the average housing costs released by the Canada Real Estate Association, Fredericton has the lowest average house buying price in New Brunswick as well. So, the average cost would be, a basic house with maybe 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a decent sized house for yourself. It should not cost you more than $240,000 to $270,000. Again, it depends on the kind of housing, whether it's attached, semi-detached, or detached, whether it's a bungalow, whether it has a backyard. So the cost depends on a lot of things, but if you're looking for something with a low cost option, it is definitely available. The city is also doing a lot of investment in creating new housing facilities, because we understand that when we are welcoming new immigrants, we need more units to house these people, and more family-friendly units, because most of you come in with children. So the city is investing on it, and if you ever get a chance to visit, you would see that a lot of apartment buildings and residential complexes are coming up all around the town. Next. I'm a big enthusiast of active living, especially in the spring, summer, and fall months. We encourage everyone to take advantage of the daylight that we have until 10 p.m. and go out and enjoy yourself, enjoy the weather, especially the mighty St. John River, which runs right through the city. And it is the best sight, especially if you go out at the time of sunrise or sunset. It is the most beautiful sight, and you get to see it every day because you live there. The city is connected all through the major centers by 120 kilometers of multi-use linked trails. And these trails can be used to walk, run, bike, skateboard, or roller skate, or whatever way you like to move in. You can actually use these trails as a multi-use facility to get to anywhere. There are 4 arenas and sports complexes around town that are usually open to public. You can use these arenas for skating, for walking, for learning how to skate, because there are free public programs public skate hours, where you can actually go and practice your ice skating skills. There are golf courses as well. In fact, the Key Golf Course, which is a nationally ranked golf course, is right here. The Crab is if you're into winter sports at all. It's Maritime's highest vertical, which is and very cool days. In fact, Mountain Ski Resort is hosting 2023
Nasheen, are you back? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, we
Yeah,
lost
can
you for
you-
a second there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's mobile internet, so you can't really depend on it. I still don't
No.
have power.
Glad to have you back.
Okay, I don't know what was the last thing that you caught, but I was talking about active living and Crab Mountain.
The last clear thing was you were talking about golf courses.
Okay, so you did not really miss much. Then I started talking about the Crab Mountain, which is a ski resort, and it is a great place for people who want to try a hand at skiing or learn skiing or already ski and are big fans of winter sports. I'm not that person, so I have not experienced it yet, but I know that it is a place that is greatly loved by the Fredericton people. And people come in from all over Canada to enjoy this particular facility. And of course, you have the whole river, the St. John River, to take advantage of water sports. You can go boating, you can do kayaking, you can paddleboard, you can go fishing. I found out last year that there are lakeshore boats where you can actually rent a whole boat and spend a couple of days with your family on the water. How amazing is that? Next. Okay, and for those of you who are art enthusiasts, you would be happy to know that we have an internationally acclaimed art gallery, which is called the Beaverbrook Art Gallery. The gallery has recently been renovated to accommodate more quality international art, and this is one of the places that houses some acclaimed works of Dali and similar artists from around the world and from our indigenous community. We also
it's a little bit unclear again. Just
okay.
Oh, there you go. It's good. Carry
Is
on.
it better now?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay. Yeah, so the Harvest Jazz and Blues Festival, which happens in the fall, is a nationally acclaimed country music festival, and it actually brings our downtown to life every year. The Cultural Expressions Festival, which is hosted by the Multicultural Association of Fredericton, happens in June every year. In fact, we celebrate June as the immigration month in the city of Fredericton, and there are multiple activities that happen virtually and in person during that month. So make sure that you follow our website, immigrationfredericton.ca, for a calendar of events during that month. And it would give you an opportunity to connect with multiple services during that month. Next slide, please. Weather is a very important subject, and this is something that scares everyone, because I normally hear this comment that, oh, New Brunswick seems to be very, very cold. Well, Mythbuster, it is just the same as the rest of Canada. In fact, there are more colder cities in Canada. So New Brunswick and Fredericton, to be exact, is very much similar to the weather in Toronto. It's actually better than Halifax. Halifax is very windy. We do get a lot of snow. Temperatures can go as low as -15, -20, but you gotta live with it. you can't really complain about something that you can't control. So we just decide to live with it. Just, equip yourself with the right kind of attire, the right jackets, right boots, right mittens, and you're good to go. And you don't really have to stay indoors because there are multiple activities that happen during the winter months, and you can actually go out and enjoy them. And let me tell you, the kids love snow. So, let them enjoy it. Apart from the winters, we actually experience all 4 seasons here. The fall is my favorite time of the year. It is absolutely stunningly beautiful. Spring, we are right now in spring. Not the best time, but now the weather is changing. So you would experience a lot of fluctuation in temperatures, but this is the time when we anticipate the arrival of summer, and we're all in a very good mood. Summer is absolutely beautiful. The whole world wants to be in New Brunswick for summer. So, if you decide to relocate here, make sure you come in the summer months. It would definitely lift your spirits. Next slide. Okay, so talking a little bit about our education system, you have the liberty of putting your child into a Francophone school, which is a French school, or an Anglophone school. All public education schooling usually starts at the age of 5 years from kindergarten, and then your child goes into elementary education, which starts from grade 1 to 5, then middle school, which is from grades 6 to 8, and high school, which is from grades 9 to 12. Public education is absolutely free, regardless of the kind of school you choose. If your child goes to an Anglophone school, they would learn French as a second language, and if they would go to a French school, they would learn English as a second language. So, in any case, your child would end up learning both languages. And there are programs in Anglophone schools like the French immersion program, a late French immersion program, that actually help your child get a very good grip on the French language. Next, please. And if you want to go into continuing education or post-secondary education, of course, there are options right here in the city. You don't really have to go anywhere else. The University of New Brunswick, St. Thomas University, New Brunswick Community College, and the Fredericton University, which is a completely online university, are all here to cater to your post-secondary education needs. The New Brunswick College of Craft and Design is one of the very, very few institutions in Canada that actually give you post-secondary education in the field of arts. So if you're into fine arts, this is you would want to be at NBCCD. Also, if you're a professional and you're looking for some continuous education, or just to upskill yourself and do a few professional development programs, you can always go to the University of New Brunswick's website and check out the programs that they regularly offer for continuous education. They have spring cohorts, then they have fall cohorts. So these programs are happening all the time. So make sure you check them out. Next, please. And as you may know, basic healthcare provision is available through the New Brunswick Medicare, which covers most of your emergency and hospitalization healthcare needs. It also covers your cost of a visit to the doctor. You don't really have to pay anything. It is all covered through taxpayers' money. You would only have to pay for any medicines that you acquire over the counter, or for extended healthcare benefits such as dental work, vision care, and other services like that. And if you end up, getting a job here and being employed by some company, you would normally get a health insurance, which would cover up to, I think, 80% of the cost of these extended healthcare benefits. You may have heard that there is a long wait list to acquire a family doctor in New Brunswick. It is an issue that we face in New Brunswick because we actually have a shortage of doctors, but the Department of Health, Public Health in New Brunswick has come up with a solution to that. If you visit the eVisit NB portal and you have a New Brunswick Medicare, you can actually connect with a nurse practitioner online who would be able to assess your symptoms and provide you with a prescription without any delay. So you don't really have to wait to see your doctor or wait for an appointment to get to a doctor. Yeah, let's talk a bit about the economic development and support that's available to you through Ignite Fredericton and through other immigrant support organizations. So Ignite Fredericton, you may have seen this name at our booth or in our website, and you may not know what it's all about. So let me tell you. Ignite Fredericton is the Fredericton region's economic development agency. And our functions include all the support that is required by people in terms of investment attraction, local market growth, population growth, workforce development, infrastructural support, foreign direct investment attraction, and local market business support. So all these functions are taken care of by Ignite Fredericton. Planetouch is our partner brand that takes care of acceleration in entrepreneurial programming. So if you're coming in as a business immigrant, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Sorry
about it. Okay, so if you're looking for support with your business plan, or if you're a business immigrant, the most natural place for you to be at would be at Planetouch, because Planetouch would be able to provide you with all the initial business related support that you would need. If you check our website, immigrationfredericton.ca, you would also be able to download our newcomers guide, which is present there on the website. It's downloadable. It's a living document. It contains a lot of working hyperlinks to various service organizations and pages that you would want to see. So I urge all of you to go to the website, download the newcomer guide, check it out, because it will be your first resource for all hands-on information that you can get on the city. And you would learn about supports that are available through our service partners, like the Multicultural Association, the Fredericton Chamber of Commerce. There are community and social connections available through the various ethnocultural organizations that operate here. The New Brunswick, the University of New Brunswick, as well as the Multicultural Association, provide language competency programs as well, which can help you with your language support. And the Local Immigration Partnership of Fredericton is housed in our organization, which is a partnership that brings together all immigrant supporting organizations for advocacy services, and just to make this space better for people who come into town. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of support available for business immigrants. So if you're coming in with a business mindset, you can be a part of all the programming that happens through Planetouch. Planetouch is also the only startup visa incubator in New Brunswick. So if the startup visa program interests you, it is for innovative businesses that happen around the world. So if that's something that interests you, you can always reach out and learn more about this program. And in terms of workforce and employment services, our organization, there are quarterly job fairs and company spotlight events where you can connect with multiple employers that provide employment opportunity. In fact, our participation at this event is actually hello?
Yeah, you cut off there for a second, but it's still good.
Okay, good. So you know, you can be a part of these job fairs and this event that we're at. G-TAC is our regular partner. We normally come here and we bring information about all the support that's available for you if you're looking for employment. So just reach out to us. You can actually access a list of open job opportunities on our booth.
I think we lost you again. Okay.
Myself, my email address would flash at the end of this presentation, or send an email to work. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, we lost you there for a second. Can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Okay, so, you know, I would urge everyone to just reach out since, you know, this connection is not great. Feel free to send me an email or send an email to workforce@ignitefredericton.com, and I would answer all your questions. And if I get your consent, I will add you to our mailing list, through which you will end up receiving all the job postings and all information about our employment-related events.
Okay.
And I guess I will stop here, and the power just got back. So I will try and connect through my regular internet connection, but we can continue here.
Okay.
Until I'm on.
Well, we only have a couple of minutes left.
Oh, okay.
So I did want to spend a couple of seconds just really thanking you for being here. I know that you struggled with some technical difficulties, but it happens. You know, we made up for it. That was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
I did have some questions that I had saved, but we only have time for a few. So maybe we could just focus on where people should go to get in touch with you. I know that you left your email, but is there any resources online that you'd like to send them to in these last few minutes?
Yeah, so I would urge everyone on this presentation to go to our booth, because most of the resources that we have, the links are all there. You can, click on the links available on our booth and go watch a few videos, go into some resource pages, access the job list, and feel free to send me an email. The email is very simple. It's workforce@ignitefredericton.com. I will try and type it out in the chat box. So you have it. And feel free to reach out at any time at all. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much. There's also, as you can see, everyone viewing, that there is a poll that just popped up. Please answer the poll. It really helps us understand your needs a little bit more. And then please give us any recommendations, if you can think of any, in the short answer box. So again, thank you so much, Nasheen. Gabrielle, sorry that we didn't get to hear more from you. We just ran out of time towards the end of the day, but we appreciate you both being here, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Same here, Caitlin, thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, Gabriel, I cut you off. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
It was lovely being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have our next presentation coming up in about 4 minutes. So just hang tight, all of our viewers. Our presenters are already online, but we're going to wait a little bit just to make sure anyone who wanted to be present won't miss the start of this presentation. And we will be back after a few short videos from our sponsors. I'm not sure who's over at the G-TAC support, but if you could just play videos or promotional videos from our sponsors for the next few minutes, that would be fantastic.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good, good.
Hello. I'm very eager for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
No problem. So what I'll do is I'm going to just give a brief introduction on your presentation, and then I'll pass the floor off to one of you. Who's going to be presenting first?
I will be.
Okay, Rachel, great.
Yeah.
And then towards the end, don't worry about the chat. Don't worry about the questions coming through. I'll be marking those down. And at the end of your presentation, if we have time, I'll moderate some Q&A.
Sounds great.
Sounds good. Yeah.
So it is 1 p.m. We may as well get started. And let me introduce the presentation. So Toronto is the most populous city in Canada and a robust city in terms of economic growth and population growth. The Greater Toronto Area, or GTA, is the largest metropolitan area in Canada, and deciding where to settle, where to work, where to study, and where to start the next stage of your family and professional life can be difficult. Greater Toronto YMCA Immigrant Services has a diverse array of programs and resources and will help you transition into this great city. Join YMCA specialists Rachel and Stephanie as they share their expertise and willingness to help newcomers in Toronto. Rachel, thank you again for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. So hello, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to our live presentation, Getting Ready for Your New Life in Canada, presented by YMCA of Greater Toronto's pre-arrival program, Next Up Canada, funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. So before I begin the presentation, I would like to briefly introduce myself. So again, my name is Rachel. I'm the Outreach and Community Relations Team Leader at Next Up Canada. I initially came to Canada in 2004 as an international student, and I have stayed here since. I've been through the immigration journey myself, and I can absolutely relate to what newcomers experience during the journey. And through Next Up Canada, I hope to use my experience and knowledge to help other newcomers integrate and succeed in Canada. So in today's presentation, we will first go over some of the official documents you might want to gather and carry with you when you're coming to Canada. Then we will look at the importance of learning or improving your English or French. After that, we will talk about how to plan your accommodation and prepare to find employment. We will also briefly touch on education system in Canada, as well as purchasing private health insurance. Then move on to some resources and tips on how you can get to know about your destination city or province. So let's start with gathering official documents. It's important to make sure that you bring with you to Canada all the documents that you and your family might need. Because realistically, it can be very difficult to obtain any documents from your home country after you move to Canada. So please take your time to gather them before leaving for Canada. Another thing you might need to do while you are putting the documents together is to get them translated into either English or French, depending on your destination city or province. Make sure to get a certified translation, which means you need to choose a translation agency with a good reputation, and the translator should provide you with an affidavit. So an affidavit is a document on which the translator has sworn that the translation is accurate, and this affidavit must be sworn in front of a person authorized to administer oath in the country. Also try to record the name and contact information of the agency providing translation services. In case you need it after you're in Canada, you must keep the original versions of your documents as well. Lastly, if any of your family members are moving to Canada at a later date, it's recommended to bring copies of their documents with you in case you need them for any reason prior to their arrival in Canada. And also make sure to only bring the copies of them, not the original documents. So you might wonder, what documents you might need to gather and bring to Canada. This is one of the most popular questions we get. So you can see on your screens some examples of the important documents. You should bring a birth certificate and or baptismal certificate or any other religious certificates that you might have. If it applies to you, you may want to bring a marriage certificate, adoption certificate, separation or divorce certificate, or death certificate for a deceased spouse. You should also bring trade or professional certificates and licenses. They will be useful when you're applying for your professional certification in Canada, as well as educational credential assessment reports, school records or transcripts, diplomas or degrees. You should also bring reference letters from former employers because it's a lot easier to contact them while you're still in the country rather than from overseas after you're in Canada. You can also bring driver's license, including international driving permit and driving records. They're important because when you're applying for your driver's license here in Canada, you may show these documents as proof of your driving experience, and you may save some time in getting a Canadian driver's license. If you have children, make sure to bring their immunization or vaccination records, as they're usually required when enrolling them in school, as well as your own medical records and dental records. So the documents you might need to bring with you are not limited to this list. This is just for your reference. My suggestion would be, even if you're not sure if a document is important or if you will ever need it, bring it with you anyways, just in case. Okay, now let's move on to talk a little bit about learning or improving your English or French. So as you know, English and French are the two official languages of Canada. By law, the federal government must provide services throughout Canada in both English and French. So being able to speak in English or French is absolutely essential for day-to-day living in Canada. We know that it takes time, energy, and commitment to improve your language skills, but communication skills is one of the factors that will help you successfully settle in Canada and find a satisfying job. If you have limited ability in either English or French, you should consider improving your language skills before coming to Canada. So now some of you might wonder which language you should learn. This is up to you, but it also will depend on where in Canada you plan to settle. So generally speaking, English is more commonly spoken in most provinces and territories, while French is the primary language spoken in Quebec. But with Canada being a bilingual country, there are also well-established French-speaking communities in English-speaking provinces and territories across Canada. So do some research on where you will move to see which language is used more in the region. Now moving on to planning your accommodation. You can start off with quarantine preparation because as of today, if you don't qualify for the fully vaccinated traveler exemption, you still need to have and submit a quarantine plan in order to enter Canada. Please do note that the requirements changes frequently, so please check the government website for most up-to-date information. A lot of newcomers find that securing long-term accommodation before coming to Canada is extremely challenging, which is why many of them would obtain short-term accommodation first before coming to Canada, and then look for long-term accommodation after they arrive. It's also safer and more secure to do it this way, since you get to meet your landlord and see the place in person before you sign a lease. So for short-term accommodation, you could make arrangements to stay with family or friends for your first few days in Canada. If that's not possible, you might want to search for a hotel or Airbnb in a convenient location where you can easily access food and other necessities. For long-term accommodation, it would require more research. First, you should find out which areas you want to live in, and then research on the housing options available in those areas. So Canada has several types of housing options, such as condos, apartments, townhouses, detached homes. It's important to understand the options you have and decide based on the needs and circumstances. So when you're renting or leasing a place to live in Canada, your landlord will ask you for a number of documents to make sure that you are able to and will pay the rent. So make sure to be prepared and gather necessary documents in advance. And finally, please, again, do your research and know your rights. So depending on the country where you come from, the policies about renting or the roles of the landlord can be totally different from Canada. So for example, in some countries, it's totally illegal for a landlord to ask potential tenants about their immigration status or religions. However, here in Canada, it's illegal for a landlord to ask those type of questions. Your rights as a tenant are protected, and it's important for you to know about them so no one can take advantage of you. So here are some tips and resources on housing. So when booking for short-term rental accommodation, try to book your hotel or Airbnb at least several weeks before flying to Canada. So by booking in advance, you will likely save money and have a better chance of finding available rooms. To help you choose, most hotels have websites with prices, photos, a location map, and the description of the services they offer. You can also find them on third-party websites like hotels.com or booking.com. Now, when it comes to what supports are available when looking for a place to live, the first one on the list is using a real estate agent, either to buy or rent a long-term accommodation. So please note that as a tenant or buyer, hiring a real estate agent is free of charge. A real estate agent will help you look for suitable accommodation based on your budget, type of house, and preferred location. The real estate agent gets paid by the owner or the landlord of the property when you decide to rent or buy it. So make sure to take advantage of this service, and you can use realtor.ca to find a registered real estate agent. You can also use pre-arrival programs like Next Up Canada for housing resources and referrals. Lastly, as mentioned before, it's very important to know your rights and responsibilities as a tenant, and also other information related to housing. So please visit the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation website for a range of useful information on that. Okay. Now moving on to preparing to find employment. So newcomers have a wealth of international experience and skills that are highly valuable in the Canadian labor market. However, they often face a number of barriers in finding employment. For many newcomers, the first job in Canada may not be the most satisfying, but please keep in mind that it can take some time to build your qualifications and gain Canadian experience before finding the job that match with your qualifications and expectations. Also, being accepted to immigrant to Canada doesn't mean that your education, work experience, and professional qualifications will automatically be recognized in Canada. So there are processes you have to follow to prove that the education and training you have in another country are equivalent to the standards in Canadian labor market. Lastly, again, take some time to learn about the job search and application process in Canada, as you might find it very different from your home country. So here are some of the things you can do before you arrive in Canada. You can gather all your educational diplomas and certificates and get reference letters from your past employers. And as mentioned before, if these documents are not already in English or French, they should be translated into English or French. You can also research and learn how you can get your educational and professional qualifications officially recognized in Canada, and begin this process if it's possible for you. As a part of this, you should also find out if your profession is regulated in Canada. So regulated professions can be found in industries such as healthcare, engineering, and skilled trades. They have set standards on how the profession should be practiced and require a certificate or license. And standards can also be different in different provinces and territories across Canada. However, most jobs in Canada are non-regulated occupations that don't require a license or certificate. So for these professions, requirements are usually set by the employers in their job postings. So make sure to show them you meet the requirements for the jobs in your job application. Lastly, again, take time to learn about the labor market and the job search and application process in Canada. And if you want, you can access free pre-arrival services and resources to help you with your job search. Next, let's talk a little bit about the education system in Canada. If you have school-aged children, or if you plan to continue your own education, you should do some research on the education system before coming to Canada. So public education in Canada is governed by each province or territory, and the various English and French school boards are publicly funded. There are different schools for children of different ages, but all children must attend school between the ages of 5 or 6 and 16 or 18, depending on which province or territory you will live in. There may also be private or religious schools in the area where you will settle. And the same rules apply, but these schools could be outside the public education system. For the most part, the education systems are similar across the country, but there are differences between provinces and territories. For this reason, the Ministry of Education in each province or territory should be your primary source of information on anything related to education. They all have their own websites, and you can visit the websites to learn about the education system specific to that province or territory. You should learn that before you arrive in Canada. Also, make sure to take note of the deadlines for applying and registering for schools, colleges, and universities, so you don't miss any important dates. Last but not least, for post-secondary education, you should visit the website of the college or university for most up-to-date information, such as admission, deadlines, and other details you should know. Another step you can take to prepare for your arrival in Canada is to buy private health insurance. So Canada has a universal healthcare system funded through taxes to provide residents with access to healthcare at no cost for the most part. But you should note that there might be a waiting period before you're eligible for the provincial health insurance. So for that reason, you may want to consider buying private health insurance to cover your first few months in Canada to take care of any emergency medical costs if they occur until you're covered under the provincial health insurance. So please note that due to COVID-19, many provincial health insurance programs have waived their waiting period. So you are eligible to get a provincial health card as soon as you arrive in Canada. Also, you will likely have the option to apply for your health card online or by mail. However, it's highly recommended that you check the website in the province or territory you are going to for most up-to-date information regarding health insurance, such as eligibility and how to apply and the waiting period, as it may change at any time. Okay, before you arrive in Canada, you should also learn about the province or territory and the city or town you will move to. So do some research to learn about, for example, the transportation system, the demographics, the neighborhoods, recreation activities available in the area, and more, so that you're mentally prepared for your new environment. All provinces and most of the cities in Canada have their own official websites that includes the services offered by the government, so you can get reliable information from there. You could also use Street View on Google Maps to get some real feel of the street, houses, and the neighborhoods in your destination city or town. Secondly, you should also prepare yourself for the Canadian weather. The climate varies across the country. So again, you should do a little bit of research to find out what you could expect in your destination city or town upon arrival and prepare ahead of time. I would highly recommend using weather apps or websites such as the Weather Network to check the weather in your destination area. So the weather in Canada changes quite a bit. For example, in the spring between April to May, so right now, in some days it might be as cold as winter, but in some other days it might be very warm and you feel like it's summer already. So make sure to check the weather forecast before arriving in Canada so you won't be surprised by the weather when you arrive. It's also a good idea to bring some winter clothing with you to Canada. However, if you're coming from tropical countries such as Thailand or the Philippines, then you might want to invest in good winter jackets. And to make sure that you buy the right one, it's usually recommended to make this purchase in Canada because the jackets here are made for Canadian weather. And some jackets even come with tags that tell you what temperature range they're suitable for. So lastly, you should consider researching the cost of living in the city or town you're going to for budgeting purpose and having your finances in order. So you know how much money you should bring with you to Canada to make sure it's enough for at least the first few months of living in Canada. So on your screens, there are two websites we use for information on cost of living in cities and towns across Canada, and even compare the cost of living in different places. So they will give you an overview of the cost of such as rentals, groceries, transportations, and other necessities. So this is where our presentation concludes. Before we start the question and answer period, I will briefly go over our Next Stop Canada services. So for those who don't know about what we do, Next Stop Canada is a national online pre-arrival settlement program funded by the Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada to assist people who are already approved to immigrate to Canada but have not yet landed. So our program provides information and referrals on various settlement topics such as housing, education, health, employment, finance, and much more to prepare you even before you arrive in Canada. So our services are delivered in different formats. Just to briefly introduce them, we have live chat, which is available Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. EDT EST. You can chat with an information and referral specialist to get your questions answered right away. We provide personalized settlement plan, which includes valuable settlement information according to your situation. We also deliver live webinars every Wednesday and Thursday covering a variety of topics you may want to know before arriving in Canada. There are also many online resources available on our platform, such as informational videos, blogs, and e-learning courses. If you have questions, but you don't feel like using the live chat feature, you have the option to leave your questions in our topics forum, and one of our information and referral specialists will answer your question. We also have the mentors forum. So we have mentors from different professional backgrounds. They are immigrants themselves and have successfully obtained jobs in their chosen professions. If you're from the same or similar backgrounds, you can connect with them and they will be more than happy to answer any employment related questions. Lastly, we have our very unique youth program. This program is for youth aged 12 to 19. If you have children in this age range and you want them to connect with other newcomer youth and get advice on schools, volunteering, etc., you can register them for our youth program. To get started, simply visit nextupcanada.ca to fill out the registration form. Once your registration is confirmed, you will receive an email with login instructions and an email from an information and referral specialist to get started on your settlement plan. We are present on social media platforms. We have a Facebook closed group that's exclusive for Next Up Canada clients. It's a great place for networking, sharing information, and experience with other newcomers. You can also follow us on Twitter to get live updates about immigration and settlement, and follow us on LinkedIn for professional networking and employment-related information. We also have our Facebook main page, which is open to the public. So please feel free to search Next Up Canada and follow us on these platforms. So now I would like to introduce Stephanie Santos. She's the project coordinator for a new pre-arrival centralized registration portal called Pre-Arrival Canada, which she will be briefly introducing and presenting on. So over to you, Stephanie.
Hi, Rachel. Thank you so much for that informative presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to touch upon pre-arrival services. They are very great, and I would encourage you all to register if eligible to access these services such as Next Stop Canada. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about a new project portal that's opening up, and the website is prearrivalcanada.ca. So prearrivalcanada.ca is a free service delivered by the YMCA of Greater Toronto, and it is funded by Immigrations, Refugees and Citizenships Canada as well. Through Pre-Arrival Canada, you can register for multiple government-funded programs through one centralized registration form. So there are many pre-arrival services that you can benefit from in addition to Next Stop Canada, and Pre-Arrival Canada makes the registration process as easy as 1, 2, 3. So first we check your eligibility criteria to make sure that you're eligible for pre-arrival services. Then you are able to pick from a list of pre-arrival services that you would like to register for as seen on your screen. And last, you complete one registration form and you can begin accessing multiple programs through that one registration. So many of the programs on our site serve individuals nationwide and can help you wherever you're coming to in Canada. And in order to be eligible for pre-arrival services and programs, you must meet one of the 3 eligibility criteria. So first, yourself or your spouse has applied and been approved to immigrate to Canada by IRCC. Secondly, you are currently living outside of Canada. And third, you must be able to provide one of the following documents. So an IRCC invitation to obtain pre-arrival services, a confirmation of permanent residence letter or document, a passport request letter that indicates permanent residence visa issuance, an IRCC request that an application for permanent residence complete a medical examination, a single entry permanent residence visa, or a permanent resident visa pickup notification. So to review some of the programs that you can access through the site, you can see on your screen we have Canadian Employment Connections and Entrepreneurship Connections Pre-Arrival delivered by Access Employment. We have Next Stop Canada by the YMCA of Greater Toronto, which you just heard many great things of from today's presentation. We have Canada Infonet by JVS. We also have Integrating Newcomers delivered by BCCA Construction Association. We have Pre-Arrival Services support for nurses by CARE, the Center of Internationally Educated Nurses, as well as Active Engagement and Integration Project by Success. We also have Settlement Online Pre-Arrival, SOPA, delivered by iSANS. And we have Go Talent program delivered by ICTC. And last but not least, we also have Build On delivered by the YMCA, YWCA of the National Capital Region. So all of these are pre-arrival services and programs that you can access before coming to Canada. These programs listed here focus on either or both settlement and employment services before you arrive to Canada. Some are profession specific, and they're a great way to start building your networks and planning for your settlement before you arrive in Canada. So one of the greatest benefits of pre-arrival services is that you access and can gain access to multiple referrals to both pre-arrival and post-arrival services. We understand the excitement and uncertainties of moving to a new country, and with pre-arrival services, they can help you feel more prepared and at ease when you make that move and transition. So as outlined above, Next Up Canada is just one of the many pre-arrival services available, and we will be opening registrations through our site to access multiple pre-arrival programs late this week. So please stay tuned, and you can head over to prearrivalcanada.ca right now to check if you are eligible, and you can leave your email to be informed of early registration as well. So that's all I would like to present to you today, and we're happy to take any questions. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Rachel. I did have a few questions that I thought would be good for our audience. I had variations on these questions, so I thought I may as well just kind of sum them up into some groups and then get them answered all together. And we also, as you maybe saw, we had some lingering questions from the other webinar, so it was hard to filter through those a little bit. But here are a few questions that I have for you. What areas in the GTA are the most immigrant friendly?
Well, I would say, because I mean, a lot of newcomers, Toronto already have a lot of immigrants, and a lot of newcomers also choose to come to Toronto because there are more companies here. There should be more good job opportunities here. So it's, I think all of Toronto is very friendly for newcomers. That's maybe my personal experience. Stephanie, do you have anything to add to that?
That's a great question. I find with the Greater Toronto area, there's many different, you can find many cultural niches as well. So depending where you want to move, you know, we have little Portugal, little Italy. So there's a lot of diversity. And I would say in general, the GTA, Toronto is very inclusive, and you can find many different areas depending on, you know, where you see maybe your community, where you might want to settle. But overall, a lot of diversity. Yeah.
Okay, great. I know that you just went over your pre-arrival services, but this question, do you pre-qualify candidates?
Pre-qualify as to?
I mean, I think this person was giving there was a lot of people who are giving their specific backgrounds. So if they're giving their specific backgrounds, do you kind of give like any sort of advice, or do they have to register for the services first?
Yeah, so I can take this one. So in regards to the pre-arrival services, what we're trying to do with this site is make it easier for you to access the services that you need. So like you mentioned, there's a lot of specific backgrounds. Maybe you're in nursing, maybe you're in construction. So what we're doing through the site is make it easier for you to search and filter what specific services you need. And then through there, you'll be able to pick the programs that are relevant to you based on your background, educational background. Maybe if you're coming with youth in your family, you want a youth program. So through the site, we're facilitating that process. We have a specialist to help you along the way as well. If you have any questions at any time, you can ask. And it's just that one registration, and you can access all the programs, and we'll support you throughout that registration and referrals. So it's a great question, and I'm glad you asked, because this is exactly what the portal's trying to do, is facilitate. Yeah.
Great. This is a question about sponsorship. So a lot of people on this call are looking for sponsorships. So do you know any specific companies in the GTA that are open to sponsorships or are big players in sponsoring candidates from overseas?
So sponsor, when you say sponsorship, you mean hiring them and sponsor them to apply for permanent resident?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have expertise in immigration matters. And also, I mean, to be fair, even if we do know, we cannot like recommend a specific company. So yeah, but that's a good question.
Yeah. Okay. Here's another question about the GTA. What areas in the GTA are the most affordable?
Oh, wow. That's another good one. I would say if you go around the edge of GTA, if you go towards the edge of GTA, it will become more affordable because, for example, in downtown Toronto, it's getting more expensive by the day. So yeah, I hope that answered the question.
No, it's fair. I mean, the further you go from the center of the city, the more affordable it's going to get. I mean, unless you're factoring in, you know, transport as well. Because gas is expensive now, but
right. Actually, a lot of people actually moving out of GTA, not like moving very far away from GTA, but like try to move towards the edge or like around the edge. So you will still have convenient transportation, but just to avoid that affordable housing prices, I would say, yeah.
And then this question is, I think, useful for everyone, but I'm the one who wrote this down because when do you suggest people who are immigrating to Canada reach out for your support? What time frame is the best?
I would say in general, at least 2 to 3 months before they like move to Canada. So that will leave them some time. Like, for example, starting their job search or even starting to know about Canadian labor market. And for example, we can provide information on health insurance, how to get driver's license, and also even for the gathering important documents. Some of the documents that may take time to obtain, if they contact us at least 2 to 3 months before they move to Canada, we can let them know and they can start with the preparation. So that will give them enough time. Yeah, but we do have clients who register with us a year before they come to Canada, or some of them a week before they fly to Canada. So that's all, yeah. But I would recommend a few months before, so they will have enough time to prepare. Yeah,
I feel like a week to start preparing before a big move like that would not be enough. It'd be very stressful. I can imagine. Anyway, I'd like to thank both of you for joining us today. If you have any final words or where people can reach you, please take this moment to let us know. We're also going to be putting up a poll on the screen. And we're going to give you that feedback after. So where can people reach you? And do you have any final words for our viewers?
I would say, first of all, thank you for having us to present at the Virtual Expo. We're very happy to be here. And also for the presentation, during the presentation, I was only able to fit in all the general information on the important settlement factors, but actually each one of them require like at least one separate webinar to like elaborate on the topic. So I would recommend, if anyone, if you're eligible for our service, feel free to register with us, either with Next Up Canada or Pre-Arrival Canada, which will be launched in a few days. So I'm sure it will be very helpful for your settlement in Canada and help you transitioning into your new home. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, just to encourage all of you to make use of the pre-arrival services. They're very useful. We've had many great feedback. They'll help you prepare and feel more at ease. So I do encourage you to register for these services. And if you have any questions right now, you can go to prearrivalcanada.ca and leave your email for early registration, like I mentioned, and we hope to see you and serve you in the near future.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. Okay, great. So what we'll likely do now is play some videos, and I hope to chat with you both soon. I'll give you all the feedback from the survey. And great presentation. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll just be playing a few promotional videos, and then our next presentation is going to be from Invest Ottawa, and that will be at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll be taking a quick break to run some promotional videos from our sponsors.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Up Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Stop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often, I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hey, Brianna, how's it going?
I can't hear
Sorry, I just
you.
realized I was muted.
Oh, there you go.
I've been on here all day. I'm having a much needed coffee right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, let's see what looks better, the blur or no blur.
We're pretty excited about your presentation today.
Good, yeah, it was. I know it was quite well received last time, so hopefully it goes over well today too.
Yeah, and you guys always have just like beautiful PowerPoints, I have to say, like really stand out.
Can't take credit. So our global expansion team made this to kind of draw companies to Ottawa, and then I took it and I was like, this information's pretty interesting for like candidates too, so I just tailored it a bit.
Oh, great. Okay, so what I will do is I have a little bit of an introduction for you. So we have a couple minutes left, but I may as well give you the introduction now so that we can start pretty much exactly at 2, and then we'll just have more time for a Q&A.
Yeah.
Also, for the Q&A, I'll manage that. So don't, let me just see what's going on here. Just one sec. Okay, great. So don't worry about keeping an eye on the chat because I'll be moderating that for you after. So I'll take out all the important questions and then we'll kind of have a back and forth discussion towards the end.
Sounds good. And do I get control to switch slides or is someone doing that?
You will get control to switch sides. When it turns yellow at the top of your screen, you will just be able to click on the slides and they should move forward.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, great. So welcome, Brianna. For those of you who don't know, Brianna works at Invest Ottawa, and she currently plays a key role in developing staffing strategies, improving the end-to-end talent acquisition process, and ensuring a positive and inclusive experience for all potential talent programming delivered by Invest Ottawa. Join Brianna as she expands on why Ottawa is a great city to grow your career. She will highlight Ottawa's booming technology sector, competitive business costs, and quality of life during her presentation. Ottawa is a globally recognized, innovative, and future-ready city and the best place to learn, work, and play. Invest Ottawa is a national leader in helping Canadian businesses identify organizational growth requirements and assisting them in expanding nationally and internationally. Thank you again for joining us, Brianna. We look forward to your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Really thrilled to be here again. I always love attending these events and putting Ottawa on a worldwide stage. So I am a talent strategist at Invest Ottawa. Caitlin did a fantastic intro, and I work on our talent program, which aims to help bring talent to Ottawa and help our local tech sectors hire and grow. So to kick off this presentation, I thought I would try to do some fun myth busting to kind of set the stage, and hopefully it'll be fun before we get into a lot of information and data and things like that. So, you know, when I talk to people who are moving to Canada, there's a lot of myths and maybe misconceptions that people think of when they hear Ottawa, if they've even heard of Ottawa. So the first misconception and myth is that Toronto is not the capital of Canada. It is actually the capital of Ontario, the province, and Ottawa is in fact Canada's capital, as it says on the stage, but it's super funny. I hear that all the time. The second myth to bust is you don't need to speak French to come live in Canada, or specifically Ottawa. We are a bilingual country, and Ottawa being the capital, we definitely have a lot of bilingual speaking people, but we also have a lot of population that just speaks English or French or a bunch of other languages. So you don't need to speak French to move here or to find meaningful employment opportunities. And the last myth that I'll bust is that Ottawa is just a boring government town, and that is definitely not the case. I've lived here for almost 8 years now. I absolutely love this city. And although the government is one of the largest employers in the Ottawa region, the tech sector is second to that. And we have a very large presence, as well hospitality and tourism, and the health sector are also booming sectors here in the city. So there really is something for everyone.
Are you able to Okay.
There we go. It's a bit delayed, but it works. So today my goal is to really, educate a little bit more on Ottawa's key sectors, specifically focusing on the tech sector, and talk a lot about the different opportunities that a newcomer or someone from across Canada, even moving to Ottawa, would need to know to help them, establish their career and start to job search. So a couple things that I want to highlight is that Ottawa actually has the highest concentration of technology talent in North America. So that means that compared to our population, we have the most people who work in tech or work for tech companies, and that is comparable, even higher than Silicon Valley in the States. So that is something that we're very proud of and really attributes to the large tech sector here and the post-secondaries that are focused on training in these areas. We have about 20 million people that live within 400 kilometers of Ottawa, which is more than Toronto and the GTA and Montreal, and we call this the National Capital Region. So we have a lot of areas around Ottawa that people live and they commute or work remotely with Ottawa companies, and we also live right across from the border to Quebec, and Gatineau is a Quebec city that is really considered part of Ottawa and the National Capital Region. I actually myself live on Gatineau and I'm 5 minutes over the bridge to Ottawa. So it really is, doesn't feel like it's two separate provinces. The National Capital Region is really fantastic and a nice place to live. It's also rated as one of the best places to live in Canada. And the quality of life here, I can attest to, is extremely high. There is a really strong work-life balance focus as well, whether you like, music, culture, arts, the outdoors, tech, whatever you're interested in, you'll be able to find something here in Ottawa. And we're also recognized as having the lowest cost of living for any city in Canada. And that's super important. It's not just about, the job you're getting and the salary, but how far are you going to be able to go on that salary? If you're thinking about buying a house or having a really good quality of living, if you like to travel and do things, living in Ottawa means that you'll have more disposable income due to that lower cost of living. So really, whether it's you're focused on work, the quality of life, where you're looking to live, Ottawa has something for everyone. So why should you choose Ottawa as your destination of choice within Canada? So it's not just the reasons I listed above, but so let's dive in a little bit more to the labor pool. And so here in Ottawa, we have over 76,000 tech workers, and the tech talent concentration is over 11%. And every year, we have consistent growth of over 1.5% for the number of technology-focused individuals. So that is those being trained through the post-secondaries and attending universities and colleges, or that are coming here and moving here to work. Just Ottawa itself, if we're not focused on the overall region, we have almost 1.5 million inhabitants, and many of them are in the workforce, and we have over almost 2,000 knowledge-based businesses. So when we say knowledge-based industries or knowledge-based businesses, we're typically talking about those companies that are either in the tech sector or supporting the tech sector. And we have a huge industry very much concentrated in Canada, which is a huge tech hub here in the city, but also all across Ottawa, downtown, out east, in the Gatineau region. There are tech businesses all over the city. And we are the IoT capital of Canada. So information technology and IoT devices, we have a very strong industry here. So within the whole tech sector, Ottawa is specialized in a couple key areas. So most of the companies that are in this area tend to be along 4 different verticals. And in West Ottawa, we also tend to focus on these key areas to help companies and candidates alike. So telecommunications is huge here with companies like Nokia and Ericsson, Centronic, to name a few. We also have a lot of software, AI, and data analytics companies, especially at the startup stage. Ottawa has a fantastic startup ecosystem, and there are tons of software companies that have gotten their roots here in Ottawa and that are growing and scaling quite rapidly. Cybersecurity is also a large focus.
especially if we think of government and the defense sector. A lot of cybersecurity companies work directly with government. And then autonomous vehicles. This is something I'll talk about a little bit more later in depth, but we have a really growing autonomous vehicle sector and a testing track here in the city where a lot of companies are using our testing facilities to test brand new products in that space. All right. Ottawa is also a very educated city. So we have quite a few colleges and universities. We have 5 major ones here in the city, including the University of Ottawa, Carleton University, and Algonquin College. And 61% of the labor force has a post-secondary degree. 41.6% have a bachelor's degree or higher, and 128,000 have master's or PhDs. And so that is extremely great for growth and innovation to have a highly educated labor force. And we're really focused on helping the post-secondary institutions partner with industry to make sure that the curriculum is reflected in what the tech sector and other industries in Ottawa need from the graduates to continue that innovation that we're doing here. Here's just a bit of a breakdown that's quite interesting of out of those educated labor pools, how many are focused on tech, computer science, and other engineering. So we have a very large STEM focus in the city. And I want to talk a little bit more about talent, because that is what our talent program is here to do. Is really my job is to connect with talent like yourselves that are looking for opportunities in Canada and trying to make sure that you have the opportunities to connect and work with talent here. So the colleges and universities in the capital region there's 8, and so that does include Gatineau. So there's 5 major ones in Ottawa and then 3 over on the Quebec side. And there's over 160,000 students and 28,000 enrolled in STEM. Here's a list of a few. We have both French, English, and bilingual schools. So the University of Ottawa is a bilingual institution. La Cité is in the University de Quebec en Outaouais is a French-speaking institution. So no matter what language you speak out of our official languages, English or French, you can find programs that suit your needs. And to dive into some of the companies here in Ottawa. So perhaps you have heard of Shopify. This is a unicorn, a giant tech company that started in Ottawa and has grown here and has many offices here. So we have several publicly traded tech companies, and they have a higher market cap than all other public tech companies across Canada. So some big names, Kinaxis, Calian, these companies are all traded at a very high market cap, and we have a lot of value here in the city. Now, when it comes to salary, this is obviously something that is very important for people to consider when they're looking to move and you're considering things like cost of living and buying a house. You know, you want to make sure the job is fulfilling, but it also has a competitive salary. And so if you look at the average software engineer salaries across North America, we are very competitive with other major cities in Canada. So we're comparable to Toronto and Calgary when we look at averages. And that coupled with the low cost of living makes it really attractive for software engineers to consider Ottawa because this is going to be very competitive. And 60,000 is typically for more, I would say, the junior engineers. So if you're starting off, you have a few years of experience, that average is more related to that, and it's getting more competitive. It is a candidates market here in Ottawa, and so typically what we're seeing is it's very competitive to hire software engineers. So if you have a couple years of experience, you're going to be looking more at 80, 90K, and if you are a senior developer, you could easily make over $100,000 here in Ottawa. So really, we are very competitive when it comes to salaries. And if you compare, like Toronto is a very expensive city to live in. So if you're going to be making a comparable salary wise, you want to make sure you're considering those other factors. And it is a great place to live. So the work is very important, but what are you going to do outside of work when you're not working and you've got your weekends? You want to know what's going on in the city. So Ottawa is one of Canada's fastest growing communities. So a lot of people relocated to Ottawa during the pandemic, looking for more of that work-life balance and looking for those, cities that felt smaller. And although Ottawa is a big city, it feels very small in the sense that everybody's connected. It's a very welcoming community, especially if you get into the tech sector. It seems that everybody knows everybody, and there's lots of opportunities to network. And so with that being said, it's really great that our community is expanding and the National Capital Region is growing, because it just really shows that how attractive the city is. It's also the least expensive city in Canada, which we've already talked about, and it has many vibrant and diverse communities. So being the capital of Canada and having a high percentage of immigrants that live here, there are plenty of different communities across different cultures, religious groups, different languages that you'll find in the city. And that really is helpful to be able to, if you're moving somewhere new, to find a community that you connect with. We boast 14 national museums. So art and culture is something that you will find a lot of here in Ottawa. We have the National Art Centre, the Ottawa Art Gallery. We have a ton of museums like the War Museum, the Museum of, I think it's called Aviation. There's just so many to check out. 32 art galleries in the city and 180 annual festivals, fairs, and events. I was just looking at the list of fairs that are finally coming back now that we're in a good place with COVID. Blues Fest is I think 2-week-long music festival that happens every summer. We have a ton of different food festivals that happen. The International Fireworks Festival happens over in Gatineau. So there's always something to do in the community, whether food or art or fireworks are your thing. There's so much going on. And of course, Canada Day. There's nowhere in Canada that does a bigger Canada Day than Ottawa. We're also world famous for our outdoor activities. So if you like the outdoors, what's great about Ottawa is we truly experience all 4 seasons. Yes, the winters can be a little bit difficult, but they're not too long. So the extreme weather is for a short period of time, and then you get to really enjoy the fall, winter, spring, and summer fully. We have the world's largest outdoor skating rink. So the Ottawa Canal freezes over in the winter, and you're able to skate over 7 kilometers of rink across the city. So it is not surprising to hear that people commute via skating during the winter. People will actually go to school and work by skating the canal because it goes through a lot of downtown, which is something very, very unique. We have over 1,000 parks. If you like hiking, walking, snowshoeing, there's lots of amazing hikes and parks that are within a 30-minute drive of Ottawa, including Gatineau Park, which is a huge park over on the Quebec side. That's a short drive from the Ottawa downtown center, and they have fantastic trails to explore. It's also a very bikeable city. So for those of you that like to bike, stay active, or are conscious of your emissions with driving, it is very bikeable. There are a lot of biking trails. During the summer, they've piloted closing full streets down to ensure that bikers have more room. It's a fantastic way to get around. And then we also have a lot of cross-country ski trails if you're more into the winter activities. We are also one of the top 5 whitewater rafting spots in the world. So maybe extreme sports are your thing. I've personally gone whitewater rafting. It's super fun. And there are 2 spots near Ottawa that are very popular. You get into a giant inflatable boat, as you can see in the picture, and you brave the rapids going down the river. So it's a lot of fun. So whether that's you're more fast-paced, or if you just want to chill on the lake, go fishing, go swimming, we have hundreds of freshwater lakes in the area to enjoy, and lots of greenery. So beaches, there's several in the city that are within a short walk or driving distance from downtown. You can go camping. We've got lots of golf courses and so much more. So to dive into the cost of living a little bit. So the average cost to buy a home in Ottawa, and this is data from January 2021, so just a year ago, was $456,000. So across Canada, we definitely saw in the pandemic that the housing market fluctuated and increased in a lot of areas because a lot of people were looking to move out of city centers. They were looking to buy bigger homes now that they needed a home office to work from home. So we did see an increase all across Canada of the housing market. But what we're seeing in Ottawa is that because Ottawa is a government town, the market is very stable. And that includes the housing market. So you're not going to see these crazy increases that you might in some larger cities. It tends to stabilize after increasing. And that's what we're seeing right now is things are starting to slow down in terms of buying and prices are starting to dip a little. But it's very affordable in comparison to other cities. And you'll be able to find a range of whether condos downtown or larger properties just outside of the city, to homes with backyards. So the average cost to buy a condo is $282,000, and then rent for an apartment is an average of $1,190, and that would be to rent probably a 1-bedroom. All right, and so when it comes to North American cities, we were ranked 151 in terms of most affordable, and in terms of the major cities. So these are the large cities like Calgary, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver. We are ranked as the most affordable. So yes, there are maybe smaller, more remote cities that are a bit more affordable, but if you're looking to be in a city center, Ottawa is a fantastic choice. And to go back to the tech sector, I mentioned that Ottawa is a hub for innovation due to, the mix of the schools and industry working together, the highly educated workforce. There's a lot of factors here. We're also very an attractive city for foreign direct investment for companies that are global leaders looking to set up shop in Ottawa. And so, especially if you're in the tech sector and you want to grow your career, finding a center of innovation is very important because you know that that area is going to continue to grow and the tech sector is going to flourish. For example, the Ottawa Hospital is one of the largest teaching and research hospitals in Canada. So if you come from a medical or research background, R&D, the Ottawa Hospital has many different partnerships and is doing a lot of research here in several different areas. They have a new $2.5 billion civic campus. And so right here in the city, they are opening the Hospital of the Future, where they're going to be doing a lot of great innovative work. And I'm sure you've heard of, Canada's great healthcare and that, the innovation and the work that we do at the hospital definitely plays into that. I mentioned earlier in the presentation, Canada. So Canada is a suburb of Ottawa. And so a lot of people sometimes hear of Canada and, aren't sure if it's in Ottawa, but it is. It's part of Ottawa. And so within that suburb, we have Canada's largest tech park. And that is thanks to a couple large tech companies that, set up shop in Ottawa a number of years ago, and a lot of companies have spun off from there, or employees of that company have left to run their own businesses. So as a result of that, initial few companies that were set up in Canada, over the years, it has now expanded to be Canada's largest tech park. And we try to say that it's like the Silicon Valley of Canada. So it has over 500 companies and 21,000 skilled employees in that suburb. Companies range in size up to 5,000 employees. So there's startups as well as large companies there. And it's the birthplace of game-changing companies such as Mitel, U.ITV, which recently rebranded to Warner Media, and Saba Software. So a lot of great innovation happens in this area. So if you're thinking of moving to Ottawa and you're thinking, where should I live? Canada could be a really good option. It's a little bit outside of the city center, so it's a bit more of a commute if you like to be near all the action. But if you're focused on being in a tech hub and around like-minded individuals, that could be a really great place to move so that your commute is, shortened because you're already in the tech hub. And it's really growing in terms of the amenities and things that are in that area. Ottawa also gives companies direct access to the North American market. So we're very close to the US border. And so that is primarily why we're very interesting to a lot of companies when they're looking to set up shop. It is cheaper to set up a company in Canada on the Ottawa side, but it still gives them access to New York and Washington, Detroit, and the US market. And then of course, Toronto and Montreal, which are large Canadian hubs. So we have been recognized as a center of excellence. So Invest Ottawa, we try to focus on a couple key areas that are really going to help drive and continue the innovation of the tech sector. So health technology is a huge area of focus. We want to make sure that our healthcare has the innovation needed to be able to continue to deliver world-class services, software, communications technology, and defense and security. And we also talk about disruptive tech. So this, when we say disruptive, that means technology that is shaking things up, changing things in a way that has a permanent impact on society and the technology. So we have a lot of that going on right here with the different companies that we work with, whether it's cyber, autonomous vehicles, precision agriculture. We have experimental farms here in the city where a lot of companies are doing fantastic work and partnering with the government to help make sure that our agriculture is more sustainable. Data analytics, artificial intelligence, IoT, next generation networks, all of this is happening right here in the city. So why work with Invest Ottawa? So we like to say that, we are a connector. We are here to help facilitate economic growth in the city, specifically for the knowledge-based industry. And so we support both companies and talent alike at growing their company, growing their career here in the city. So we like to say we take ideas from idea to global. We have a bunch of different programs in order to do that, whether you're a job seeker, an entrepreneur, or already run your own company. So these are our three pillars. So we work with industry, academia, and government and help be a facilitator to make sure that we're doing projects and programs that really make sure that we're meeting the needs of what the tech sector and what the city needs to prosper. And so by focusing and working with companies in innovative healthcare, transformative government, and connected communities, we're able to do just that and work with a lot of companies in the areas that we've discussed. So in terms of Invest Ottawa's programs, so we have a venture development program, and this is for those companies that are at that beginning stage. So we have an ignition program, or if you have an idea and you just want to help get your company started. We have programs that take you from that idea stage all the way to that scaling stage of growth. So we have incubators and an accelerator program to help these companies get their footing. We also have space at our Invest Ottawa office where companies can that are in our programs can rent space and use it as an office. And then we have a scale-up program for those companies that are established to help with that hyper growth that they're ready for. We have also a global expansion team, and this is quite unique to Invest Ottawa. Most economic hubs either have programs for those early stage companies or they're supporting large stage. We're very unique that we do both. So we are focused on foreign direct investment, working with companies all across the world. We have strategists that focus on North America, Europe, Asia, and we're meeting companies that are interested in expanding and trying to bring them to Ottawa. And the more companies that we're able to help come here, that helps with the job creation, allowing more innovation to come, competitiveness in the market. And so we're doing that work to really help Ottawa grow. And then we also work with the businesses that are currently in Ottawa to help retain them and help them expand. So companies that are already in Ottawa, if they're looking to expand to Canadian, other cities or foreign markets, we help them do that with the expertise that we have. And that's where our talent program comes in, is helping both the venture companies, those startups, and the larger companies, and connecting them with the talent that we have. And so we are on a mission to attract world-class tech talent to the city, and then supporting the businesses that we work with to connect with that talent so that we can help facilitate this matching and making sure that they're having the support they need to grow. We hear all the time that there are more opportunities than there are talent in the city. So companies are turning away business, contracts, clients, because they don't have the people that they need. So that is great news for candidates, because it means that there's a candidates market. You'll have multiple opportunities, hopefully companies fighting over with you. We see multiple offers happening. And really Invest Ottawa's role is helping to make sure that since you have options, we want to help you understand what's the best option for you. Maybe you're interested and excited about working with startups, or you want the stability of a larger organization. Either way, we have companies at all stages that could be of interest. And then we also have Area X.O, and this is run by Invest Ottawa. We have the first integrated connected and autonomous vehicles test environment of its kind in North America. So we do on-site vehicle to everything testing. So anything in the space of autonomous vehicles, drones, for example, we have the facilities to do testing. And the reason it's so key is because we have the availability to do testing in all weather, because we have all 4 seasons. You know, with the move of autonomous vehicles, they need to know how it will react in bad weather to rain, snow, ice, and we're able to do that on the testing track, which is quite unique. We're also very focused at Invest Ottawa on diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So we have a very diverse community here that I kind of mentioned before, and that is so key to driving economic growth, to have different perspectives in our community and in the companies that we work with. So we want to make sure that we are engaging all members of our community in the programs and services we deliver, including racially diversified people. And we are also focused on diversifying our team to enable our growth so that we can help clients from every walk of life. We truly believe that for Ottawa to be the best city in the world for women founders and business owners, we need to build, launch, and grow their companies. And we have several different programs. For example, SheBoot is a program that focuses on women founders. We just hosted, or we're hosting quite a few events for International Women's Week. So especially in the tech sector, women are very underrepresented, and we're really focused on helping improve that through our different programs. So I just mentioned SheBoot, International Women's Week, and Start a Company Plus are a couple examples of how we do that. Now I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into our key sectors. So I've mentioned them here and there, like these are our main sectors and this is what the city's focused on. So now I want to introduce you to some companies that are in the sector so that you can start to do your own research or learn about them and really understand who are the key players in the city. So Ottawa is responsible for 90% of Canada's industrial telecommunications R&D, which is huge. When it comes to telecom, Ottawa is definitely the place to be. So we have a couple big names that are located here in Ottawa, including in the Canada Tech Park: Ericsson, Nokia, Ciena, Cisco, Fujitsu, ECI, ADVA, and Infinera, to name a few. We're a world-class hub of innovative trailblazers anchored by top optical networking firms. And we receive the highest percentage of federal R&D expenditures in science and technology. So because of our proximity to government, it's really a great advantage because the companies here are able to have those connections and understand the government system in order to try to get more investment into R&D and the innovation that they're trying to do here. Area.xo. Here are a couple of different pictures. So you can see these are some examples of the autonomous vehicles that we have that we're working on. Buses, cars. So here in the city, we have 100+ partners directly contributing to expertise in autonomous vehicle development. So when it comes to autonomous vehicles, there's so many different components. You need IoT devices, you need programmers. There's so many different partners that we need to rely on to make the innovation center happen. And a lot of them use Area.xo to help do their testing and collaboration. So some of these companies are BlackBerry QNX, Avon, which is the Autonomous Vehicle Innovation Network, Ford Connectivity and Innovation Center, Nokia, and Ericsson. We are the first municipality in Canada to connect an autonomous vehicle to live city street infrastructure. So we have at Area.xo, we have a closed track, so no cars or people outside of the area are able to use it. So companies are able to use that at the early stages of testing. And then we also have an ability to actually have an open test track where we're able to bring our autonomous vehicles to the streets of Ottawa and do testing that way. We even had, when we were launching, the mayor participate and actually ride in one of these vehicles. So here's a picture of one of our vehicles interacting with other drivers on the streets of Ottawa. So the fact that we have both the closed and open test tracks allows for deeper levels of testing. When it comes to next generation networks, so IoT and smart city applications, some key players are Smart City, Ottawa Smart Farm, connected transportation companies, and precision agriculture. These are all ways that we can use IoT devices. Key to that is the infrastructure. So we need the infrastructure to be able to really do a lot of this advanced development. So these are some of the key players that help with the infrastructure side of things: Ericsson, WINS, Sanmina, MDOX, and Acacia. When it comes to the hardware side of things, so devices and equipment for these verticals, Ford, BlackBerry, Wind River, and Smartcone are leaders in this area. And apps, who doesn't love apps? So these are more, enterprise level applications. So big data, cloud, data analytics, and AI. We have several different leaders here in the city: Microsoft, IBM, Kinaxis, Blue Wave AI, Lixar, Ford, Mindbridge AI is another example. And then we have a huge software sector. Startups, scaling companies, large multinationals. We have quite a large range of companies. It's really flourishing with the small innovative companies, as well as successful small medium enterprises and multinationals. For the software sector, we have over 560 companies in the city, with 22,000 employees employed in that sector specifically. Shopify, TripAdvisor, IBM, U.ITV, BlackBerry, Kinaxis are all companies that have a focus on software. And you're going to see some names repeat, like IBM, BlackBerry, Kinaxis. A lot of these companies have technologies among different verticals and different parts of the tech sector. So there is going to be really a mix depending on what you're looking for. So Ottawa, we're quite proud of the Ottawa grown Shopify. So this is a unicorn company which has reached billions in sales and boasts more than 1 million retail merchants. They're going up against Amazon, and they have a lot of different centers here in the city. They're really focused on growing their company, you know, across Canada and the world, but, you know, they have a soft spot for Ottawa and many offices here, including their data analytics center, which has a team of 35 plus machine learning experts working on a number of different things. And this ecosystem is supported by LSpark, which is Canada's only SaaS-based accelerator. We're also a hub for 5G. And so within the telecommunications sector, you know, it's all about 5G right now, and we have a lot of innovation going on here, and we're really spearheading things when it comes to 5G. Very diverse and complex, but because Ottawa has such a long history in telecommunications, it's really been here since, you know, the start of the tech sector growth. It's a really great place for companies to be able to do that innovation. We have several startups and established companies here. In terms of academia, we're starting to see the post-secondaries really focus and create partnerships with industry to help train you know, our students and our new grads on these emerging technologies and make sure that they have the skills needed to work in these areas, because it's really something that is changing so rapidly. And then the government is able to provide the different support systems through different grants, different funding opportunities, R&D, and different areas. Here are some key players in the 5G sector. Dell is also another company that in the past year have set up a 5G center here. So they're another big name that have chosen Ottawa as their destination of choice. Defense and security is our third big sector here. And so we have a lot of expertise when it comes to cybersecurity. There are, I believe it is, there's one college specifically here in the city that is doing a lot of upskilling and training. So people who are looking to break into the tech sector, there are shorter college programs that provide more hands-on experience to reskill or upskill you into the cybersecurity sector, because it's such a focus for the city. Willis College is taking a look at different opportunities to make sure that their graduates have the industry needed skills that are being asked for. So a number of different companies in this space, including Thales and General Dynamics. So from media to banking, you know, companies have been protecting businesses and their brands for 20 plus years by securing their digital platforms and related assets. Every company needs cybersecurity to some extent. We have 4 research labs located in Ottawa that are directly supporting the communications technology sector when it comes to security. And the ecosystem is supported by the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, which is part of the federal government's communications security establishment. And because we are a government city, the defense sector is very key, and there's a lot of partnership going on. And something that, you know, is worth mentioning is that because of all the partnerships with government, we see a lot of companies within Ottawa being more B2B, business to business, versus in other cities, a lot of tech companies are more B2C focused. And we really saw the importance of that during the pandemic, because B2B businesses tend to be a bit more stable in these market fluctuations. And because the government adds that stability to the city, therefore the businesses that partner and have the government as clients, those companies were able to maintain that stability during the pandemic, which is, I know, is very important to a lot of people, to make sure that the career they're choosing or pivoting into or that they've been in offers that stability, so that you can ensure that you're going to have a fruitful career. So that's definitely something to think of, is that with Ottawa, the B2B side of things is very strong and has continued to grow at all points of the pandemic, and right now we're really peaking. We're growing more than we have in the last couple of years. So a couple key players are the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces, Treasury Board, Science and Economic Development Canada, So the Ottawa companies are able to develop, manufacture, sustain, and export innovation technologies and service that span the full range of defense capabilities, and are able to support tier 2-3 companies and well-established qualified supply chains that are protected. In the defense sector, there's over 190 companies in Ottawa that employ over 10,000 people. And here are a couple key players to keep an eye out for: Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, Curtiss-Wright, Thales, and Leonardo Doctors. And then the life sciences sector. So this sector is at a smaller stage compared to telecommunications or software, but it is definitely an area of focus for Ottawa that is going to be continuing to grow. And so most of the companies are maybe potentially at a smaller stage, but they're doing really niche, innovative work in the life sciences. So most of it is focused on R&D. It employs over 6,000 people in pharma, biotech, medtech, and other digital health sectors, including health software. We have 134 health technology companies in the area, and over $380 million is provided in funding each year by the universities and their research institutions. So we are definitely, even though the companies are smaller in size, we're still considered a global hub when it comes to the research and development of certain areas like viral vectors and oncolytic viruses. You can tell I'm not from that area because I can't pronounce it, but here are a couple companies in that space. If you yourself have, a biotech, pharmaceutical background, Simon's Healthineers, Thermo Fisher, Abbott, and Boston Scientific are all located here in Ottawa. So we really are a global center of discovery and development. So Abbott Point of Care and Simon Healthineers account for the majority of clinical blood diagnostic systems globally. And the Ottawa Hospital is one of Canada's largest learning and research hospitals, with over 1,000 beds, 12,000 staff, and a budget of $1.2 billion. The system is supported by various national centers of excellence like the Stem Cell Network, Biotherapeutics for Cancer, BioCanRx, and Frame. And these are some of our key areas of strength within the life sciences sector. So biopharmaceuticals, medical devices, and digital health. Here's a fantastic quote from the Vice President and General Manager of Ribbon business unit. So the quality of life is off the charts and the talent here is really deep. There's just so much going on. It's a hidden gem, but it's becoming not so hidden. And that's our goal at Invest Ottawa, is we want to make sure that Ottawa is not a hidden gem. We want to, we're very proud. We want to shout it from the rooftops that Ottawa is a great place to live. Whether you're a company looking to get started or you're an entrepreneur looking to start a company here, or if you are a job seeker looking for work, regardless, it is a fantastic city to find plentiful of opportunities. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. So I'm happy to open it up to some Q&A for the remainder of the time.
Great, thank you, Brianna. So we have about 10 minutes now, and I did write down some questions. So let me just go through that. Before I go through the questions, we're going to put a poll up. Let me put these questions. Okay, great. So one of the poll just popped up and then my questions disappeared. Okay, I had a few good questions, and this one I think is, easy enough to answer. So Brianna, someone wants to know, can they find jobs in Ottawa if they're French speaking?
Yeah, so at the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that you don't need French, but it's definitely a huge asset. So if you are bilingual and live in Ottawa, your chances of landing a job are definitely going to increase. And if you prefer to live in French communities, Orleans is a French-speaking suburb of Ottawa, or you can choose to live on the Gatineau side in Quebec, and you'll be surrounded by French speakers. And most of the services available in Ottawa are available in both English and French. So although it is not required, and especially in the tech sector, it's less of a requirement, but if you're looking to, work for companies that support or work with Gov, or if you're looking to work in government, it is definitely a huge asset. Or if you're looking to work in education, there is definitely a short supply of French teachers. So yes, being bilingual is a huge asset if you are going to be living in Ottawa.
Thank you. What would you say is the biggest advantage to settling in a capital city?
Well, that's a good one. The biggest advantage. I think the fact that we are the capital city, there is just so many opportunities, whether it's from, the perspective of the quality of life. There's a lot that goes on here because they are focused on, the arts and culture, because it is a tourist destination. So if you're looking at quality of life, there's a lot of really cool things going on that you can benefit from. And then because we are the capital, there is a lot of investment happening here, and there is a lot of business attraction. So from a career standpoint, there's a lot more innovation and growth happening in the capital because of those reasons.
Okay. And we've talked a lot about skilled workers, but I had a question on the chat, and this individual wanted to know, what are the chances for employment for non-skilled workers?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, the tourism and hospitality sector is one of the main sectors here. So although the tech sector is very large, there are plenty of other sectors here, whether you're looking at construction, administration, hospitality and tourism. There is a very wide variety of different opportunities.
Okay, that's great. Okay, we still have a bit of time. So what specific skilled talent do you work with, and would you like to see at your booth tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. So myself and my colleague Kim are both talent strategists who will be attending the event today and tomorrow. So feel free to come visit us at our booth. Because Invest Ottawa is focused on the knowledge-based economy, most of the companies we work with are tech companies. And so they do, absolutely look for other non-tech roles. So if you're a marketer, if you're a salesperson, HR, any type of business role, still, join us at the booth, join our talent pool, so that you can become discoverable by companies, and so that you'll get monthly updates on the jobs in Ottawa. But absolutely, if you are a tech professional, software developer, if you are a solutions architect, a data engineer, these are the roles that we get the most demand for. Whether you're full stack, back end, front end, mobile, DevOps, cloud engineer, these are the roles that are in highest demand for our companies, as you can imagine, and we're really seeing a range of tech. So no matter what tech stack you're working on, we have a range of companies that we can connect you with.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Brianna. So that's it for our time, and I wanted to give you one last opportunity to kind of let people know where they can reach you if they had any further questions about your presentation or what's going on in Ottawa.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely you can visit us at our booth. There's a lot of content. So workinottawa.ca is linked from our booth, and it is a great resource. So if you're looking to learn more information about the city in general, or the key players and companies in the city, that is a fantastic website to check out. There's a lot of different content. And then if you join our talent pool by providing your resume to us, you will get monthly newsletters and job alerts for the different opportunities in the city. So those are two really great resources that I would recommend.
Thank you so much, Brianna. Thanks again. It was a beautiful presentation. And we look forward to seeing you soon.
All right, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. And for all our viewers, our next presentation is at 3 p.m. We're going to take a very brief intermission, and we'll be back at about 2:58 Eastern Time to introduce our next presenter. So we'll just play some promotional videos in the meantime, and thank you guys so much. This is going to be our last webinar of the day, and we thank you all for being here with us the whole time. I think if we could just put on some promotional videos. I'm not sure who's on the other end, but I'll be back in about 6 minutes. Oh, hi, Mary. Oh, you're muted. I'm just going to take a brief pause. I'll be back in about 6 minutes. We'll probably just run some promotional videos in the meantime before your presentation.
Sure. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Caitlin.
Okay.
See you later.
It's time for you to meet New Brunswick. It's a place where old school and high tech are neighbors, and there's an ocean of business opportunity right next to the world's highest tides. In New Brunswick, we're agile in boardrooms and outside of them. Our East Coast lifestyle is leisurely, but our business moves at lightning speed. And don't be fooled by all the trees. Our infrastructure is state-of-the-art. When you come to New Brunswick, you'll be met with friendly smiles from folks with the skills to get the job done. We may be hardworking and resilient, but we also know how to have fun and savor our successes. In New Brunswick, we've always favored quality over quantity. Our small size isn't a drawback. In fact, it's what makes it easy to get things done. Here, global powerhouses thrive alongside local startups, and time-honored traditions and cutting-edge approaches coexist. We're not really ones to brag, though. We keep a pretty low profile here, and a low cost of living and doing business to match. So now that you've met New Brunswick, don't you think it's time to get to know us better?
My name is Arjun.
Fernanda.
Judith.
Shahida.
I'm immigrating to Canada.
I am using Next Stop Canada to live chat with specialists to find housing for me and my family.
To learn about educational opportunities and where to start.
To receive labor market information so that I can find my dream job.
To chat with a mentor and connect with the community.
Immigrating to Canada?
Start with Next Stop Canada.
Your personalized pre-arrival settlement services.
Join now.
Register today for Canadian settlement information and resources before you arrive at nextstopcanada.ca. Funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada.
Things said before. And just to sort of add to the conversation, I actually think that diversity starts from the top. I think that when the leadership ensures that they develop for themselves that important feature, it becomes then possible for them to be able to get people who want to hire people with that broad mind. Because very often I think that when the leadership sees diversity as a critical factor that is a part of their very survival strategy, and not just lip service, but they actually put it into reality, it becomes easy for the others to toe the line.
Hi, Mary.
Hello again, Caitlin.
Is it just going to be you today, or is Liza joining us? Lisa.
Lisa is here. She cannot access her.
Hi.
She cannot access through her login, so some technical problem then, but we're okay.
That's okay. You guys are in the office. That's great.
Yes.
I'm a little jealous here. I'm just sitting in my. Anyway, at least I have this virtual background, right?
Okay, that looks good.
Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll just do a quick and a very brief introduction for you two ladies. And then you'll go into the presentation. I'll let you know the floor is yours. And don't worry about the chat because I'll be keeping an eye on it. I'll be marking down some pertinent questions. And then towards the end, when you're done your presentation, I'll act as a moderator. So I'll ask you the questions so you don't have to go through all the chat because it does get quite busy.
Okay, sounds good.
Great. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll get started.
I'm just wondering if I can control the PowerPoint.
You should be able to. When you see the bar at the top turn yellow, you'll be able to just click the screen and it should move the slides.
Let's try.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll do your introduction while you see if it's working. I think it should be good though.
It's not.
Is it yellow?
Yeah, it's yellow.
So if you click on the slides.
I'll click on the slide.
Yeah. Perfect.
There you go.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you everyone. This is we've had a fantastic day of webinars, and this is our last webinar, but definitely not least. We're joined today by Mary and Lisa, who are currently situated in the Vancouver metropolitan area. So we're going to be learning about Langley and why Langley City is the place to be. So Langley Community Service Society, or LCSS, is a community-based, multi-service, non-profit organization operating in Langley, BC, serving the community for almost 50 years, providing free resources, job opportunities, volunteering opportunities, youth employment programs, parenting and family resources, together with the legal advocacy and many other services. Workshops for children, youth, adults, families, and seniors are also available. Thank you again for joining us. I look forward to your presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Caitlin, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our participants. I am Mary A. Texon from the Langley Community Services Society. I'm the program manager for employment, and I have here also Lisa, which I will turn over later, our case manager for employment. All right, so let's begin. I know that you are very excited to hear about what is Langley and what can Langley offer to you. So hello everyone, those who are in the chat, I can see your hellos. And yeah, I would like to start with the presentation. about family life and opportunities in British Columbia, and specifically in Langley. All right. So our agenda is, of course, I'll be presenting our organization, and then the life, like background about Langley, like health, like housing, community, travel, education, and then later on you'll have an opportunity for you to ask questions. And then of course Lisa will be providing you with information about our career opportunities. I know that you're all excited, so let's start. This is our main office on the right side. That is our like there are portals or little houses that would make you comfortable in Langley. And on the left is our employment office. All right. So again, our vision is enriching lives of the newcomers and the citizens, Canadian citizens. Okay, so this is just a snapshot of Vancouver, the Lower Mainland, if you're familiar already. So probably you've went around Stanley Park and you've seen this picture. Okay, so this is just one of our success stories, several success stories there. Lately, we had an education assistant diploma program wherein one client said that the most helpful parts of the training are the practicum, additional certifications, lessons learned from the class, and of course, right after the training, she was hired by the West Vancouver School District. So yeah, more success stories for you there and our website. Okay. All right, so happy to tell you that we're celebrating our 50th anniversary, and we've been serving the community since 1971. All right, and that's a picture of our actual garden at the back of our building. So yeah, lots of nice and cool space there for our clients. And sometimes we hold our barbecue, the staff barbecue there at the back too. Okay, moving on. All right, this is our census. What we have now is still the 2016, and then just a representation of British Columbia. So you could find there British Columbia is on your left side, right? A population of 4.5 million. Okay, and the Canada is 34 million, right? So there are the provinces you could see. And of course, we are biased because we're here in Vancouver. So this is the best place for us, the best place in BC. And we have 1 million lakes here if you're fond of going through, like traveling. There's an endless space that you could explore. All right, so moving on. All right, in terms of the places of birth, probably you're one of these countries. The top source of immigrants are Philippines, India, and China. And for Langley, we have, like in terms of the percentage, the topmost is Korea, South Korea, then followed by China, and then Philippines. 21%, 19%, and then 10%. All right. So that's the comparison between Metro Vancouver, British Columbia, and of course, Canada. Okay. All right. I think you could take a snapshot so that you could refer to this one later on. All right. Moving on. Okay. In terms of percentage growth, Langley is the highest number of growth rate in BC. All right, with 9.9% township of Langley, with a total population of 130,000, and city of Langley has 27,000. Okay, So in terms of BC, we are the highest growth rate. We have the highest growth rate. Okay, so more exciting stats about Langley. I'd like you to see this video just to make sure that you have a glimpse of what Langley is. Are we able to play this? Okay. Oops, I guess, there you go.
The township of Langley is an exceptional place to live. When my husband and I were first married, we were looking to make a home in a community where we could set our roots and enjoy an excellent quality of life well into the future. The township has proven to be that place.
Over the years, we've been able to enjoy the unique qualities and services from the township's 6 distinct communities. To the south, in Brookswood Fern Ridge, are beautiful residential neighborhoods that feature creeks, natural spaces, parks, and recreation facilities that we can enjoy any time of the year.
Murrayville is a great location for families with its mix of housing types. It is home to the school board office, RCMP detachment, municipal airport, Langley Memorial Hospital, W.C. Blair Pool, and McLeod Athletic Park, a multi-sport facility that hosts everything from local team practices to national championship events.
Aldergrove features affordable housing, recreational facilities, and the Greater Vancouver Zoo. It contains Gloucester Industrial Park, the location of many international businesses. The township of Langley borders on the United States, making a day trip to the south easy.
Willoughby Willowbrook offers a variety of housing opportunities with direct access to the Trans-Canada Highway. This community features the Langley Event Centre, an incredible venue for sports, recreation, conferences, and entertainment. It is also home to the Langley Rivermen Junior A hockey team and the Stealth Professional Lacrosse team.
To the north, Walnut Grove is a vibrant community featuring single and multi-family homes. It has access to the Golden Ears Bridge, a 19-screen movie entertainment complex, and an excellent recreation center with an indoor aquatic facility capable of hosting provincial aquatic championships.
Located on the south bank of the Fraser River is historic Fort Langley, the birthplace of British Columbia. It offers historic tours, diverse housing, quaint shops, cafes, museums, waterfront pathways, and a rowing club. Fort Langley provides recreation and community events throughout the year.
All of these communities are surrounded by rural land and connected by parks, trails, and green spaces.
The combination of city and country is what makes Langley Township so beautifully balanced.
For our kids' education, the Township of Langley has many opportunities, including French immersion, international baccalaureate, and fine arts programs.
It is home to Trinity Western University, which offers both undergraduate and graduate degrees and draws students from around the world because of its high caliber. There are also 3 other fully accredited universities in municipalities neighboring the township.
The township is known as one of the most film-friendly areas in the Lower Mainland, bringing in over $30 million yearly into our local economy.
As residents, we can see that the 5,900 businesses operating here are attracted to Langley Township for its central location in the Fraser Valley and its affordable and available property.
With the region's expansion of its highway network and roadways, we can quickly drive west to Vancouver, east to Chilliwack, or south to the U.S. border.
The township of Langley has all of this to offer, and yet there is so much more.
To really know what makes Langley Township special, you need to see what we do here.
We begin. We connect. We laugh.
We excel. We enjoy. We cultivate.
We create. We celebrate.
We produce.
We recognize our historic past.
We are active. We savor.
We are sustainable. We buy locally.
We sell internationally.
We are proud. We remember.
We work, live, and play here.
We are home.
All right. So I hope you enjoyed that little video about the township. And of course, we're very proud because, yeah, we're serving two communities actually. It's the township of Langley and the city of Langley. So, yeah, we are, there you go, I guess. Okay. So the township of Langley, in terms of the population, since, I mean, our updated stats is only 2016. We'll be updating soon, but the latest is this one. All right. So again, if you enjoy the playgrounds, we have 76 playgrounds, 13 recreation centers, and we have permissive tax exemptions for those who wanted to establish their business here in the township. So about around 1.4 depends on your business. Okay, there are 84 parks, 45 bridges, and I'm sure you'll enjoy our trails. So there you go. That's the township of Langley, and that's the birthplace of BC. Thank you. Thanks for all your chat.
Hi. Okay, here I am.
Yes. Okay.
So I had some questions. Was that the whole presentation?
Caitlin, sorry, we're not done yet.
Okay, no, I was curious. I thought you were wrapping up. I'm taking the questions down. You can carry on with your presentation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks, Caitlin. Yeah. So, yeah, in terms of the occupation distribution, the township of Langley has a labor force of this much. And if you can see, the highest there actually is healthcare, and then retail trade. Also in Vancouver, right? These are the two sectors that are very high. So if you wanted to go to these sectors, I guess in terms of the opportunities for career, very stable if you're in healthcare and retail trade, okay? All right, so in terms of the housing, I guess, yeah, this is very challenging now because the housing cost is to own a house is 1,587. All right, and then if you will be renting, it's 1,271. Most people here would have a private vehicle driving to work and pleasure, of course. So you could see here some like data on the temperature. And for me, this is Vancouver is really perfect for me because I cannot live in a very cold weather. So yeah, I think the highest that I got from here is 23 degrees. It reached 25, but yeah, the coldest that we got is 0. But lately we had a negative, but it's still bearable, I can assure you. Thank you for all your notes. All right, in terms of distribution, this is our population distribution. So again, the highest is, I guess, 30 to 39. And 50 to 59 years old. Okay, mother tongue. There are some French speakers in Canada. There's more in terms of percentage, but here in BC, I think it's like 1% are French speakers. All right. There you go. Now we're serving Langley City. So I'd like you to see what Langley City has to offer.
I've lived in Langley City for 30 years, raised my family here.
I really love the diversity of people. There's so many different types of people from all walks of life.
When we moved, we realized that we have everything, all the stores we need, and like the nature is very close.
It's affordable housing. It's a great place to raise a family. The trail system's there. You've got golf right outside your back door.
It's very accessible to all the things you expect in a big city. So you get the best of both worlds in Langley City.
Located in the heart of Metro Vancouver, Langley City is a hub for the region and a gateway to the Fraser Valley. With regional city center status, a central location, population density, good projected growth, and strong community spirit, it is the place to be.
City of Langley staff are very knowledgeable and very attentive to the needs of the city and the needs of the community.
If you work in a jurisdiction where you feel like you can resolve issues on a timely fashion and they're looking for feedback from developers, builders, those are very important characteristics and they're not always present in all cities.
They have a very good understanding of where they're headed. They've got a clear plan in place.
It's just a great place to come and open your doors because there's so many unique stores and there's such a community feel within the business owners.
Langley City is a key center for a variety of business activities, including retail, restaurants, professional services, technology, and value manufacturing. With a low cost of doing business and a supportive local government, the city offers amazing opportunities and amenities.
Well, having raised my family here, there's lots of opportunities for education.
Really, we have all different levels of education and for whatever suits you.
I think Langley, more than anywhere, exemplifies our motto, which is where thought meets action.
The community offers a broad range of education opportunities for all ages. Kwantlen Polytechnic University and the Langley Community Music School are just two of the many renowned facilities located within the city, with Trinity Western and Simon Fraser Universities situated nearby. These world-class facilities help produce talented and skilled workers for Langley City and the surrounding communities.
There's always things to do. There's always drop-ins, whether it be at the gym or at the games room or just like youth activities.
I can walk to work and I can walk to the grocery store and all the places I want to go.
We have the casino now. We have the mall is expanded, and then you have also the one-way stores that are very unique.
With approximately 27,000 local residents in a 10 square kilometer area, Langley City has a relaxed small town feel, but with all the advantages of a large urban center. There is easy access to a variety of recreation activities, close proximity to rural spaces, and more than 300 acres of parks. Family-oriented, with a walkable downtown, yearly events attracting thousands of visitors, and a low cost of living make Langley City a desirable location to live and do business. As a net importer of jobs, with easy access to airports, hospitals, and future rapid transit, Langley City will continue to grow and prosper.
It's balanced with a good mix of commercial in the appropriate areas. And so I think it's becoming a better and better place to live, to shop, to set up a small business. I see all those things developing every year.
The best thing about Langley City is, coming from a developer's point of view, is the city staff, right from the mayor down.
There's a great synergy between our students being out in the community and our faculty being part of the community, and also the community coming in and being very much part of the university.
You feel very welcome. I think it's the best thing.
You just got to discover what Langley has to offer.
Langley City is an awesome community.
Langley is my home.
Langley City is where I work.
Langley City is the place to be.
And Langley City is the place to be.
Langley City is definitely the place to be.
Okay, again, thank you. I hope you enjoyed that little video again about Langley City, which is the place to be. And by the way, Langley is not far from Vancouver. I mean, I live in Vancouver, Metro Vancouver, part of the Metro Vancouver. So it's only a 30-minute drive through Highway 1 to reach my workplace. So not that far. Okay. All right. So yeah, in terms of employment, this is our figure. Major employers here are, of course, the casino, Canada-bred Langley School District is a government, and CKF is in manufacturing, a private company. Kwantlen Polytechnic University is one of the universities here, and it is the only university offering the bridging program for nurses, by the way. We had a nurse conference last time, and we're trying to fast track the foreign credentialing. Okay, so more employers there in terms of real estate. This is the current stat. Okay, our average house price now is 1.17 million, and there are only 600 new listings for the last 28 days. Okay, so normally if you put your house on sale, it will be sold in 8 days. All right, so that is how the demand of the housing here. All right, so in terms of the labor force, again, retail trade is on top, and this time manufacturing. All right, because there's so many companies here in the manufacturing sector in Langley. Compared to Vancouver, it's retail and trade, right? Retail and healthcare. So here, yeah, healthcare is third in Langley City. All right, so moving on. Okay, home price index, which becomes a very challenging one. If you compare the Greater Vancouver, it's 1.3 million. And if you go to Toronto, I mean, very, very similar. But if you go to other areas, it's a lot cheaper, right? Like Winnipeg, it's 341. It's affordable, but I mean, for me, I cannot live there, especially in Regina, because of the temperature. See, you could probably buy a house in Regina for 268K. All right. So depends on your priorities. Moving on. These are some of the sales in Vancouver by province compared to, the cities in Canada. Okay, so let's now move on to Langley Community Services Society. These are the programs that we offer. Of course, there's a lot of job seekers out there, right? So we provide job search support to all our clients. And we have been serving the community for 50 years, offering family services. We are part of the settlement and employment services. There's substance use, community counseling, family success, intensive care, because yeah, we also make sure that you're supported, like whole like comprehensive, right? And we are also taking note that because of COVID, there's a lot of mental health issues. So we have a lot of support for that. Okay, so family services is composed of several services. I'll just give you some overview. Okay, so this program strengthen families to promote child development. Okay, and referrals is also part of this. So we support youth from birth to 14 years of age. Okay, so this is under family services. Child care resource and referrals are through the ministry. Again, all our services, there are no charge because we make sure that you're all covered, and we're funded by both the ministry and the federal government and other private institutions. Okay, some of our programs again. I'll just be quick. So you could take a picture, or you could go to our website. All right, so referrals, family counseling, okay, parent outreach, family success program, community counseling is, yeah, thank you for that. Raising a family here is really a quality life because you're all supported. And this includes couples, families, conflict, divorce. And we know that if you're a newcomer here, there's a lot of like barriers for you and the support that you need. So we have registered clinical counselors if you need help with counseling. All right. Job, family connections. Okay, moving on. Parent education. We have several sessions. Postpartum depression is part of this. Like there are also sessions on micro or racial aggressions, microaggressions. Okay, so we have several nurses, addiction specialists, and psychiatrists that supports us. Okay. All right, so moving on, this is settlement and employment, and we are here. Lisa and I are part of this one, settlement and employment. All right, so we are a team under Skills to Success. This is a youth program, and we provide these services and to the youth 15 to 30 years old. Okay, so we even provide you with allowance while you are in training, and then if you need assistance with the childcare or with rent while attending the training, we could also provide you. Depends on your circumstance. All right, so this is one of our flagship. Skills to Success has been very successful in helping newcomers. So you have to be a PR or like citizen and refugee, right? So if you're an international student, we will wait until you get your PR or an approved letter, okay? So just some of our sessions. Some of our events too. We are also having the local immigration partnership. Okay, So I know that it's 12:30 and I think we have 12:40, so I'll be going very fast.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Caitlin. So yeah, this is just one of our upcoming events. There's so many issues now, especially during COVID, about racial microaggression. Okay, these are for you additional resources that you could go. You could take a picture of this, and it will give you a lot of information about settling here, about education, about the labor market, and what are the jobs that are available for you. All right, so there's a pre-arrival services, career paths for immigrants. So yeah, feel free to take a picture. Just some of our partner employers who have been with us for a long time. And of course, here, it's always good to have a referral, right? So a referral from an immigrant serving organization or your counselors would be great. Orientation, it's part of our services. Mentorship has been really producing successful newcomers because they can be matched with like a mentor. These are under volunteer, by the way. Okay, some of our programs. There are programs for seniors, women. We also have afternoon tea socials. So we have a quality life, and yeah, it's important to us that we live a quality life. All right, continuous intakes, some conversation circles for you if you need them. Okay, for the kids age 0 to 6, parent caregivers. Oh, this one is really important because we are also offering free, it's like a pro bono legal advice. We have a lawyer that could see you on issues like housing, like income assistance, employment, pension, or employment standards. So again, this is pro bono to our clients. And we can already serve like international students and refugees and TFWs or temporary foreign workers under this, because our funder here is a separate one. Okay. Right. So Langley Local Immigration Partnership is a table that where you could volunteer. We are now in the process of creating a strategic plan for the 2 cities in Langley. So if you want to participate, go to Langley, and then you could be a part of this great process. Okay. There's a lot of opportunities here in terms of the social work. Yep, Lisa will be telling you more about I think this is yours. Okay, so I'll turn you over to Lisa. And she'll give you more information about the opportunities and some of our programs. Bring it over to you, Lisa. We'll start the video.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, aloha. So my name is Lisa, and I am case manager for the employment program. So you can see here in the PowerPoint presentation, this is one of the programs under the employment. We are trying to provide education through our funder, of course, that is fast track. So you can see here fast track. So what fast track means is it's a shorter program, shorter than usual. For example, if the course for education assistant normally is 1 year. So under this program, it's it's a shorter, more condensed. And the best part of this is there is a practicum component wherein the participants are able to practice and gain actual experience. And the other fast track program under the employment program is the community support worker, which is ongoing now. The same thing, we are in partnership with a university, and there's also a practicum component. So after the school training or school classes, the students are able to go for a practicum and practice their skills, the skills that they learn from school. For these two programs, these are both under the employment program because there is also an employment component, meaning we help the students after graduating, after completing the program, we help them find job. And I'm a case manager, and so I am the one of those who help them get a job after completing the program. Okay, so Mary mentioned about the Skills to Success program. This is a youth program. This is another employment program. The main purpose of this is to help youth who are not in school or who are not working to get employment, as well as provide them training so that they can be ready to get jobs. So we have ongoing acceptance for this. There are several cohorts during the year, and so there's a continuous intake for this particular program. And eligibility-wise, this is for youth ages 15 to 30 who are permanent residents, Canadian citizens, or refugees or protected person. And as I mentioned, they should not be enrolled in a full-time study or not working, and committed, of course, and willing to get employed after the training, because as I said, this is an employment program. Moving on. So these are examples of our job posting. You will see this also in our career page in the Langley Community Services Society website. So we have the early childhood educator job postings. So you can see here qualifications and experience. Normally when you see job postings in Canada, you will see a description of the role and responsibilities, like the job description. And then after that is the qualification and experience. And below the job posting or the job ads would be the process of application. Normally they are online, applications are online. So early childhood educator is one of the jobs that we are looking for. Another one is a program coordinator for one of our employment programs. So you will see here the responsibilities and the experience that we require. Another example is admin assistants. We are actually looking for 2 admin assistants. Going back. Sorry. I went back too far. Okay, so just to give you an idea of the recruitment process. So normally, as I said, you apply online, and you will see in the job posting, some of them you will find the requirements. So when you see the requirement, that means those are should have or must have qualifications that you need. And there will be items there that you will find preferred. So when you see the word preferred, that means these are good to have. So it's okay not to have 100% of all the items listed here. If you have half or more than half of that, then you will be it will be okay for you to apply for jobs. So the process is, as I said, apply online. And then our HR and the manager who is requiring for the jobs, they evaluate the resumes, and they get a short list of the candidates. Those who are shortlisted are scheduled for exams. The exams, again, normally are online. And once they pass the exams, those who are eligible are called in for an interview. Nowadays, the interviews are normally via Zoom or Microsoft Teams, so online again. But it's starting to move to in-person interviews now. So after that is they will be asked to do provide reference. So since you are still in your country, so this is a tip for you. You should get a reference, at least 3 work references, managers, supervisors, and a colleague, so that when you apply for jobs, you have the ready information. So what you provide as a reference are just the names of the person, the title or position, the company they work for, and also the contact information, which includes their email address and their phone numbers. Offices here, by the way, they do contact overseas. Like when I applied for my first job here, my president in my previous job, he got contacted by the employer, my first employer. So yeah, they do contact references. All right. So as I said, you can find our job postings in our career site. So the other opportunities we have are, of course, volunteers. We continue to get volunteers. We encourage volunteering because particularly for immigrants, it's one way for them to get to know the job that they are working, to get Canadian experience, because when you apply for jobs, of course, employers will look for local experience or Canadian experience, and volunteering is one way to get the Canadian experience. We are also looking for a clinical counselor, visitation worker. I already mentioned we are looking for admin assistants and a program coordinator. So LCSS is funded by the government of Canada. So our services are for free. You don't have to pay for them. You will find that when you go to Canada, when you move to Canada, the services, the settlement services, employment services, they are all funded by the government, either the province or the federal government. So I think that's about it. We are now going to the question and answer. Caitlin, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I have quite a few questions here for you, actually. But before we commit to the question and answer period, we're going to put up a poll on the screen for all the viewers right now, which will kind of give them a chance to give their feedback on the presentation. And then we'll give that information back to you following this, the VCE. Okay, so the poll should be up, and we'll get right into the Q&A. So some of these questions might have been answered. We'll just, go over it because they did pop up.
Okay, Caitlin, can I just add something quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Mary and Lisa, first of all, thank you for your presentation. Wonderful presentation. Can you please let all the job seekers know that what time will you guys be at your booth until? Because I'm sure some of them, they can come to your booth and ask more detailed questions later, right?
Yeah, sure, Shaw. Thank you. So you could find us at the booth. Our virtual booth is open from 9 to 12. That is Vancouver time. So your time there.
Okay, so you're done. So but you will be back tomorrow, right?
Yes,
9 to 12.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
okay, folks. So if you got any questions for Mary or Lisa, by all means, today they're done already. But by all means, please visit their booth on Wednesday, April the 6th, from 12 p.m. Eastern time to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Sorry, Kayan, go ahead.
No problem. I'm just going to get to some of the questions. So here's a question from Amin, and he wanted to know, are there any work opportunities for French-speaking people?
Oh yeah, definitely. The French language is an advantage here. a lot of our employers are looking for another language, and probably Lisa could tell you more about the employers.
So if you are French speaking, your advantage is you can actually apply for federal positions, which the non-French speaking won't be able to apply, because one of the requirements of federal government is bilingual, which is English and French. So yes, federal government like CRA, which is the tax government, taxation government, and other federal positions.
Great, thank you. I also had someone ask, they want to be able to get this information after the call. So they were wondering, is there a place they can download this content at the after this presentation?
It's with Shaw, right? Right, Shaw?
They should ask Shaw.
Okay.
Yeah. Or send a email to info@lcss.ca.
And then
Okay.
another question here is, you spoke about housing costs earlier, but how does the cost of living in Langley compare to other cities in BC?
The housing cost, oh my goodness, it's really, did you see the housing presentation later? I mean, earlier?
Yeah.
I think they said not just housing costs, they want to know cost of living.
The cost of living, okay. Yeah, I mean, the cost of living here depends on your like lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're just simple, I mean, if you're just one, normally the grocery is like, I mean, probably 300 per month. And transportation is 150. So the rent is the one that is very high here, because it's hard for you to get a like a place for 1,300 probably.
Mm-hmm.
So people would normally share with other friends. Yeah, so that would let your expenses go down. So typically 1,500 would be a good savings for you to last for a month.
Okay. What are the in-demand skills in BC, and how do they differ from other provinces? I know with this one, we saw a lot of questions about knock codes. So where can, I guess, viewers today find what knock codes are in demand in BC? Would be a good way to phrase that question.
So knock codes, I know that knock codes will be updated this year. So
yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. So the in-demand ones, Lisa would have a better understanding of the career paths because she was our case manager.
So let's just go by the industry, because there are so many knock codes in a particular industry. So as presented by Mary a while ago, so healthcare is still #1, followed by the engineering sector. So those who are in construction and in manufacturing, so the engineers, whether they are civil engineer, which is in construction, electrical and mechanical engineering, which is in manufacturing, chemical engineering, which is also in the manufacturing sector. So those are the in demands, and IT. So those three. So IT like software engineer, programmer, data science, all those IT related careers, those three are the top.
Great. I only have a couple more questions, and then I'm going to hand it off to Shaw. What is the public transport like in Langley, and how does it compare to bigger cities?
For the public transport, it's how much? 100, I think 3 for the bus pass. So you have one zone,
monthly,
a monthly pass. So that's just one zone. But if you are here traveling from Vancouver to Langley, that's 3 zones already. So it will be higher. And in terms of, I think it's expensive relative to other cities.
It's not, that's actually, I think, pretty standard. I think it's similar here in Ottawa.
Yeah.
Okay.
The standard of living, the rentals, the housing, they are similar to Toronto. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Almost the same.
Great. And then the last question I had here from a candidate, I mean, I see a few more coming in, but we don't have too much time, so we'll just ask this one. And then if you have any other questions, you could submit them to, we'll go over that in a second. But someone wants to know if they can use this information session when they're applying for express entry, or as an expression of interest to move to Langley.
Can you elaborate on that?
They're basically wondering if they can refer to this webinar when they're applying for services or when they're thinking of moving to Langley and applying for. That's what the question.
Okay, so probably email us in info@lcss.ca if of course advanced information is a lot better, so they know our services, and we also know that they have specific like concerns or questions. So maybe direct to email at info, and then attention either me or Lisa, so Mary A or Lisa. Yeah, we would be glad to answer their questions.
I think the best one of the things that they should be able to inform when it comes to immigration is employment. So if they are able to find a company here in Canada, not only in Langley, but anywhere else in Canada, it will therefore make their case stronger. As to the question, maybe they are thinking, is LCSS providing, what's this, employment for those who are going to immigrate? How do you call that? Sorry, I forgot
the sponsorship.
Sponsorship, sorry. So no, LCSS is not providing any sponsorship, but there are companies who do provide. They just have to find those companies.
Great. Well, I'm just going to thank you, ladies, again for helping us close our day of webinars very strong with a fantastic presentation. And I'll leave the rest to Shaw to close out the day. So thank you.
Okay. Caitlin, thank you. Oh my God, it's been a long day for you, right, Caitlin?
Oh yes, it has been a long day for me.
Oh my God, this is the
baton to you.
So thank you everyone. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Lisa. I just want to jump in to the question earlier. Is no, this info session cannot be considered as part of your the IRCC requirements. So this is not okay. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think the, like I said, this is not. And also in terms of the transportation, yes, I mean, there are people that live in Langley and work in BC, Vancouver, because Langley to Vancouver, it's about 50 kilometers. So if you're driving, it's about an hour. But when you take public transit, it's obviously a bit longer. All that to say is it's definitely a viable option. But if you want something that's close to vicinity, like closer vicinity to Vancouver, if you prepare to accept the length of travel time, then maybe okay. But definitely there's still a lot of job opportunities in Langley. So if you have any questions, by all means, send it to info@lcss.ca, and either Mary or Lisa, they'll be happy to answer any of your questions. There are other questions that's related to employment. So by all means, send that. Like if you're 40 years, 40 years old, are you too old? No, you're not too old to find a job at 40 years old. So does Langley or anywhere in Canada needs personal support worker? Personal support worker is needed everywhere across Canada. Okay, yes. So just so you know, what else is there? So all this to say is, Mary and Lisa, I want to thank you for your wonderful presentation. And we will. Anyone want to talk to Lisa or Mary? Please go to their booth tomorrow, Wednesday, April the 6th, from from 12 p.m. Eastern time to 3 p.m. Eastern time. They will be in their booth to answer your questions, okay? And then there's a phone number there. So by all means, if you're able to make a call, by all means, give them a call. But just remember, keep in mind about their time zone as well. So thank you all for joining us. It has been a very, very long day. And tomorrow, we also have a full lineup of webinars. It starts at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time until 4 p.m. Eastern time. And we have a huge lineup of speakers such as OMB, except this one is entirely in French from Nouveau Brunswick, Opportunity Nouveau Brunswick, c'est tout en français. And then followed by various other webinar that you can see in our website at G-TAC. .ca as well. Please follow us on LinkedIn, on Facebook. So our social media is very, very active and very, very much up to date with all the informations. Yes, so somebody says that they can eat now after the Ramadan. Yes, it's sunset wherever you are. So yes, you can eat while you watch this webinar. So that's a good thing. And for all our friends, I really hope that you guys have a wonderful Ramadan observation of Ramadan, with all the fasting and everything. And on behalf of Caitlin, Mary, Lisa, and everyone at G-TAC, I want to thank you for staying and watch entire webinar, all 7 webinars today. And we look forward to see you tomorrow morning. So thank you all. And by all means, we will be back in our booth now. So by all means, do come to G-TAC booth or the public booth. Anyone want to speak to any one of us? So we look forward to talk to you in our booth there. So thank you all. Merci beaucoup à tous. Et à demain. See you tomorrow morning. And thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Shaw. Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Maybe.